And there has never, ever been a perfect bracket. March Madness is here. March Madness. Because it's awesome and it's fun and it's the best thing to do at this time of the year is fill out a bracket and see if you can beat your buddies. See if you can win an office pool. See if you can win a little money. See if you can have a little fun. See if you can have bragging rights. March Madness.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 288 of the Triple Shots of Moodz and Horror podcast is coming at you live and direct with JP, also known as the Mexicans. And of course, we got Tyler, also known as Mr. Saucedo, and I'll be your host, the toxic offender, Moodz. Yeah. What's going on, dudes?
Yo.
Yeah.
What up, dog?
We are recording. That's a good thing.
Yeah, we were supposed to record yesterday, but my power decided to go out for like 12 hours. Well, no, it was 9 and almost 10 hours.
That's like absolutely fucking ridiculous to have happen.
Yeah. Dude, it sucks so bad. I did fall asleep at one point because I was just so bored. But I basically played my Switch until the battery died. I went to town with Carly and went to the mall and ate some food, came back home, thought it would be on. They originally estimated at 4:30 it would be back on, but we ended up getting another storm too. So that kind of, I think, made it worse. And then it didn't come on till like 9:40. So it was just like my whole day off was just wasted. I couldn't watch any movies. It was just so boring. My phone died. I had to go sit in my car to charge my phone up a bit. It was just, I was so annoyed, dude. Like, that was the most annoying day ever that I've had in a while.
It was fucking irritating because I sat here waiting for your power to go on until like basically the cutoff was like 7 o'clock your time.
Yeah,
so kind of
we straight waited till 7.
Yeah, like it fucked up my whole day too because I wasn't gonna really go do anything because it like could come on at any time, you know, kind of thing, right? So I wanted to be ready to go. And then, so 7 o'clock hit your time, so it's 4 o'clock my time. And I'm like, well, fuck this, I'm having a beer. And so I ended up just fucking around, just listening to tunes last night and shit like that, and ended up watching. Actually, you know what, man? I watched Trick or Treat last night. So the what's the Red Shirt Picture? Yeah, Red Shirt Pictures.
Yeah.
4K release of Trick or Treat, and I came to the conclusion that Trick or Treat is it doesn't really make a lot of sense. You know, like I remember years ago when we reviewed this movie, and I remember us having this like epiphany of like, because you thought that like Sammy Kerr killed himself like on purpose or died on purpose to come back for revenge and stuff like that. And I was watching the movie with that in mind, but then it doesn't really distinctly tell you that he dies on purpose at all. But there's so many little quirky things within the narrative that don't really make a lot of sense. It's like, if he does die, say he does die on purpose with, you know, the point of, you know, coming back to help, you know, our main character get revenge and stuff like that. But then there's this weird little thing where, you know, Gene Simmons's character, he has like the one and only record, right? And, you know, he ends up giving it to him to play. But that would it only works in that aspect if he gives them the record, because there was no indication that Sammy Kerr gave Gene Simmons the record with the notion of giving it to the kid to play backwards, because this is what gives him power to come back to life and stuff like that. So there's no definitive moment in the film where, you know, this is explained, right? It's just kind of coincidental. It's kind of MacGuffin within the story. But, you know, if he doesn't, like, say but then you can kind of look at it too, because our main character, I'm forgetting his name right now. Anyways, he was like obsessed with Sammy Kerr. And I feel like they don't really explain it away, but he may have been kind of like a pen pal with him because he was writing him letters and stuff. And I don't really know if it was just supposed to be just suggested that possibly Kerr was writing him back and they were friends and he knew that he was being bullied in school. So it, maybe if he did die, he makes this record and stuff like that. And, I can come back and help you get revenge against these bullies. But that's not really explained either. So you're kind of like in this moment where you're like, did he die on purpose or did he not? So like, why did he make this record with, the notion of coming back for revenge? But like the way I chalk it up, though, it's like the whole Sammy Kerr thing. Like, if he did die on purpose and he wanted to come back for revenge, he obviously needed the help of someone to like play the record backwards and shit like that. But like, if he... So I'm just thinking to myself, because he was really pissed off at the point right before he died that he didn't get to play at his high school because they wouldn't allow him because he was too much of a metal badass and stuff like that. So I'm like, this is where he wants to get revenge. But that, of course, isn't explained within the narrative either. And it's like, of course, we do get the scene where Sammy Kerr at one point where, shit goes all bad and stuff like that for our lead. And he gives him too much power. He comes back and you have this whole Carrie moment, right? That whole gym scene is like fucking Carrie. He's just like zapping people away and shit. I'm just like, this is so ridiculous. But anyways, long story short,
it doesn't really make that much sense.
It doesn't really make a lot of sense. Like, you can look at it from different ways, but nothing's really fully explained. You just kind of have to interpret it. But there's so many different ways of looking at why the revenge is happening. Is it for a main lead? Is it for Sammy Kerr? Did he die on purpose or not? But I don't think he did. I think it's just not written that well. But all in all, Trick or Treat is one of those movies that I will say that it was definitely, in everyone's mind that wanted to get a new release because it always had that shitty ass DVD and was stuck kind of on VHS, blah, blah, blah. And it's not really that great. It's a fun movie, but it's not really that great. Like, honestly, the kills in it are ridiculous. Like, he's just zapping people. There's no blood or guts. There's nothing. People are just getting zapped and they're disappearing. You're like, how is this even happening? But I understand it's because he gets the energy through the reg, blah, blah, blah. But it really doesn't make a lot of sense. It's, of course, it's supernatural and stuff, but that's the biggest downfall to the movie is like the music is really good. The whole setup is pretty cool with the record and the supernaturalness, but it really, it's super flawed within kills. It doesn't have great kills. Yeah, it's it's okay. I will say the 4K looks really good. It sounds really good. But I'm glad I opted out of not getting the big deluxe edition and paying $120 for it or whatever, because that would have been stupid.
How fast did that sell out? Like in 20 minutes or something crazy?
Dude,
like
it was
that?
fast.
It went ridiculous. I'm just happy to get a standard copy and have original artwork on on the inside. So it's pretty cool. So I don't mind the movie. I feel like it could be a whole lot better. It really could. But yeah. Anyways, that's my kind of rant on Trick or Treat. But all in all, I'm not going to tell anybody not to go out and buy a copy if you like the movie or whatever. But
dude, I have a bit of a rant that I could do real quick.
Is this about your power?
No.
Rant.
So, I went to GameStop the other day, to basically buy a game for the Switch, right? And I like playing the Switch. I'm not like a huge gamer like I was back years and years ago, but I enjoy the Switch. I'm partial to the Pokemon games. Moodz is like, what the fuck is a Pokemon?
I don't even know.
But I like the Pokemon games, right? I've been playing them since 1998. I've always played the new games. And I don't buy them usually like when they come out like I used to or anything, but like I pick them up here and there. And I was in the mood to play some Pokemon, which every few years I get in that mood where I just want to run through a Pokemon game. So I wanted to get one of the ones that I missed picking up. And I go to the GameStop, and as a physical media collector, if I'm going to buy a game physically, like I want the game physically, I'm not a big digital guy, even though I do buy some digitally. It is more convenient to buy digitally for games nowadays because they're usually cheaper. But I don't like the aspect of 20 years from now when the servers shut down and stuff, like you might not have access that game you bought anymore.
Well, that's
if you have the
exactly
physical version you can always have access to.
That's what I always talk about music too. I remember when like people started going like full on digital and stuff like, well, Apple Music has this, blah, 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 you know, and then people like got rid of all their albums and shit like that. And I'm like, well, what happens if that's not there later on?
Exactly.
Like you just don't have shit anymore. It's like, fuck. So
that's
anyways.
the same thing with like digital copies, right? Like we've already seen it happen a few times where people lose access to that stuff. So anyway, I go in the GameStop and the game that I want, they don't have any new versions. So they only have used copies, which I'm not totally against buying used. So, but I want the case, like with the artwork and stuff. So I take it up to the counter. I'm like, yo, if I buy this used, first I asked if they had any new copies. No. Said, if I buy this used, do I get this case that was on the shelf? And he's like, looked at me like I was retarded. And he's like, yeah. And I was like, okay, I just wanted to make sure. And so he starts ringing me up and stuff. We start talking about something. I had like some $5 coupon thing that I used. He puts my shit in the bag. I go to look in the bag because I'm like, I didn't see him put that case in there. So I go and look in the bag and I pull out the case and it's like a shitty GameStop, like homemade case that just says like the name of the game and stuff. Yep. And I was like, I thought you said I get the case if I buy this used. And he's like, well, you get a case. And I was like, yeah, but I specifically say, do I get this case? Like the case, like, cause I knew that you guys have these like crappy cases. And he's like, I don't understand, man. What, like the game plays fine. What are you talking about? And I was like, hold on. Whoa, let's like settle down a little bit, bro. I was like, well, the collectability aspect is gone with this case. And I was like, you guys are selling Sega Genesis games over here. Why is the ones with cases more expensive than the ones without?
Right.
And he's like, I don't understand. The game's going to play fine. I was like, I understand that, man. It's just that I want the case with the artwork. Like this case looks bad on the shelf next to all my other games. And he had such a fucking attitude, dude. I wanted to punch his stupid GameStop employee in the face. And
it's like, has he never heard of collectability before?
He's like, I get it. He knew what I was talking about.
Exactly.
He was playing
I
dumb,
get if it's something that you don't care about, like that's fine. But like, just don't be ignorant and pretend that.
Yeah, you're pretend. He tried to just sell it to me because he tried to make a sale because they're pressured to make sales at GameStop. But I was like, all right, well, can I just get like a refund? Because I don't want this.
So you never end up getting the artwork?
Well, hold on. He pulls the game out of the bag. He opens it up, takes the game out of the shitty case, throws the case to the back table where he was, like all angrily, and then goes and like peels the stickers off of the other one and gives me like the good artwork case and puts it in the bag. And he's like, there you go. And I was like, thank you. And he was like, I'll deal with that later or something, talking about the stickers. But I was like, bro, this guy needs punched in the fucking face. Like, do not talk. First of all, don't talk to a customer like that.
Yeah.
Second of all, don't talk to me like that, bro. Like, I ain't some like little gamer nerd that you're gonna just bully around. Like, I'll knock you the fuck out, dude. Like, this guy was a bitch.
So, what was he planning on doing?
Me. He was older than me.
Hey, I was wondering, it was just some kid that just like hated his job. I probably hate my job at GameStop more if I was older than I am now.
I don't understand what he was planning on doing with the empty case without a fucking disc.
It's just they have a display
cartridges for one. But that's what he said. He's like, well, this is the display case. And I was like, all right, man, but
so he has like multiple other discs. Bro. So he has multiple other discs for the same game then, I'm assuming?
It's cartridges.
Yeah.
They're not discs.
Whatever. You know what I mean though.
Yeah. Well, so that's usually how it works is like if someone brings in just a loose cart or a loose disc or whatever, they'll buy it off of the people and then they'll just sell it in a standard case. But the point is, I don't want that shit. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't have bought it if you told me. That's why I asked, because if it comes in one of the shitty GameStop cases, I don't want it. But if it comes in a regular case, I'll buy it. But it's like this fucking, he did give me the case though, but I was just like, this guy was talking to me recklessly, bro. And I'm just like he acted so annoyed about it. And I'm like, this is literally why I clarified, because I didn't want this weird situation, but it just pissed me off so bad when I walked out of there. I was like, this is why GameStop is fucking failing, bro. Like, it's garbage.
Whatever happened to like the customer is right, and whatever happened to good old just, customer service, like just general customer service, like that, like getting pissed off when he fully understands what you are saying to him. He just doesn't want to comply with it because he's fucking being a dick and or being lazy, because it's probably a combination, whatever. He was pissing because he had to take some stickers off there. It's like, bro, you were
that's like when it was the annoying part to him or something, like taking the stickers off, which whatever. But the thing that annoyed me the most is he tried to pretend like he didn't understand what I was saying.
Yeah.
And I was like, bro, you work at a GameStop. You probably play games. You're probably a collector of shit. Like, what I'm talking about. Stop playing dumb, bro. And you can't tell me nobody else has asked this before. Like, I know that people have asked this.
Well, that's what I was going to say. It's like, what are you the first person to go in there and ask for the artwork for your fucking disc?
Right.
Like, who the fuck goes into a UCD store and goes, I just want the fucking disc. I'm just going to put it in one of my fold out car disc sleeve things. Like, fuck, nobody wants that shit. That's bullshit. It's absolutely ridiculous.
It just made me so mad. Here I'm like a 30-some-year-old dude arguing with some GameStop dude about a Pokemon game. So I kind of felt stupid about that too.
Dude, is there a place where you can like go fill out the customer service card and be like, yo, man, this is how much.
I hate doing that shit, man.
I
really do. I don't like complaining.
Me either, man. I've never actually done it before.
But I did think about it. I was like, I'm about to write this dude to like manager or something, because this guy like was an asshole. It wasn't even just about the poor customer service. Like, he was trying to talk to me like I was an idiot. He was like getting all like I was nice about it. Like, I wasn't even mean. I was just like, honestly, man, I want it with the artwork. Like, that's what
I would have just told him when you started taking the stickers. I'm like, bro, if it's gonna make your day any easier, man, just give it to me with the stickers and shit. I got fucking Goo Gone at home and shit. I got I got plastic spatula. I have all that shit.
Those
games I literally do
pill off so good.
Yeah,
too. Like they're like really easy to pill off. Like, they don't leave any residue or anything really. Like,
which makes it even worse that this guy's tripping dicks about that.
Yeah, the case wasn't like the best condition. Like, it definitely has a little wear, but like, I just wanted the fucking artwork, and I wanted it to not look stupid on the shelf. I don't like the way those GameStop cases look. Yeah,
which is so arbitrary, anyways. Because like, I mean, I know collectors, of like, music and shit like that, and a lot of guys will buy used albums, but then they also go home and then replace it. They replace their everything with a brand new case. Yeah. Like, that's how fucking anal some people are, right? Just to get rid of that whatever scuff or kind of old feel to it and shit like that. But I mean, you could do that too. I mean, there's cases available, right? Yeah. Right. I literally buy in bulk too. Like,
I mainly cared about the artwork. I could have bought another case. Like, I just want the damn artwork.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody wants just a fucking
that
disc.
Pissed me off real bad that day. That was Friday.
Dude, that's fucking bullshit.
He went and like went over to like somebody else working, was like, that what an asshole. Did you see that guy?
Yeah. Get out of here, bro. Like I just don't understand where these dudes like come off talking to you recklessly. They're like, that's crazy, man. Like,
I mean, honestly, dude, like, this is why customer service is just, people complain constantly about customer service because it's just not there anymore. People were a lot more polite back in the day.
Yeah.
It's like nobody has patience, and like, I think it's more the laziness, to be honest, man.
And dude, like, I am not a dickhead customer either. Like, I'm not going to be mad about it. I'm not going to be like have an attitude about it. I'm going to just tell you, like, I prefer to have it this way if like we can make that happen.
100%.
You know what I mean? So like, I wasn't even coming at the guy in like a weird way or anything. He just was like he was very like just standoffish from the gate.
Yeah. I mean, that guy obviously maybe his vagina was bleeding that day or something, but there's no way you should be getting all uppy that quick with someone that's just really trying to get what he asked for.
Like, when he threw that fucking box, dude, I was like, you got to be kidding me right now. Dude. This guy's literally.
So was he young? Was he a young kid or was he older?
No, he was older than me. Like, he was probably like, if I had to guess, I'd probably say like 38.
Oh my God.
That's embarrassing.
But
you're like, bro, you're 38 working in a GameStop and you're getting pissed off because I want the artwork. Like, bro, this is your fucking job. This is literally what you do. You get what we ask for. You don't like it, then go find another job.
He looked like not intimidating at all. Like he should not be talking like that to people looking the way he did, bro.
Maybe maybe he's one of those fucking trust fund kids where he only works there because he just wants to be out of the house every once in a while and
wants the discount or something.
Yeah, he's just like, I don't really need to work, so fuck you. I'm gonna throw
it was just wild, man.
That's fucking pretty wild. That actually is pretty funny. It's embarrassing because I keep hearing stories about like this shit, and that's something like, oh, I can't stand, dude. Like, I mean, I personally didn't work a lot of like retail or customer service jobs in my life because I fucking hate people, to be honest. I'm like dealing with, because you get shitty ass customers that treat you like you're the bottom feeder, right? Just because you're working a retail job, like, oh, well, fuck, this guy doesn't know shit. He's a piece of shit anyways. Fucking blah, blah, blah. I can't stand people, but it is a hard job. And I understand how some people, maybe he was having a bad day. I'm not trying to justify it, but, you know, I mean, people say like working at McDonald's is, oh, he just works at McDonald's. It's honestly a hard job, man. Those are tough jobs. And they take a lot.
I worked at Wendy's in high school, and that was one of the shittiest jobs I've ever had.
Yeah, I actually met my wife at a Wendy's, believe it or not. That's when she was in school to become a hairdresser. Stylist, so that was way back in the day. It's fucking crazy, but
that was the one job I got to like dramatically quit.
Yeah, I praise people that, you know, work those jobs for a lot of years, because I'm like, man, you know, you deal with it's just so high, fast paced, and you know you're dealing with grease, you're dealing with greasy people. It's, you know, it's a lot of, it's hectic, man. It's not for me, man. I love my job because I go to work, I sort my mail, I go out and I work by myself all day, and I leave when I want. It's fucking great. Can't beat that shit. You work from home, right, Tyler?
No, I don't work from home.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
No.
I thought you work from home, but then you have to travel a lot too. Okay.
Well, I work on the road, and I work in an office, and then I travel a lot for like conferences.
So do you have, when you go to your office job, do you have to wear like a suit and tie and shit every day?
No, but I generally have to like go out and you know, like wear something like business. That's why you see like sometimes like where I'll be podcasting in like a dress up like a dress shirt, because I'm like a lot of the time I'm meeting with like business owners and going to like training seminars with like regional reps and stuff. So you gotta
look the part.
Yeah.
See, I avoided that shit like the plague throughout my whole life because I hate dressing up. Like, you catch me at a wedding and shit, it's.
Yeah,
some place I gotta be formal. It's pretty, like, I mean, those are the only time you'll ever see me look like that.
Yeah, when I was gone last in the middle of the week, there was like a banquet I had to go to on Thursday night. And I had a whole suit on. I had like a sports jacket and all that.
Yeah. I just don't feel like I'm myself when I'm dressed up like that. It's weird. Doesn't work.
I don't know. I kind of like it. It's not something I ever had to do before, but I kind of have fun with it.
Yeah, some people like it. I mean,
a lot. Well, you feel bougie because, like, for example, this banquet thing. So I went to. So everyone there like met down to before we got in the banquet. And this is all open bar, and it's whatever you want. And like, there's literally like there was like a pre-game to like the dinner.
Dude, that's some high class white collar shit right there, man.
Like standing around in our suits, like eating like charcuterie boards and sipping on wine.
I love me a charcuterie board out there.
Yeah, then they let us in where there's another open bar, and then they like served us like steak and like appetizers and dessert and stuff.
Steak tartare. But I could just see you guys having the tartare.
Oh god!
The awesome thing my company does is when you go this meeting I went to is like a once a yearly thing. And if it's your first time at this meeting, which means like you just started at this job or you got promoted into this position, you have to go on stage at the end of it with everybody else that's there for the first time, and you have to sing the company song.
Dude, so what the hell?
There's some old school hazing.
Bro,
I don't know about that, man.
It's hilarious. This is the fun of it. Keep in mind,
it's so corny.
And keep in mind, and this is after like 3 hours of the open bar, but here's the catch. You have to drown out the rest of the people booing you on the stage. So you have to sing loud enough together and sing it.
Well, at least they make it into like a big joke, I guess.
Yeah, so you have to like start it over if you mess up. It's pretty funny. There was a stretch for 2 years in a row I was in a different position and I had to like go up on stage.
Oh god.
There's a million people though, so it's usually like, it's not like just you and a few other people. But yeah, it's pretty funny. I like that my company still has a little bit of that old school hazing.
Dude, that sounds awful. Singing the company song, man, dude.
It's so bad too. It looks like a kid wrote it. It's so bad. I remember like 1 year, one of the big execs in the company said, like this is a rite of passage. We don't know where it came from, but this is with the company for a very long time, and they have to go on stage and sing it. And dude, like some people I'm sure don't know what's going to happen either, and they're probably hammered by that time because they've been had an open bar for like 4 hours.
Yeah. Well, at least they do it, after the bar's been open for hours because.
Yeah, I recorded a video of it. And, you can just see like the table like full of like empty like bottles and cans and glasses and stuff like all across the room.
Dude, I've never been to like a function with I've been to some weddings with open bars and those things are fucking messy. Real fucking messy. But like an actual like work thing with an open bar would be so fucked up. Because people see free booze and they're just like, okay, I'm gonna let loose.
Thing. I'm good. I never get out of hand. I'll have a couple drinks. I don't want to do any. I don't want to get to a point where I'm gonna embarrass myself or make myself like look bad in front of people that I would like to have the respect from.
Yeah, I guess it's different when you work like a white collar job. Like if you're working, say if you had an open bar like a blue collar, say like a mill thing or something like that, everybody knows. Yeah. You're like the deer those hunter. Places because that's where you belong, so getting out of control isn't really the biggest worry of yours. It's like
it's a little class. It's all in good fun though. I don't think I've ever seen I've heard people doing some real stupid stuff because they got drunk, but I've never seen anything like that happen.
Man, you know what's fucked up today? I didn't even realize until I went into work and I saw a couple of people like rocking some green shit and stuff. It's fucking St. Patrick's Day, and like we're sitting here doing this show, which we haven't really, we'll get into, we should probably break it down exactly what we're doing and stuff, but it's just kind of funny. Like we've been on such a kick of like, doing these kind of theme shows for every holiday and all this type of shit. And we just didn't do anything for St. Patty's Day this year. I blame JP for that because I know St. Patrick's Day for us hasn't really been a staple.
We did Irish Horror last year.
Did we do it for St. Patrick's Day?
We did.
Okay.
Yeah, we did Irish
this is like 10, 11 years, and I think we've really only done a couple episodes dedicated to St. Patrick's Day.
We've only done Leprechaun and then like the 2 Irish horror ones.
Didn't we do that movie Red Clover or anything? Didn't we?
I don't think we ever actually did that.
Oh, okay.
But
so we really haven't done that many St. Patrick's
There are a few other Leprechaun movies you could do, like Red Clover and Leprechaun's Curse.
I think we talked about doing Red Clover. Maybe that's why I thought we did, because I've seen it before. And I thought maybe
I don't mind it. I like it.
Yeah, but there honestly isn't that much like St. Patty's, theme type horror films. I mean, I think there's a new one out called St. Patrick Massacre or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I think Tony picked it up at Walmart.
Yeah, I saw a bunch of people posting on Instagram today, of course, because it's St. Patty's Day. Everyone's got to show their stacks of St. Patty's films. And of course, everybody on YouTube is doing the Leprechaun ranking. Well, that's really fucking original.
Also, Carly's birthday is today.
Oh, yes, that's right. I actually saw that about an hour before we got on, and I was like, oh, yeah. So happy birthday to Miss Carly. And she is how old now?
28.
She's 28 now?
I wish.
Holy fuck.
Wait.
I swear I met her when she was still in her teens.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, so happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody. This is also the first year that we are doing a sort of March Madness thing on the show. We've done some other March Madness brackets in the past, just like on the Facebook page. But yeah, so this could be... This was kind of thrown together pretty quickly. Like we didn't really, the idea came up on the show, actually.
You got to bear with us because we don't really know what we're doing with this one. We just came up with this idea, threw a bracket together, and then we're basically just going to go through it and just kind of see who moves on and stuff. So, I mean, we like traditions here, so we were kind of thinking this might be like a new thing for March. At least do one of these every year. It could be different theme. Of course, this one that we're doing specifically today is modern directors.
So 64. The rule was they could could only be included if they directed 2 horror films, and also their first horror film was after the year 2000 or after. So basically, we picked 64 directors. There are some we missed, I'm sure. We tried to get like the major ones, but like even on my way home, I was thinking like we could have probably threw Rebecca McKendry on there. She's made a couple.
There was one I noticed.
I noticed a couple too, actually, and I can't remember what they are. But I mean,
it's the guy that made the Smile movies.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so there's a few out there that we definitely missed, but we try to get like the big popular names.
There's only 64 that we could choose, and I mean, we were like breaking down this. We were just kind of throwing out names, and all of a sudden we're like, holy shit, we got this many. I think we could have probably done 2 of these. Like at 264, it's fucking crazy how many directors there is in this modern age. And I know people are going to go out there, are going to say, oh, that, this time is modern. This is just what we set for our boundaries to make it easier. So just like 2000, too, 25 years, that much time, 25 years, we just kind of considered to be this second age of modern, directors and horror and stuff like that. So don't think about it too hard. If we did miss your favorite director, which I don't know, maybe, don't be offended, because it is what it is. There's only 64, and we just kind of threw this together really quick, and we just thought it was kind of a fun idea. So if you guys dig it, then we'll possibly do something else next year. Who knows? It could be whatever.
Yeah. Well, we have a good idea for next year that I'm actually pretty excited for. If we end up doing it, I think it'll be a lot of fun.
Right.
Because it's just it's just a fun, different type of episode. We spend so much time just doing review episodes, and every now and then it would be cool to just branch off and do some other stuff, which we have done in the past, I think. But we're literally 11 or so years into this at this point, or 12, I think. Are we in 12 now?
Yeah, 12.
And we're still trying to come up with some new stuff every once in a while, so it keeps the show fresh. I think it's fun. Another aspect of this that we did is we actually was trying to figure out, do we put it at random or do we seed them based on something?
Right.
We decided to seed them. And the way that we seeded them, I think it's not perfect, because honestly, I think the perfect way to do it would have been to do what we did, but then throw a modifier for the amount of films that, like, more films is better. Like if you have more films than a higher average, better than lower films than a higher average, because it's definitely heavily leaned towards guys who have made like 2 or 3 movies but are bangers. It's a bit weighted. So if you put like a negative modifier for under 5 films or something, where you subtracted some points for that probably would have been the better way to do it. But it was quick. We did it quick, and this was the easiest way. So what we did is we took the director. I just went to Letterboxd, took the director, put him in, changed it to just his directing credits, and then also changed it to just horror, just to make it easy and fast. I didn't want to sit there and debate like, well, is this one a horror? Should this count or whatever? So that did affect some people's averages, because there are some people that had a like film that people kind of maybe lump into horror, but it wasn't labeled as horror on Letterboxd.
Yeah.
So it can affect positively or negatively. There were a couple other things. So the highest that anybody was able to get on an average was 2 people got 3.833. So almost a 4 average rating. Both of those filmmakers had only directed 2 or 3 films though. The absolute lowest average was Moodz' boy, Dustin Mills, coming in the 64th seed.
I saw that and I was like, I was actually kind of stunned by that. That's great. But then again, he's also directed probably like 15
movies. Yeah. And so I actually couldn't even use Letterboxd for him, because I think Letterboxd, if you don't have a specific amount of ratings on your film, it doesn't give you an average. So I actually went to IMDb, averaged his films, and then divided it by half to get the Letterboxd equivalent. So that's how I got his. There were a lot more filmmakers about 29 filmmakers had 3 or higher average rating. So not that many. An average rating is gonna fall. It's you have. I mean, dude, think about it. If somebody just goes on there and rates it a 1, just because they are a hater or whatever, it can lower. So
exactly.
So you're not gonna have somebody with a 4.5 average. It's gonna be extremely rare to have something like that. Also, another thing that I noticed while doing this is basically anybody who had directed a segment in ABCs of Death or a VHS film had their average dropped.
Oh yeah,
there's a lot of people who have directed segments or things in the VHS films and ABCs of Death. Like, so
I was going through the directors and I was just kind of click on just to like refresh like what they directed and stuff, and I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, everybody directed an ABCs of Death in VHS. Yes. It's fucking wild, man.
And like I think all of the VHSs are like
and same with Tales of Halloween. There's like so many people
that one too. Tales of Halloween. So like the anthologies, in hindsight, I probably should have took them out just because it's not really fair to judge a director specifically on an anthology when they only did one segment, especially in ABCs of Death, which is, one segment out of 26 or whatever.
Yeah.
So, but I'd already started, so I was like, I'm not going to bother with that. But essentially, we got a ranking of the quality of film based on general audience opinions on Letterboxd, and we seeded them based on that. So that's how everybody was seeded. Like I said, you're going to see the higher seeds, lower films, because we didn't do any type of modifier or anything. But that's just the way the ball rolled for this quick. We put this together in about less than a week's time, so we didn't really have a lot of time to hammer out the details, but I'm pretty happy with how the bracket turned out based on the short amount of time that we've had.
So how did you construct a bracket after? Because some of the matchups it doesn't seem like it's 1 versus 64 or 2 versus 63 or like, high versus low. See, my idea with the bracket originally, I wanted to see it as, which you couldn't do it, was actually having 4 16 brackets, right? So having 4 number 1 seeds and then having, just for the potential of
basically is that it's just the numbers aren't the same. So like 1, 2, 3, and 4 would all be number 1 seeds. So seed 1, seed 2, seed 3, seed 4 would all be number 1 seeds. Yeah. Seed 5, 6, 7, 8 would all be seed 2 through 2, 2, 2, 2. So for example, and technically it's still the same matchups if you had done it that way. We're still got the same matchups. It's just the bracket looks different because the number 1 seed would have faced the number 64 seed, but it would have been a 16 seed, but it would have been the lowest 16 seed.
Right.
So it still ends up being the same matchups.
Right.
But yeah, any questions about how I put it together other than that?
No, I think it's pretty basic. So the general idea is 64 directors. It's like sudden death elimination, man. You win, you move on. And that's pretty much what it is. So we explained how we did. We just throw names. Like you said, it's not going to be 100% perfect. There's probably some that are missed, but that's also due to the fact there is so many fucking modern directors out there.
Especially since we said 2 films gets you in.
Yeah, it's actually pretty fucking wild. And like I even threw around the idea of like just doing 64 males and is doing a separate one for females, because to be honest, the female directors have just stepped their game up, and there's so many good ones right now that we could have an entire bracket just for female. Like the female directors right now are killing it, absolutely fucking killing it. For the people that don't really follow the directors' names and stuff like that, some of your favorite films out there are probably directed by women right now, which is awesome to see, because that was never really a big thing in horror films, to be honest. And it is now. It really is now. So that's pretty fucking awesome. I love to see that. So
and another person, like we had thought about including people like M. Night Shyamalan, who directed one film in the 90s and the rest of his filmography was all 2000 plus, but we just decided against it to simplify it and just put a set rule.
I think it's a smart thing to do, because if you do it for one, you make an exception for one, then you got to keep making exceptions. So
you have to do way more research to find out who would like
Yeah, and there is directors here that did a couple shorts in the 90s, but we're talking about full-length films. Like their actual, featured film career started in the 2000s, right?
Right.
Because a lot of these guys would have done films, say in college and stuff, and they're on IMDb, from years prior or whatever. So it doesn't, it is what it is. But
yeah,
I gotta say though, man, I was thinking about this yesterday while I was waiting for your power to come on. I was like, this is the first time in 288 shows I have not done 1 minute of prep for. It felt so weird. It felt so weird coming into this show going, I feel like I'm so underprepared because I did nothing. I mean, the only thing I did was just kind of go through the directors and just kind of familiarize myself with some of the ones I can place the names, but I can't. And I'm like, their filmography comes up. And I'm like, oh yeah, totally. Right.
I was going to try to watch a movie from everyone so that I at least have one film of every director, but there's too many. I was like, nah.
I was wondering if there
wasn't one director I hadn't seen the majority of the films by. Like, it was crazy.
I think that there's a few that I've only seen one for and stuff like that, but I think I've seen at least one from everybody that's on this list.
Yeah, there's not one director I haven't seen.
There's a handful.
Okay, so that could change some things here with that, because basically we're doing a vote. Like,
I actually, that's something I did want to mention though too. People are probably wondering, like, this would have been a good episode to have, a guest on or something like that, but we would have to have at least two guests on because we have to keep it uneven because we need a winner, right? So we just, I mean, it's not like we didn't throw around the idea, just no one kind of jumped at it.
Was like, didn't have the time really to put it together. But next, if we do it again next year, I would like to have 5 people, because I think that kind of makes it a little bit more interesting.
Right, totally. And I mean, it'll extend the show probably by 3 or 4 hours.
That's what I mean. It's like two people could just be like, yeah, I agree, and then end the discussion.
So I don't really know how long this is going to take, but we should probably get into it just in case it takes a really long time.
Yeah, I mean, we might as well, right? We might as well. So
yeah.
So I have the bracket up here. I'm going to list off the directors. We'll talk a bit about them, and then we'll put in our votes.
Yeah. If it goes
so quick, we are going to be going. What's that?
Okay, so just before that, I just wanted to mention one thing. Actually, this is kind of like just kind of a sidetrack tangent thing. It just got me before I forget about it. So it's kind of like an ongoing joke on this podcast for basically years with myself and stuff like that. About how I always make fun of people that don't want to, watch subtitled films and stuff like that. Because I always chalk it up to just being lazy or whatever, I'm just like, stop being lazy, read your films. It's like, whatever. The whole thing actually started, I'm not going to mention Buddy's name. He's a YouTuber. And I'll never forget this. It was like 2013 or 14 or something like that. I was watching one of his videos, and he had won a contest, and the film was sent to him and stuff like that. And so he was talking about the movie that was sent to him, and he's like, yeah, I really appreciate, you sending this movie over to me because, the contest, blah, blah, blah. But he's like, I couldn't watch it because it's subtitled. And it was Martyrs. It was the Martyrs original film. And he said he popped it in, and he's like, it's subtitled, so I can't read it. And I remember, I'll never forget watching this video and laughing out loud and going, I almost said his name out loud because he actually lives by me in Canada. And I was like, bro, seriously, you're going to not watch Martyrs, like literally one of the best modern horror films, because it's subtitled? And that was when the whole thing started with me going, people, stop being lazy. Read your films. It's not that hard to do. And on that note, I just want to kind of give a little bit of context to that. But I must have brought it up on maybe the last show or something like that. But anyways, this guy named Mike Moore, he comments on the show quite often. So shout out to Mike Moore. And he wrote, and this really put me in my place. And, I mean, it is a running joke. I'm not specifically telling people that, I'm not really making fun of people. It's just kind of a joke. But he said, I'm dyslexic, so I understand some subtitles are or can be hard to keep up with the read, but seems to me it would be way cheaper just to do a dub for a foreign film than to make some watered down American remakes. I don't know, it's weird to me, even though some subtitled movies, I'm thinking of movies, are hard for me to keep up with being dyslexic. And I never put it into perspective of like some people just probably can't actually do it. like mentally do it. And I felt actually really shitty when I read that comment, and it took me like a day to respond to it. And I really apologized for it, but I was like, man, that kind of sucks, because now I feel like a shithead. You know, like I never put in perspective that people are actually like can't keep up with the subtitles and stuff. And I always talked it up to being people, you know, being lazy and stuff. So I do apologize. It has been a joke. I wasn't really being fully 100% serious, but just understanding that, you know, coming from that angle of being dyslexic and having reading issues and stuff like that, I'm like, fuck, maybe there's more people
one
there
of the
than
reasons
I think there is like that. So yeah,
one of the reasons that I've always been a little more sympathetic towards it is because when I first ever tried to do it, it was Ring, the Japanese Ring film.
Ringu.
I had bought it from FYE and I couldn't keep up with it. Like, I was always a slow reader, so I actually had trouble I just couldn't do it. And then once I got a little older and like was more capable, I was able to do that. But I just couldn't like catch what was happening on screen and the words at the same time.
Yeah.
Like, so it was a bit of a learning like disability type of thing for me at first. So
I think for some people
just aren't able to do it.
I think for some people it just takes practice though too. Like, I mean, not bragging or nothing, but like I was always a really good reader. As long as I'm reading something that's, you know, written properly, you can read. Sometimes I'll fumble, but anyways, the point is I never had issues reading. But I remember taking film classes in college, and there was actually a portion of this one class where they actually teach you how to read subtitles and watch the screen at the same time. I thought that was really interesting. And like, I never thought about it, but at that point, you know, I'd watch fucking probably 1,000 movies subtitled, but like the way they taught you, I was like, holy shit, that's really interesting. You don't really have to read everything, right? You can just like, for some people, like for me, I can look in the middle of the words, in the middle of the line, and just read both ways and just figure out what's going on, like figure out the words that way. Where some people, they start from the left and try to go right, and then that's when you start losing, you know, the capability of keeping up with it too. I'm not going to say like I've run into the odd subtitles where it has been so fast, even with my eyes, like I'm looking and it's just flashing back. I'm like, holy fuck, I missed that. I'm like, that's crazy. I actually started laughing one time I was watching a film and I'm like, this is crazy. If I can't keep up to this, this is fucking wild. So in that case, that's kind of a special one, but there is a way to do it. And I thought it was really interesting. They kind of teach you to like, look here and just kind of, you almost use your periph when you're looking straight on, but you're watching the screen and you're reading at the same time. It's hard for me to explain because I'm not a good teacher, but it made sense to me while they were talking about it. I was like, holy fuck, that totally makes sense. So, but anyways, shout out to Mike Moore. Yeah, I've, you know, just kind of put some clarity to my, you know, to my joke, you know, like I said, I mean, I'm not trying to offend people by, you know, assuming that they're just being lazy, but I mean, in some cases, and I'm not again to mention some names, I know these people definitely do not have you know, learning or reading problems. Yes, and they're just choosing not to. They are legitimately lazy. So they're probably JP's cousins, a bunch of Mexicans. So
yeah, you guys suck.
No, but for real though, like I just, you know, thanks for the comment, and I just wanted to touch on that before we move on because I had it noted. So yeah, thanks, bud.
Gotcha.
So
cool.
But on that note, yeah, we should probably move on to this bracket because once again, I have no idea how long this is going to take.
Yeah, and I have no idea who's going to win. Honestly, I really don't.
Yeah.
So
here are the tournament brackets.
Yeah, we're going to do it. We're going to go by seed order. So we're doing 1 seed, then 2 seed, then so on. So not the order of the matchups on the bracket, just so you guys are aware. So yeah, also there are a couple of directors on here that are 2 people. If the people had only directed films with each other, if their entire filmography is only with each other, then we kept them together. If they didn't, then we separated them.
Yeah.
So the very first matchup, the guy with the number 1 seed, is Jordan Peele. And he is taking on Mr. Dustin Mills, who is the 64th seed. How do you feel about that, Moodz?
Well, I feel like this is just completely unfair. It's like
Squash match.
So of course, Jordan Peele, known for Get Out, Us, and Nope, and he is currently making another film. Dustin Mills is a independent, pretty much no budget, like make the movie, do it yourself style filmmaker. He has a ton of movies such as Apple Cart, The Ballad of Skinless Pete, Her Name Was Torment, Slaughterhouse Slumber Party, Puppet Monster Massacre, The Hornet's Sting and the Hell It Caused. He has some good titles, like names to movies.
Yeah, his
Like,
movies have great
cool
title
titles.
names.
Yeah, Snuff It, Kill That Bitch, Her Name Was Torment 2, Ouija, Blood Ritual, Bath Salt Zombies, Easter Casket, Zombie A-Hole, Night of the Tentacles, Halloween Spookies, Slit Mouth Woman, Invalid, Theater of the Deranged 2, The Hornet's Disciple and the Scars She Left, Don't Answer the Door, Rip, Rest in Pieces, A Black Heart and White Hell, Neon Doom, Parting Up, and
It's like
Slipknot Chapter 2.
We should know. We should note actually, because since people are fans of Dave, Dave is in a lot of these movies too. Actually, Dave shows his penis in quite a few of these movies. I always say that every time he's in a Dustin movie, he's showing his dink. That's
Yeah, I've always heard that he shows his dick in a couple of these.
Yeah, he does actually.
Which one's Dave? I don't want to see that.
But Skinless Pete actually made my top 10 one year. I think that was like 2013. Like, I really like that. Like, the one thing about Dustin Mills that's really interesting is that he simply is very creative and original with his ideas for his movies. Like, and he's, he always does something a lot different. He's actually remaking the Puppet Monster Massacre right now because it's like a puppet movie that he did. He wants to like just kind of do it better. I think it's really unique though. But all of his movies had these really interesting ideas and they're always so different and shit. Like Invalid, I thought that movie was really fucking cool. Maybe with the exception of Ouija, Blood Ritual, I think that was the one miss. I know Dave doesn't really like that movie either. But that's one thing I'll give it up to Dustin Mills, indie filmmaker with a lot of different original ideas and a lot of ambition. Got to give it up to him. But like, against Jordan Peele, it's like, it's just such an unbalanced, unfair matchup. But then again, that's where seeding comes in. And I mean, if this was sports, the number one team is there for a reason because they won the most games, and the number 32 or 64, whatever it is, you're there because you lost too many.
So there's actually a lot of films of his that did have good ratings. Like there's a few films that have over a 3 average, but there's a lot that have a very low average. So it definitely brought down his average score.
Yeah, I think my favorite shit, man. Like I love the Puppet Monster Massacre, man. Skinless Pete, Kill That Bitch is really good. Her Name Is Torment's pretty cool. It's Snuff It is just fucking hilarious, man. Like it's another kind of puppet thing. Invalid is a really interesting idea. I really like that one. Like Slaughterhouse Slumber Party just sounds so generic, even though we were just talking about like how good his names are and stuff. That movie is actually really fucking good. It's really good. It's clever in itself and what he does and stuff. And man, I don't know. I think Dustin Mills is just one of those guys that's completely slept on. Doesn't get the love, and he's been doing it for a while. So.
Yeah, he actually, Bloody Disgusting, years ago, put out an article on the Skinless Pete movie, and it got a lot of traction, which is probably why it's his number 2 most popular movie on his Letterboxd directing credits. That is the only one I had seen. I do own Her Name Was Torment, but I have actually just never watched it. But so my vote is going to be for Jordan Peele. Even though I do think that it's a cool opportunity to shout out Dustin Mills and have people check out the movies. I know Moodz is a big fan. But Skinless Pete was pretty awesome. I did like that movie. So I do recommend checking that one out at least.
I mean, honestly, I was a fan of Dustin Mills films before Parker even started, kind of starting his films too. So, it hasn't, the connection is there. Yeah, I know. I've seen his wanger so many times; it's ridiculous. But yeah, no, just sometimes it's hard to talk about films that you have friends and stuff. Like you know how it is, JP. Like Harley's, it's tougher to talk about them. But like I said, I just wanted to note that I was a fan of Dustin Mills before Parker became part of the kind of that universe. So. But yeah, without question, I mean, you got to give it to Jordan Peele. My vote is for Jordan Peele. I think that. Even honestly, I need to go back and rewatch Nope. It's definitely my least favorite. In fact, his movies have kind of went down for me. With that said, I mean, Get Out is awesome, and
I like Nope. I've seen Nope twice. I liked it more the second watch.
Yeah. I think I did too. Us for me is my favorite at this point. I think that Get Out is commercially his best. It's what everybody likes, but I think there's so much like hidden things and like cool shit in Us. I just really like that movie. And I think it's like it's pretty unique too. So Us has become my favorite, but I'm curious to see if he can keep making good movies because his movies are good.
Yeah, it's 2025. He's been directing. His first film was, I guess in 11, but if you want to start at Get Out in 17, so it's been 8 years. He's only done 3 films, so
yeah. And his next one's scheduled for 26, I believe.
Right. So like when I first watched Get Out, I liked it. And then when I watched Us, I liked that a lot more. And then when I went back and watched Get Out, I actually prefer Get Out to Us. So
I love the 5 on It remix, dude. The shit hits so hard. It's so creepy. I just love how he took that song and made it into the movie. But I assume you're voting for Jordan Peele, Tyler.
The Loonies were loving that shit too, man. It's like
for Jordan Peele, I kind of have some opposite experience from you guys. I really don't like Us at all. I've seen Us 3 times now, and every time I've liked it less every time. Get Out though is a movie I was a little critical of at first, but I really like Get Out now. Get Out has become kind of a comfort movie for me. I wouldn't call it like one of my like top 100 favorite movies, but it would be like right on like the orbit of that. I've probably seen it like 6-7 times. It's just a movie like I'm always looking. It's an easy watch for me. I love that like Bradley Whitford's in it. Not reprising, but he gives me his Eric from Billy Madison vibes in it. So I always enjoy that. I've liked that movie the more time I spend with it. I'm also a really big fan of like Keith Stanton, who's only in the movie for like a minute, but I think he like crushes it in like the minute he's in the movie. So I like that movie a lot. I liked Nope more the second time I watched that. I've only seen one Dustin Mills movie, and I really, really, really did not like it. So Dustin Mills isn't exactly for me. But that's just not my cup of tea.
Well, I mean, like I said, though, with his movies, they're all completely different. He doesn't do the same movie twice. Which movie
did you see, Tyler?
I've seen Kill That Bitch.
I love that movie.
I picked that up because I had heard a lot of... This was probably like 2013, 2014. And I had heard a lot of good things about him. So I saw his movie at a convention. I was like, okay, I'll try this. And I watched that home, but I didn't like it at all. I had a rough time with it.
Okay, so with that said, Jordan Peele moves on. Next up, we're going to move down to the number 2 seed, which was Mr. Robert Eggers. And my man, Robert Eggers, is most known for his, I guess, feature debut, which was The Witch. Also happens to be my favorite film of the last decade, the decade before this decade, I guess. Then he went on to The Lighthouse, which on first viewing in the theater, I wasn't as high on it, but now I love it. I think, which is also the case for The Witch. And then he did The Northman. It's not really a horror film at all. But you can maybe give him points for directing that. I'm not sure. And then his most recent film is Nosferatu, which is, of course, the readaptation that came out this past year of the classic vampire tale that is based on Bram Stoker's Dracula. So quite an accomplished filmmaker at this point. I think a lot of people really like his films. And unfortunately, he's going up against the son of Clu Gulager, which is John Gulager, who got his start on Project Greenlight, which was a reality TV show where basically I think it was made by Dimension or the Weinstein Company, where these different filmmakers tried to do challenges, and the winner was going to have a film greenlit and basically put out, and that film was Feast. So Feast, he was the winner of Project Greenlight, John Gallagher, and he made Feast. Unfortunately, it didn't get the push that it was sort of like led to believe was going to happen if you won that show, but it has become a cult film, a favorite of people. He then went on to direct Feast 2 and 3, which are less good. You could tell they had less money, but still pretty fun, honestly. I enjoy those movies. And then he also directed Piranha 3 Double D, which we recently reviewed last summer. I think we enjoyed that one as well. And then probably one of his worst movies is Children of the Corn Runaway, which was just a keep the rights Children of the Corn movie for the Weinstein Company. He also did Zombie Night, which I've never seen, and Seven Cemeteries, which I've also never seen.
So which matchup are we on right now?
Robert Eggers versus John Gallagher. 2 seed versus 63rd seed.
I'm surprised he was that. Oh, I guess I wouldn't. Feast is a pretty decent movie though, so I've been surprised he's this low.
Well, his 2 last films that I mentioned, Zombie Night and the other one, Seven Cemeteries, kind of brought his rating down. Children of the Corn brought his rating down a bunch. That's a 2 point. I gave that film a 1.5 out of 5. So,
well, there you go.
Not a good Children of the Corn film. In fact, it might be. I think it's in our Hall of Pain. So this is a Hall of Pain director here.
Very prestigious.
The Feast films would be fun to do. We've never done those before. But what do you? I mean, do you guys? My vote is for Robert Eggers.
Yeah, I had to rip off. I had to go deal with the dog there for a second, but I was looking at the way the bracket was, and I had to like find it because I thought it would be like in order, but it's not. So
yeah, just look for number 2 seed and then number 3 seed.
Yeah, okay, because that's what totally screwed me up. I was like, what are we on here? I'm like, this isn't what I'm. Okay. So what made the
Children of the Corn Runaway?
It was in the Hall of Pain
movie.
Yeah.
Dude, that's
yeah.
crazy.
There's 3 Children of the Corns in the Hall of Pain, 5, 6, and Runaway.
Wow, that is crazy. That's crazy. I actually do like, most of this. I mean, Feast is fun. 2 and 3 is like one movie that was chopped in half, I swear.
Yeah, it definitely had less money, but they're fun.
Yeah, I mean,
and we like 3 Double D.
Yeah, and Zombie Night is actually pretty fun, man. I like that movie. It's not bad. It's better than Children of the Corn Runaway. But
so you're voting for Gallagher, right?
Right. Oh man, I mean, again, it's just like one of those things. It's like,
there's going to be a handful of squash matches here at the beginning, but yeah. So I assume everybody's voting for Eggers.
Yeah, I mean, Eggers is one of those guys that's like almost impossible to, like, I mean, his seeding is based on that he's done 2 films, 3 films, I guess.
Nosferatu.
Yeah,
and if you count the Northman.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Northman, but
yeah, I think it's just up there with the same quality as like the Nosferatu.
Yeah, I said 2 because I haven't seen Nosferatu yet, but yeah, The Witch and the Lighthouse are fantastic. Obviously,
I just think Nosferatu is his weakest movie.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, it is his weakest movie.
I thought
I think it's also because it's an existing property. I think we talked about that on the top 10 show. I think that he's best when he's just doing something that he wants to do originally, without any pre things that he has to match, you know what I mean? Because you have to have certain scenes in that and tell it a certain way to really, I don't know. I think we'll see what he does on his 4th film or his 5th film. We'll see what happens with that if it's a new property.
The Northman, I liked, but I wanted it to be better.
Same.
Yeah,
I had the same.
I know exactly that because it seems so deterministic. There's like they tell you a legend and then it just happens, and you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I know, right? It's kind of disappointing,
no subversion at all. You almost just don't believe that the movie's gonna end like that because it just tells you.
Right.
Like, yeah, just like we drew it up.
Okay, so we have he moves on there. And Robert Eggers moves on, and the next matchup is the 3rd seed Ari Aster taking on 62nd seed Patrick Lussier. And so Ari Aster knocked it out of the park with Hereditary. That's where everybody sort of figured out who he was. He then followed it up with, I think, the phenomenal Midsommar. And then he did Beau is Afraid, which I've still not seen. And if you want to count some of his short films, the strange thing about the Johnsons is pretty rough watch.
It's one of the best shorts ever made, in my opinion. One of the best shorts I've ever seen. Like, oh, dude, it just hits so hard. It's literally just, it thumps, man. If you know what I mean. It's pretty awesome. That is an incredible short to start your career. But I agree. I love Hereditary. A lot of people don't. You know, it's definitely one of those movies that kind of split people a little bit. I think it's great. Wrong. I was completely almost taken back by Midlamer because I was so appalled how much I didn't like that movie, and I still can't get into it. I just don't. I can't do it. And I
mean, it's right there with Hereditary for me, especially after watching the extended cut that really kind of focused more on the relationships.
Shorter, so it's like what, like 30 minutes longer, and it feels shorter.
I just feel like every time I've watched Midsommar, I think twice now. Like I just felt like both times I was like, I'd rather watch The Wicker Man every time. I can't separate myself from it, but like it just feels like it's the same thing, but it's obviously its own thing. But I don't know, man. I have a lot of issues with that movie, like just the development of narrative characters, just the way things happen. I don't know. There's so many things in that movie.
The extended cut?
No, I haven't. I haven't actually. No.
Yeah, that helps with that a lot. They really kind of like make the relationships more of an important aspect of the film.
Is Beau is Afraid? Was it part of the rating system? Was it considered to be horror?
No, it was
okay.
not.
Okay, I was curious on that.
He only had the 2 films in his average. So the other director here is Patrick Lussier, who, let's be honest here, a little bit of a rough filmography for director. Probably his best film is My Bloody Valentine, the remake. Drive Angry with Nicolas Cage is on there. Dracula 2000, Dracula 2, and Dracula 3. He directed all 3 of those for I guess the Weinsteins.
Dude, this guy is like the king of doing sequels and remakes. Like he did his first film that he's credited for was The Prophecy 3 in 2000.
Yeah, Prophecy 3.
Then he does Dracula 2000, which is essentially just an updated version of Dracula. Then he does the sequels himself. Then White Noise 2, which was awful. My Bloody Valentine remake, which is what it is. It's okay for what it is. It's nothing like the first one. But like that's weird, man.
Other films, Aftermath, which is from this year, Play Dead, which is from 2022, Trick from 2019. I think
Aftermath is from
that one.
Did it actually come on 25 or 24?
24 is what it says.
Yeah, you said this year. It's 2025.
Oh yeah, duh. Flesh and Blood from 2018. I've only seen 2 of his movies, 3 maybe. I think I might have seen White Noise. He is doing the next 47 Meters Down film as well. It's scheduled for him, but yeah, I genuinely like My Bloody Valentine.
Did you not see Trick?
I didn't watch Trick. I heard that was the script that they were doing for, was it this film?
Yeah,
that they were doing for Halloween 3, the Rob Zombie 3rd film.
Yeah,
that they kind of reworked into this movie Trick.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly how the story goes for this. And
was it any good?
It's has its moments. It's not very good though.
So my vote is for Ari Aster. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go with the A man here. I'm sure we'll talk about him later on when.
Yeah.
Well, Hereditary is by far better than anything that Leslie has ever done. So,
yeah.
I mean, even with his small filmography and a film that I don't really care for, it's like, obviously you got to go for Ari Aster.
I'm holding myself a little bit until we get some competitive matchups with these guys where there's some real comparing and contrasting.
But I did like Beau is Afraid though, even though it wasn't it wasn't part of the rating system, so whatever. But I thought that was
it's horror adjacent. Like if you're a horror fan, it's a movie that's like
I think we can count for discussing their filmography for this tournament. I just wasn't using anything that didn't come up as horror to basically like rank them, just because I wanted it to be as simple as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
Where is our next?
Ari also doing some strong producing work. I know he's producing another movie right now, and he did Dream Scenario with Chris Christopher. What's his name? Christopher Borgley is his name, I think.
You heard of Chris Christopherson? Well, I'm pissed.
I almost said that. Like Christopher Borgley. What a debut. Dream Scenario and Sick of Myself as your debut year.
Yeah. So this next guy, I was actually surprised. This guy would have been a number 1 seed based on average rating. And he comes in at the 4th seed, and it is Luca Guadagnino.
Guadagnino.
Is that how you pronounce that?
Guadagnino.
Got to get hooked on phonics, or
so this guy only 2 credits in horror.
He only has 2 credits. However, he is directing the American Psycho remake.
He is directing the American Psycho remake. And there's also a movie called Queer that looks like it could be horror.
I haven't watched it yet. It's adapted from a novel by the same guy who wrote The Naked Lunch. So it's probably kind of in that kind of sphere of horror adjacent, but I've never don't call it a horror movie. But yeah, I want to watch that movie. I've heard really good things about it.
So he's noted for directing, of course, the Suspiria remake, and
which
polar
I'm
opposite.
not the biggest fan of, but it has a really high average score. I know Dave Z is a big fan of it. I think it was his number 1 that year.
Yeah,
I think Tyler likes it pretty good.
I like it. I didn't really like it as much as it came out when it came out, but Suspiria is like a very close movie to me, and I think like as time like has gone by, I've like been able to separate myself like from being like the Suspiria stand. And this does exactly what a remake's supposed to do, and not just be a carbon copy of the original one. And he has he's a very talented director, and it's nothing like Argento. So I'm glad that he was able to create. Even this movie is kind of the way Suspiria is really not like a lot of his other movies. So thinking back on it, and now having seen a bunch of his other movies, I think I like that movie a lot more now. I'm looking forward to watching it again whenever that may be.
I always feel like the Suspiria remake is a great example of like a lot of people. Their biggest complaint with the original Suspiria is like, oh, it doesn't have any story. It doesn't really have like a solid narrative to it, And I'm like, okay, whatever, man. I guess you're just not really getting it. But and then people are like, well, the Suspiria remake, if they remade it, they need to make it with a little bit more story, a little bit more narrative, kind of thing. So the remake comes out and it does that. It throws in a lot more story and narrative and stuff.
Of it.
And I feel like that's exactly what's wrong with the movie, because it just seems so elongated to me, and I don't know, man. It doesn't work for me at all. But I think that's, it's a great example of, how that kind of backfired on the fans. Like, we want a little bit more narrative and story, and then they give it to you, and it's like, it just doesn't work as well. In my opinion, it didn't work for me at all. And I wasn't trying to be like, oh, I'm a big fan of Suspiria, I'm going to hate the remake kind of thing. Like, I don't need to explain myself. I mean, it's one of those things where, we've learned from our mistakes. Like, I wasn't really going to try and give Maniac a chance when it was coming out, and that movie turned out to be fucking awesome. But then again, you got to separate yourself from the originals and take it for what they are. But I do respect that they tried to do something a little bit different, but I just feel like less is more when it comes to the original Suspiria. It just works a lot better for me. So I'm not a big fan of it. I'm not. As for the other movie, Bones and all, I really enjoyed that movie, which is really bizarre to me because I hate love and anything romantic and that whole realm is just kind of bullshit. But I like this story because the ambiguity to it and like the way like I like the characters. It's a beautiful movie. It flows super well to me. I really was invested in what was happening throughout the whole movie. It never felt long. It never felt boring, where I could see just like it's not like an explosive film. And I get why people could probably fall out of it, but it was weird because I fell into it. I felt the complete polar opposite when I was watching Bonesaw. And I was not thinking I was going to like that movie at all, just based on what the synopsis kind of was for it. And I was like, I don't know how I'm going to feel about this, but every once in a while there's a surprise there, and he kind of did it for me. And, knowing that he had done the Suspiria remake, I didn't have high hopes for it, but it is a polar opposite type film. And I thought it was pretty cool. So I'll give him that one.
This was only my second film I saw by him, and I did like it a lot. This would have been, I think the year this came out was a really weak year in horror, but this would have been my number one that year.
Yeah, it was. I think it was like my number 2 or 3, I think, or something like that. I really loved it. I thought Bones and All was fantastic.
Yeah, I think it's great, but I've seen a lot of his other movies, so this is also a thing that's a little hard for me to separate because I've become a pretty big fan of him. He did the movie Challengers last year along with Queer, so we had 2 movies that came out last year. The tennis movie was Zendaya, and that was one of my favorite movies that came out last year. I was a giant fan of that movie. And I'm also a big fan of that movie Call Me by Your Name that he did in 2018. So he's a very talented director. I think it more comes down to his influence on horror as opposed to his talents.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see what he does with American Psycho, another remake. So we'll see. I mean, the original American Psycho is kind of perfect for the type of movie it is. So I'm not really sure where you go with that. So we'll have to see how that goes.
I think
fits the American Psycho better than what it fits Suspiria. He really has this kind of sexually charged, eccentric quality to his work.
I think doing a remake of American Psycho wouldn't be overly the hardest thing in the world, because I think what the original film did was take the material and just kind of do something right out of left field. You know what I mean? I feel like if you could do something, you could take it from a different perspective, because there's so many theories on what exactly is happening in American Psycho. If you kind of even take that angle and do something maybe a little bit more straightforward or whatever, I think you could change American Psycho quite a bit in a remake, but is it going to be better?
Yeah, I think you can, but it kind of I feel like it's easy to lose the point of the movie. Unless you're trying to make a different point, in which case that would make more sense to do a remake.
But I just feel like with a remake of this, you're going to try and duplicate the fucking your business card scene, and it's just not going to work. Shit like that.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know how much of a remake it's going to be, and because it's also based on a novel. So
well, that's what I'm saying. I said, the original movie is taken from the ideas there, but I think it's a lot different. I've never actually read the source material before, but from what I know, it's I think it's just interpreted a little bit different than the book, but the material might be there. But then again, when you're adapting things from books, you can fucking pretty much just take that material and do what you want with it. You can just do your own spin on. I mean, look at Kubrick with The Shining, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, it's able to do it. I don't know, man. American Psycho is one of those movies I just feel like it's so perfect. It just doesn't need a remake. It doesn't need an update. I mean, especially it's kind of funny because it's a foreign director updating an American film for the American audience.
That is kind of funny.
Actually. It is weird to me because I feel like that's one movie that just doesn't need a remake. It just doesn't need a remake.
No, I wish he would I wish he would just make a different horror movie. If that's what it's gonna be. But I think he's talented enough where I'm interested in it, despite how good that movie is. And oddly enough, so do you remember I don't know how long ago it was, but the guy that they got Parker Finn, the guy that made the Smile movies, got the rights to remake Possession. You guys remember hearing about that? Yeah. So I remember when that happened. I love Possession. One of my favorite horror movies, top 5. And I remember when that happened, I was like, I absolutely do not trust this guy to make a Possession remake. He's done nothing yet.
I just feel like remaking
I'm
Possession.
Still waiting on the guy that did Black Swan. What's his name?
Darren Aronofsky.
Aronofsky to do his Perfect Blue adaptation.
That would be kind of what.
Right.
Yeah, but I think he bought the rights to Perfect Blue to do an adaptation.
There's a scene in Requiem for a Dream that's an homage to Perfect Blue, another film he directed. But what I was going to say about the Possession remake is when that was announced, I thought about if someone was really going to make remake Possession, who would I want to direct it? And I thought to myself, like, Luca is probably the only modern director working in horror I think has the right vision to remake that movie, like even more so than someone like Aster or Eggers, just because their stylistic vision is like so different from what that movie is.
I think that you need to that's a weird one to remake because it's just so out there. It's so insane. Like the performances are so fucking crazy. Like Sam Neill is like, he's almost out to fucking lunch in that one, man. It's just like the argument scenes in that shit. Like I can't imagine that ever being duplicated. I think that would be all dumbed down. Like that alley scene. You think? I think that's going to be there. Like I think a lot of
Well, what also gives me confidence is he just like made a completely different movie with Suspiria, where I think he would like do the same thing. But he has so much experience working in like these like personal, like emotional movies that I think that would translate really well into a movie.
I guess you would know better if you've seen like other material by him and stuff. But like, I mean, just looking at Suspiria, like I understand why he did what he did with Suspiria. It just personally didn't work for myself. I would rather watch the original one all day. Like I just have
so would I.
You know,
I think I appreciate it more.
I'm willing to give it another shot.
I'm not going to say the Suspiria remake is a bad movie because it's not. It's very well made. It's got a lot of good things going for it, and I can see why people like it. It's just not for me, right? Everything's not for everybody.
Well, we'll do it eventually and see how we feel.
Yeah, because the thing that has me curious about that too is I know some people that had never seen the Suspiria original when they saw that, and they're not horror people. But they're very, very high on the remake without having seen the source material. And
most people are, man. It's a very popular movie.
Like, they're not even haters either because they went on to see the original Suspiria and like, wow, this is really great too. I think I like the remake more, but they're also not like, well, this is dumb because of this or this is bad. Like they respect they like both.
All right, let's move on to the other filmmaker that we haven't talked about yet, and that is Luciano Anetti. This was a last-minute entrant because we had somebody on there who was disqualified.
When I was saying that this might be a big upset round one, this was the thing I was talking about before the series.
Really?
Bro, as soon as I saw the matchup on this, I actually didn't know what you were talking about, and I still, actually, until you said that, I didn't know what you were talking about, but it got me thinking.
Yeah, when I saw who he was paired up against, I was like, this could be a big round one upset.
Yeah.
So our director Luciano Anetti directed Abracadabra, What the Waters Left Behind, A Night of Horror, Nightmare Radio, Francesca, and Deep Sleep.
So we did a director spotlight on him, and we did Deep Sleep, Abracadabra.
Like Zam.
Abracadabra. Fuck, I couldn't get that out. And
dude, all you have to do is just say the Pokemon Abracadabra. Those are two different Pokemon.
Yeah, Deep Sleep, Francesca, and Abracadabra were the three films we did. I've never actually seen What the Waters Left Behind, but I heard that was a total miss for him anyways. But
it has an average rating of 2.0. It definitely lowered his score.
Even Dave said it was like a really bizarre film that it doesn't like, if you compare it to what he did with Deep Sleep, Francesca, then he did that movie and then he did Abracadabra. It doesn't like, it's weird. It doesn't fit the mold of what he was doing. It's like he just lost his kind of way. But I've been wanting to check out the new one that he did last year, the 1978. I heard it's actually pretty decent. So,
yeah. So, this guy, we did him for the Giallo. It was like, hold on.
What? Oh, he actually got up.
Hold on.
Okay, yeah. So we did Luciano Onetti for Italian Horror Month. And this was actually the first director that ever appeared on Italian Horror Month that isn't technically an Italian himself. He just does Italian movies. Like, his movies are just straight up Italian. Like, honestly, if you didn't know where he was actually born and raised, you would think that he was. Well, he actually technically is Italian. He comes from Italian parents, hence the name Onetti. But he's actually, I'm not sure where he was actually.
Onetti sounds pretty Italian.
It is very Italian, but he's actually technically not from Italy. But
yeah,
obviously,
we talked about that on the show. I can't remember where he was from.
Yeah, but he comes. His parents, I think his parents are Italian, but he was born in a different country. But he is, like I said, he is the first person ever to appear on Italian Horror Month that actually technically wasn't born in Italy. But he is Italian.
No, he wasn't the first. There's others that weren't born in Italy.
Yeah, okay. Well, whatever. But the thing is, Luciano Netti, that's the most Italian name ever. And he also does Italian-inspired movies, which they're very Italian. They're very Italian. Giallo, they're Giallos, basically.
So, unfortunately, I am going to have to vote for the higher seed, which is Luca. I do like Onetti's movies, but I don't. The only one I really like is Francesca. Whereas I love Bones and All, and I am good on Suspiria. I don't love it, but I'm good on it.
Okay, so I'm voting Onetti for this. So Tyler is going to be the fucking
swing vote.
He's going to be the swing vote here because I love Francesca. I think Abracadabra is dope. I think Deep Sleep is really cool too. So, I mean, he's got 3 movies I like versus Bones and All, which I think is probably the best movie out of them all. But I don't like Suspiria, and that's 1 out of 2 movies. At least Onetti has 3 that I like. So I'm just kind of playing, the number game here, really.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with my boy Luca here.
I had a feeling.
Dude, that's a sellout. You were talking upset here, and then you fucking sold me out.
No, the original person he was against, the seedings messed it up. He was against someone else that I think legitimately could have knocked him out.
Yeah, there are some interesting seeding things that happened after we swapped out a person.
Yeah. Once they've like. One of them's gone or something. I'll tell you who it was. If you don't know who it was, I don't want to influence anything. But
all right, so Luca moves on, and we actually have some really interesting matchups coming up here. So this one is really interesting to me. So we have the number 5 seed in. Where's he at? Edgar Wright.
Right. Interesting.
Directed Last Night in Soho.
I don't understand how this became. How is his fucking why is he so high?
I'll tell you why. Shaun of the Dead honestly one of the highest average scores out of any movie that was included. It has a 4.0.
It's a 4.0. Yep.
Yeah, which is huge in the.
Okay, was Hot Fuzz considered to be a horror film? Probably not.
No.
Right?
So that is also why.
Was The World's End considered?
No. So he only
had
had
kind of
3
consider
horror
The World's
films.
End, I'd say. Yeah.
He had Shaun of the Dead, Last Night in Soho, and Don't, which is that's a short.
That's a short. That's like
Don't doesn't count. So he only
I don't know if I counted it or not.
So he only has 2 movies. He technically has 2 horror films.
But Last Night in Soho also has a 3.4, which is a high rating average.
So what I'm saying, he basically only has 2 films that were eligible for the rating system.
Yeah.
And Shaun of the Dead and Last Night in Soho, because Don't, which is an awesome fucking short, don't get me wrong. I actually parodied that one time when I was showing off my whole Don't movie collection. I used all that. That was really fun to do. But so we have to disclude Hot Fuzz, which I love, and I love The World's End also.
Well, no, we don't disclude it for our conversation. We just discluded it for the seating.
Yeah. You want to hear something
to make it easy?
You want to hear something funny? I've never seen Scott Pilgrim versus the World.
Me neither.
I don't like it.
Why would I?
Okay, because I just thought everyone loved that movie, and it's one of those kind of staple new age movies that everyone loves and has seen.
You only like it if you saw it when you were 15.
Okay, well, when it came out in 2010, I was fucking 30.
Yeah, so you would have watched this and been like, this is No, I'm not the target.
Yeah, I would have been like 18 by then or something. So
Yeah. Okay.
So Last Night in Soho, the Coronado trilogy is like what his films are, what he's known for. I love Last Night in Soho. Shaun of the Dead, I do like it. It's one of those films that it just annoys me that everybody talks about it like it's one of the greatest.
Yeah, I think it's like a very good movie, but it's not a great movie. It's not one of my favorites, but it is like annoying how it just everybody acts like it's incredible.
You know what literally ruined Shaun of the Dead? And I think JP could probably vouch this so too. Is like every single fucking zom-com that came out after had a quote, the best movies since Shaun of the Dead. So Shaun of the Dead was literally being quoted on every single
of like this movie meets Shaun of the Dead. It just was annoying.
And yeah, if it was specifically a zom-com, it was like, oh, this is the funniest movie since Shaun of the Dead, and it was always Shaun of the Dead, and it was like this for years and years and years. It's definitely tapered off now. You don't hear Shaun of the Dead quotes or see them quotes on the back of discs anymore. Thank God. But it kind of ruined it for me a little bit. I'm like, dude, this shit is ridiculous. And, and it was also one of those movies, too, where I was like, everybody that wasn't into horror films loved Shaun of the Dead. And I was like, well, fuck this.
It is true. It's one of those crossover films that everybody loves. I prefer Hot Fuzz to all three of the Coronado trilogy.
See, we're just
I think Hot Fuzz is awesome.
I love our ownership. I love our ownership of horror. Stop crossing over, motherfuckers.
I probably like The World's End better than them all, honestly.
That one's fun.
Hot Fuzz is actually incredibly clever. That shit.
Yeah,
it
actually is. It's probably really good.
Dude, it's so well written. Like every time I watch Hot Fuzz, I'm just like, damn, dude, they wrote this shit so good. Like, it's really good.
And it's the cover is like misleading too. Like you just think it's like a buddy cop movie, but it's darker. So that is our one guy, and this guy, I was shocked to see him this low. For like my dude is the 60th seed, and it is Damien Leone.
Yeah, I actually, when I was doing my copy and paste here to bring up IMDb pages, I was like, really? This is the matchup?
This is who was against Luca round one until Anetti. So I was like, this could knock out Luca.
I'm not joking. I actually thought the seeds were wrong. I thought it should have been the other way around.
I'm surprised he's so low. Like, I thought he would have been more like
mid tier. Like I understand he's not gonna be like top tier, but like I was shocked to see him as the in the bottom 4 directors or 5 directors,
because we definitely have some throwaway directors on here, so it really shocked me that someone that's like 3 like such popular movies.
I don't think there's a ton. I mean, obviously we just passed the one guy who did Feast and stuff. His filmography is not great, but like there's not really a lot of directors on here where I think every director on here I like a film by them. So
yeah, there's probably I'll have to see as the bracket plays out, but of course Damien Leone got his start with like the All Hallows Eve in the Terrifier character. Pretty much mainly has done Terrifier movies since then. Terrifier 1, Terrifier 2, Terrifier 3, and he also threw in a Frankenstein versus the Mummy, which I think was a Wild Eye film. Which I think I own, but I've never seen.
Dude, it is fucking fun, Ben. The only problem with that movie...
Really?
It's fucking... Ben, this is what Damien Leone does. He makes movies...
Are you calling me Ben?
I said bros.
Oh.
He makes long fucking movies because that Frankenstein versus whatever it is like 2 hours long, I swear to God. Yep, $1.55. So he makes insanely long movies. I actually thought that movie was pretty damn fun, dude. I'm not going to lie. It's fun.
So the promising thing about Damien Leone is I feel like he's getting better as he's making movies.
Well, I think his budgets are also increasing though too. So it allows him to be a little bit like you look at well, obviously Terrifier 1 to 2 was a big step, but I feel like 2 to 3 even felt a little bit better, like in terms of like clarity, like not clarity, but just cinematography. The gore effects are kind of upped in that and stuff. And I do feel like he suffers from a little bit of narcissism, a little bit. Like he has to use everything that he shot. His movies are long. They're fucking long. I don't really mind it because I do enjoy watching Art the Clown character, even though it's a silent character. And this is how you do silent characters. I mean, it could be worse. It could be Michael Myers for fucking 2.5 hours. That'd be fucking fun. Good Lord. No personality. But I mean, this is an interesting matchup, dude. Number 5 versus 60, and I think it's pretty fucking clear who I'm voting for.
I think it's pretty fucking close for me. If I'll let you vote first, then if you want.
See, I'm like very torn because I went into this thinking that we were just voting on the horror films they were doing, not the entire filmographies, which does change it for me a little bit with Edgar Wright. Because to be honest,
you don't necessarily have to do.
It's not the entire filmographies. It's just if you would include it in a horror list, like we can count it.
Yeah.
Like I include Hot Fuzz and The World's End as like horror adjacent.
I mean,
I think exactly. I think they're adjacent enough that like if we're looking at all their work as like as a genre director, that I'm okay. I'm okay with including those.
I like Last Night in Soho. I think it's good. I don't think it's great.
It was my number one that year.
Yeah,
it was a weaker year, but
yeah, I think it's good. Like I enjoy it. Shaun of the Dead has definitely grown on me, which is such a weird thing to say because everyone's like, "What do you mean it grew on you? It should have been your favorite movie ever." Fucking people. Now, Shaun of the Dead is something that I did like when it came out, but I just lost interest in it. Basically, is probably the adjective I'm looking for. Because of just it got so popularized and so I got so bored of hearing Shaun of the fucking Dead. It annoyed the shit out of me. Where when Hot Fuzz came out, I thought that was really brilliant. The World's End is really fun. And that's really all I've seen by him. I haven't seen. Oh no, I did see Baby Driver actually. It was okay.
So who's your vote for then?
I got to go with my heart here, man. I got to take Damien Leone. I'm having a lot more fun with the Terrifier film because I really enjoy the first Terrifier. I'm not a big fan of All Hallows Eve as a fucking anthology, but the short's cool. I do like Terrifier. I think Terrifier 2 is a huge step up, but then I think Terrifier 3, like you said, he's getting better for me. And in the wild card for me is Frankenstein versus Mummy, which I thought was actually a ball of fun.
Interesting. So I'm gonna vote for Edgar Wright because here's why. Last Night in Soho, I actually legitimately love. And I respect and like Shaun of the Dead. It's not like my favorite, but I think it's a good movie. I would watch it. It's more, the reason I don't like it that much is more, has nothing to do with the movie and just like its place in the lexicon out there. And I love Hot Fuzz, and At the World's End is pretty fun. Now, going over to Damien Leone, I think All Hallows Eve's okay. Terrifier is decent, but I don't feel strongly about it. But Terrifier 2 and 3 are great to me. Both made my top 10. I'm at like 8s on both of them, 8.5. And Terrifier 3, I think I like more than 2 now that I've sat on it for a while, but they're very close. So there's really 2 movies there for him where the other guy has like now, I would rather watch the Terrifier movies probably. So it is tough. It's a very tough pick for me. It's super close, razor thin, but I am going to go with Edgar Wright. So
this is a classic case of overthinking the shit out of your explanation. And we just did this again. Now Tyler's going to fuck me reading my butthole again.
Well, I don't know, dude. He likes the Terrifier movies.
Yeah, but I don't think he likes anything Damien Leone more than probably Hot Fuzz.
So this is actually pretty close. So here's the thing: it's hard to. I'm not a big fan of the first 2 Terrifier movies. I think I've always been that pretty clear. But I did like Terrifier 3 a lot. I might actually even like Terrifier 3 more than any of the movies of these directors. So there is something to be said about that. And Damien Leone is obviously more well-planned in horror and has definitely has a lot to look forward to. But if I look at Edgar Wright, I do think even if you just look at Last Night in Soho and Shaun of the Dead, I think I think Soho's pretty good. I'm not like huge on it, but I think it's a pretty well made film. And Shaun is not one of my favorites. I'm not going to say Shaun of the Dead is a bad movie or anything. It's a very good movie, in fact. But I think it comes down to there's just more of a consistent body of work for one director for me. So I am actually going to go with Edgar Wright.
It's like, you fucked me again, motherfucker.
I knew it. I knew it right away.
It was a very close matchup for me.
It is
I'm
close.
not even kidding.
It's not a slam dunk pick.
Had I went first, I maybe would have went Damien, but after thinking about it more, I don't know, man.
You should actually keep a tally. You should actually keep a tally of how many times that it's two against one and me. And I even said this going into this too. I said, I have a feeling it's going to be you two against me this entire time. And already in the first 5 matchups, we've already had 2 go against me.
I don't think it's going to go that way, but we'll see. Okay, so
and I'm not trying to be that dude where I'm like, oh, I'm going to pick the opposite because, you know, whatever. I'm honestly just picking the way I feel. So,
yeah, no, I get it. That's what I'm trying to do too. Okay, so this next one here is another interesting matchup here.
Yeah, this is a weird one.
So we have which one are we on here? 6. We have Caroline Farget. I don't know how to say her name, dog.
Coralie Fargeois.
Is it Fargeois or is it Farget?
Maybe it is Farget.
Okay, Coralie Farget versus Eli Roth. So Eli Roth was the 59th seed. People do not like Eli Roth films.
Again,
I guess films are low rated, dude.
Yeah, I think that's more of like a hater thing because the Eli Roth is not that low.
No, I've always said for years and years and years, and we've had this discussion many times about, I think people can't separate the person from the movies. I think people just don't like Eli Roth as a person. And so it translates into them not liking his films, which is interesting. I get the whole, you know, Hostel thing. Like we talked about, you know, some of the content that's in that film and stuff. Like, and even rewatching it just a couple years back, and like, I'm not one of those like woke persons that like, oh, you can't use the word fag or gay or whatever. But like, my thing is with it though, it just seems so over the top. And when you watch it, it's a little bit cringy for me. And I'm like, fuck, you know, it kind of drives me nuts a little bit watching that shit. But I think the problem is with Eli Roth is that it's not necessarily the movies. It's just that people can't separate the hate from the person and the movies, where you know, there's a lot of directors out there that I personally fucking think are pieces of shit. But do I like their movies? Yeah. I'm not going to mention his name, but you guys know who fuck I'm talking about right now. And he always gets brought up in the conversation. But I think that Eli Roth falls into that category. People can't separate. So, which is kind of interesting because I don't think Eli Roth is a bad director at all. He's very hit and miss with me. I will be the first person to say that.
I actually agree that he's pretty hit and miss.
You know,
if you look at his whole filmography.
He does, man. He's got some really good movies. Cabin Fever is good. You know, Hostel's a fine film. You know, Hostel 2. Thanksgiving is great. I think it's really fun. But then you go and then you talk about The Green Inferno, which I really don't like. I think Knock Knock is a really weak remake.
I love Knock Knock.
Death Wish, I understand, is personally just a, you know, it's a director for hire type thing. But I don't think that movie's any good. I've never seen The House with the Clock in its walls, so I can't.
I like it. It's just like it's essentially like a Goosebumpsy type of movie. You know, it's like a kid movie, but it was fun. It was cool. So Caroline, how'd you say her name? Coralie. So she's only done 2 horror films, I believe.
Yeah.
Revenge from 2017, which was really good. It really was. And the more that I watched it, the more that I liked it. And the fucking Substance, Oscar-winning Substance, which was my number 1 film of last year. Absolutely love it. This is a tough fucking matchup for me. You guys know that I'm probably the bigger Eli Roth fan of most people, you know. But even I admit that Eli Roth's filmography is spotty, but Cabin Fever is a film I love. Hostel 1 and 2 are literally...
Dude, when we did that Eli Roth spotlight, I'm surprised that you could talk as much as you did. Yeah,
we did Hostel 1 through 3 and then Eli Roth
and then
spotlight.
we did Cabin Fever. What were the other films that we did? Cabin Fever.
No, we just did Knock Knock, Green Inferno, and Death Wish.
Is that what we did? Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Death Wish had just come out, I believe.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
So
yeah, but I would, like I said, I was surprised that you could fucking actually talk as much with his dick in your mouth the entire time, because dude, you were loving him, man. Oh my god, dude! Like,
Hostel was like just such an important movie for my like love of horror when it came out. Like,
me too.
but the fact spitting, because I remember the comments. I was like, JP was spitting facts. I'm like, yeah, he was reading that shit off IMDb. He knows nothing about Eli Roth. Come on.
I have a sick story about Hostel. So I saw Hostel in the theater when I was like fucking like 14, 15 years old. And like at the time, obviously, it seems like that in general, like for me at that age was crazy, whether it was mainstream or not, which is obviously insane being mainstream with what's in that movie. But I saw it pretty early on. There's a lot of people there. It wasn't full, but there's a lot of people there, and everybody was having a good time. Everyone's invested. And then I'm glad it got to the end. And the guy that got his comeuppance, I've like never seen an audience like cheer and like explode like they did when he like bodies that guy in the bathroom. Like every people were fucking like clapping, yelling at the screen. It was so awesome.
I love the scene where Takashi Miike comes out and he's like, "You will spend all of your money in there."
Yeah,
like,
it's like funny
yeah,
like going later on.
And then
like,
getting
I knew who that was at the time, but like you watch
getting Edwidge for part 2 in a little cameo. Like I just love those movies.
Yeah, that was impressive, man. That was impressive.
Yeah, and she was still fucking beautiful.
Oh, I know.
I know. And you had what's his name? Deodato Ruggiero as a cannibal.
Oh yeah, as the cannibal. Yeah, that's great.
Oh,
that's just good
Deodato.
shit.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So
which was just straight up like I mean, then of course he goes and does the Green Inferno too, but I think his whole Ruggiero Deodato cameo thing, doing the cannibal thing, was actually a better than the whole in Green Inferno.
Yeah. See, I don't mind Green Inferno, but I totally get what Parker is saying and what you're saying about it, how it just completely misses the concept of those movies that it's supposed to be like homaging.
I think why it hurts us so bad to say those things is because Eli Roth is a really big advocator and understander of Italian horror.
He's the first guy I ever remember talking about it in his Cabin Fever commentaries from 2002.
Yeah.
And when he was talking about him, he was talking about him as if like they're hard to see, which they were for like the general people back then.
Yeah.
So it was really cool and influenced me a bunch.
And which makes the movie even worse because he made this movie where he kind of missed the entire point of what these movies were about and stuff. And like, you watch and you're like, okay, where'd all your knowledge go, bro? It's like,
and that's where I've always wanted to listen to a commentary on that film because like, I just cannot accept that he missed the mark when like that he was trying to hit that mark and missed it. Like he had to have been trying to do something different, but just like, I don't know. Like
that's what I feel too.
Weird. It can't, there's no way he could be that fucking tone deaf when it comes to that type, like what those movies were. But I'll go first just because like, you know, I gotta go Eli Roth on this one.
We should have actually had an order to this so it doesn't end up being Tyler with the fucking swing boat every single time.
Yeah, that's why don't we just make this the order? JP will go first. Or actually, you guys. I don't want it. It still kind of makes me the swing boat how it's been. So
we'll try to keep in mind to rotate a little bit.
So why don't we go JP, me, Moodz, and then the next time we'll go Moodz first, JP, me last, and me first, and we'll just rotate like that.
Yeah. So I'm going to go Eli Roth, despite how much I do like and think that the potential for Coraline is very, very high. It's just tough for me because he made 3 of my all-time favorite movies, and plus I love Thanksgiving, and I think Knock Knock is solid. Green Inferno I have fun with, but it's not great. And Thanksgiving was honestly a lot of fun too. Death Wish sucks. House with the Clocks and Walls is okay, decent for a kids movie. So it's tough. I think Coraline has better potential, but with only 2 films under her belt, it's tough for me to pick her despite them being great movies.
Okay. So
good stuff.
This is definitely my hardest decision so far. Eli Roth has obviously been around for a while, and I like Eli Roth as a person. He's very knowledgeable on a lot of these like commentary tracks or interviews you see him on, and I think he's just a good ambassador to horror. He has some movies that they're not my favorites. I don't think they're like amazing movies, but I think he's made a lot of like pretty good movies. He's like Cabin Fever, I think is a pretty good movie. Both the Hostels. I think Thanksgiving was his best movie in a while, but he has made a good handful of bummers too for me. And it seems, even though Thanksgiving was his last movie, I think his movies have kind of gotten worse as he's progressed, and so I'm made to believe we've already seen his peak, maybe. And if I look at Coralie, who obviously only has two movies, I see more. I feel like just in those two movies, she has a much higher ceiling than anything Eli Roth has made so far. And there was a big progression even from Revenge to The Substance, I thought. So because of that, I think I am going to go to Coralie because she is the future to me.
Very well said. Also, one other thing, Eli Roth made a documentary called Fin, which is also really good. It's about shark finning and like how horrible it is. That's where they literally catch sharks, cut the fin off, throw the shark still alive without a fin and can't swim anymore back into the ocean, and they just die horrible deaths, all for literally a thing that is just about showing off how rich you are, because shark fin soup there's nothing good about it. It's bland. It's just an elite status type of,
because JP's actually had it before.
No, but I've watched the documentary and it seems it's just disgusting. It's just a dried up piece of shark.
Yeah, that whole concept is really fucked up to me. It's just savage. Yeah, so this is interesting because Eli Roth, like I said, has always been kind of one of those guys that I actually personally like Eli Roth as a person. And I'm one of those rare people that actually prefers him to his movies. I enjoy his commentaries. I enjoy his insight and stuff. He seems, it is what it is to me. The thing is with him, like I really love Cabin Fever and I like Thanksgiving quite a bit. Everything in between is like, Hostel is one of those films I really liked when it came out. Over the years, it's kind of depleted for myself a little bit. Hostel 2 is, I feel like is a little bit better for myself, actually. I don't necessarily personally love those movies. It's not something that I go out of my way to like, oh, I need to watch Hostel or Hostel 2. It's weird. I never had those cravings to do that. This is really interesting because I never really thought about these going into this. So everything's kind of like, straight up the top. It's very organic right now. Of course, these matchups changed. So even if I was going into this thinking something, it was not going to happen. But recent development, man. Coralie Farge, I don't know how to say her name. She's French. She's got two absolute bangers for me, man. I love Revenge. I think it's fantastic. It's just, dude, it's off the wall. The Substance, it was brilliant. It was brilliant. My only concern with her is she going to continue making genre films? Because I feel like at this point, where do you go from The Substance? You probably make some fucking lame ass rom-com or some shit
movie.
You make a Marvel
I can't
movie.
see her doing that. Like her cinematic vision is too much about just like anger and like ferocity and violence. Like I can't see her just like transitioning like that.
But I like these type of movies because they have a common bond, right? Like the strong.
Her movies are very high energy too. That I can't see her like making like some sort of like soft like romance movie. That just doesn't seem like her cinematic palette.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, what I've seen from her so far, those two movies are absolutely off the chain for me. So I'm going with Coraline Farge.
Understandable. I can't hate it.
I
That's
just
such
feel
a bummer. Eli Roth was so low because like I would have liked to see him go.
Yeah, it's
face off against.
It honestly
59
shocked me.
seed. It was pretty wild.
Yeah, like
man.
he's nowhere.
I even redid it afterwards because I'm like, that can't be right. Because like he was literally at the bottom of the list until we got to a couple others. Like he was literally dead last for the longest time when I was putting this together. And I was just like, wow, that's kind of surprising. But all right. So moving on here, we have the number, I believe, 7 seed taking on the 58th seed. This was actually surprising that this guy's filmography was ranked so high, but we have Panos Cosmatos, who did Mandy, Beyond the Black Rainbow, The Viewing, Flesh. Oh wait, that's not out. Those two aren't out yet. Okay, so those other two aren't out yet, I don't think.
No, he's directed Beyond the Black Rainbow and Mandy.
And The Viewing. It's like, yeah, The Viewing from 2022.
Oh, I don't even know what that is.
And he's taking on the number 58th seed in Frank Calfon. And he directed Maniac, the remake, P2, Amityville Awakening, Night of the Hunted, Prey. I don't think that's a horror movie. And I Livid, or I Lived. This is an interesting matchup.
Yeah.
Because for me, one guy directed a movie that I absolutely love in Maniac, P2, which I like a lot. I'll watch it every couple of years for Christmas. Amityville Awakening, which is probably one of the better later Amityville films, even though it's not like anything special. Night of the Hunted, which could have been really cool, but it got a little too weirdly political. But it was okay, I guess. And then Prey, which I think I remember liking, but I don't have a rating for it, so I'm not 100% sure if it's the right movie. And I think I Lived was decent as well. And then the other guy made one movie that I've seen in Mandy, which I like, but I don't blow it like everybody else does. So this is kind of a tough one for me personally. Like, I think the problem with Frank for me is that he made one really great movie and then like a bunch of okay movies. Whose turn is it to vote first?
I like P2. I think it's really good. Of course, Maniac is probably the standout here. And then
I go first.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think Frank Maniac's obviously really good. I like that movie, but I don't think like Frank has done anything that's really that stands out to me as that like significant, and is that like unique or stylistic. Where Panos, films are much more arbitrary. They're definitely like braver. They're definitely braver films. They're more interesting. I think they're more interesting and bigger swings, and it seems to me that his movies are also getting better. So I'm going to go with Panos on this one. I'm actually a really big fan of Beyond the Black Rainbow. I should probably say that. I think that movie was really cool. That was like one of the first like kind of like more of like the high concept like art movies I've seen like right when it came out. And that like was kind of one of those movies that got the gears turning a little in my head. I definitely would like to rewatch the movie. It's been a while.
Man, is this one of those cases where, someone has two really good films, but really only has two movies? Versus someone that's done some good stuff, maybe with some kind of half-assed stuff in there, and it's just like it just dumbs it down a little bit. I think P2 is great. I think Maniac's fucking awesome. I mean, Maniac was our number one film of 2013?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. It was both of our number ones.
I'm trying to remember Prey from 2019. Is that
it's like a person on an island or something. I feel like I watched it, but I don't have a rating for it on Letterboxd. So
yeah, I can't remember if I've seen it either. I mean, and Night of the Hunted, I'm pretty sure I saw.
That's the one where the chick's in the gas station with the like sniper dude. It came out like a couple years ago.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Shudder movie.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, it was.
It was all right. It got weirdly political though.
Yeah, it did. It really did, actually. Yeah, it was kind of intense though, man, because it's like, what the fuck is going on here? But yeah, so this is tough, man, because I think Beyond the Black Rainbow is fantastic. This guy's filmography is so weird because that movie came out in 2010, and then Mandy was in 2018. And what's the other movie that he did? Because I'm not seeing it on here.
The Viewing.
I don't see it listed anywhere on my. It's so weird.
What are you on?
IMDb.
We're on Letterboxd.
Oh, so IMDb doesn't have that shit. So, but yeah. So Beyond the Black Rainbow from 2010 and then Mandy
it's
in 18.
57 minutes, so maybe it was like a short or something.
Yeah, it's
like a shorter one. It has really high ratings. Holy shit! What? Like everyone on my friends list has 4 or above.
See, the problem is with this matchup for me is that, like I said, I love Beyond the Black Rainbow. I think it's great. Mandy's great, but Maniac is my favorite movie here.
Right. That's kind of how I am right now too.
It's like it's two really good movies against one that I like better, and I do like I Lived. I think that movie was kind of cool. P2 I watched, every couple years around Christmas time. But as for the other stuff like the Amityville Awakening, I remember being just another Amityville film. It's better than most. It's not like one of those straight to or shot on fucking digital. You know what I mean? Night of the Hunted had potential to be pretty cool. Like you said, it got a little bit too political. This is a fucking tough one, man. Man, I know. I'm going with fuck, I don't know how to say it. Franck Calfoun. Is it? Apparently I like my French directors because I'm going with him too, and he's French, so it's probably Franck Calfoun. I can't speak French, man. Come on.
Horrible Canadian.
Yeah, that's Western Canada for you. Nobody speaks French out here. Yeah, so I mean that's my breakdown of that. I just fuck, dude, it's like 2 against. Yeah, I don't know, but so GP.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go with Frank as well. I'm just not. I to be fair, I have not seen the Black Rainbow movie, so I'm basing this on Mandy, which I liked, but Maniac is way stronger to me than Mandy. So I got to go with that. And plus, he has like a couple other films that I like P2 and shit like that. So I guess this is like our first upset.
Yeah. So that was a number 58 seed beating a number 7 seed.
Yeah. So that's pretty wild.
It happened.
I mean, it's bound to happen, right? Because the way these things are, some of these matchups, actually looking at them now, I'm like, holy fuck, there's some crazy first rounders here.
Yeah. There's
like just coming up here.
Wild ones. Yeah, there's some wild ones coming up for sure. All right. So
wow,
what the hell is this chick's name?
Yeah, this is way better. I'm glad that we fucking put Onetti in there because like this got crazy. Wow. Who the fuck? Oh yeah, okay.
How do you say her name? Because I spelled it completely wrong. Number 8 seed.
I'm not sure. Tyler's probably better with that.
I'm not looking at the list.
Julia.
Oh, Julia DeCorno.
DeCuna?
DeCorno.
Where the fuck is the R coming in? You're saying DeCorna. I don't see no R.
DeCorno. DUCOURNE.
Yeah, there's an R in there. I completely.
Oh, I'm looking at JP spelling. Sorry.
DeCorno.
Dude,
and then I need to know to pull this up. Who are the Ford brothers? What's their name? And what have they done?
Well, they did the Dead. So just type in the Dead.
Oh, that's right. Okay, good. Sorry. Yeah, this matchup was a little bit weird because I didn't have the correct spellings of the names. Okay, so for this matchup here, we have number 8, Julia DeCorno versus the Ford brothers, who are Howard Ford and Jonathan Ford.
Mm-hmm.
And the films that our homie Julia directed, is she French as well? Yeah.
Sounds like it.
So she did the movies Titan from 2021, Raw from 2016, Junior from 2011. Is that a short?
Yeah, like 25 minutes.
Okay, sorry. And then Mange Eat. Is this also a short?
I think
No,
so.
this is
I'm
a
pretty
full.
sure she
No,
does
this is
two
a full
features.
length movie. It's
Oh, I didn't know about that one.
2012's Eat. I've actually not seen that one either. So that's probably pretty interesting to check out. And then she has a A24 project coming out at some point. So really, the two films is what she's known for: Raw and Titan. And then the Ford brothers have directed The Dead, The Dead 2, The Ledge from 2022, Dark Game from 2024, Escape from 2023. I don't know which all of these are horror or not. River of Blood, The Lockdown Haunting, and Distant Shadow.
Yeah, it must be some shorts in there. So yeah, it's different because you guys are on
Yeah, I mainly know them
Letterboxd.
from The Dead.
yeah, the Dead 1 and 2 for sure.
So this is both a smaller filmography from both of these players. I believe it is Moodz' go for first vote.
Yeah, it's interesting. I see basically two apiece here, like the Dead and the Dead 2 versus Raw and Titan. I love the Dead. I think the Dead is actually really brilliant. And man, it has some of the best cinematography. It just looks so damn good.
It's a hidden gem, if you will.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. It's really good. The sequel, it is what it is. You know, it's not as good, but it's still solid. But Raw, dude, man, that movie that's something else. Now, see, this is where it gets interesting because what it's going to come down to for me is the Dead versus the Raw. Raw. I thought Titan was good. I really wanted to rewatch that one because I didn't love it. I thought it was good, but Raw was fantastic for me. I know that it was in my top 10 one year.
It was in mine too.
You know, if we had done a top 10 in 2010, I'm wondering if the Dead would have made it because
2010 is a very strong year.
Yeah, because I really do like the Dead though. It's good. Fuck, this is a hard one because there's such small filmographies with kind of two bangers there. Like the Dead versus Raw, I think and a lot of people, you know, would probably put Titan in there too. It's probably a lot easier for people, but I was on the fence on this one. I think for my money, I'm gonna go with dude. We got to stop with the French directors, man, because I can't pronounce Julia. Tyler, take it. I'm going with Julia. I'm going fucking Julia from France. The French are killing.
Yeah, so it's me next. Honestly, like I love The Dead. I don't feel as strongly about The Dead 2. Raw, I loved when it came out. I rewatched it for Summer Series. I came down on it a little bit, but I still think it's really good. And like Titan, I thought was really solid as well. But in hindsight, like that's a movie that kind of stuck with me. Like it's very memorable because it's so weird. So I'm gonna also vote for Julia. Simply because I think that the two movies are both strong, and I might like The Dead more than both of them, but it's just one movie versus two really solid movies. It's a close match, but I am going to go Julia. Plus, I think Julia has more potential going forward.
Fair enough.
That's easy call for Julia. I think both her movies are really great. The two I've seen, at least, Raw is really fucking gross. And I think Titan showed some growth and maturity and a little bit more willingness to be more expressive and weird with her movie. So, Julia the Corno is the pick for me.
All right.
Nice.
Pretty good here. Next up, this is a matchup that is kind of weird, but two known directors.
Yeah, with a lot of film too, right?
With a big filmography. I mean, the fact that so we have number 9 seed Mike Flanagan, who, by the way, had a lot of directing credits. One of the higher directing credit directors, which, as you know, the higher you have, usually the less average you have. So the fact that he had a very high directing credits and still managed to be a very high seed says a lot about Mike Flanagan. And he's taking on the 56 seed in Darren Lynn Bousman. So real quick with the filmography, Mike Flanagan, you have Doctor Sleep, you have Hush. If you're counting his miniseries, you have The Haunting of Hill House, Midnight Mass, and The Fall of the House of Usher, and The Haunting of Bly Manor. So four fucking miniseries, which is pretty crazy. Because they're all like 8 episodes or more, I think. You have Stephen King's Gerald's Game. You have Oculus. You have Ouija, Origin of Evil, which I actually recently watched for the first time.
Way better than the first one.
Yeah, it actually is
significantly better.
Yeah.
Before I Wake, The Life of Chuck, and Absentia. I'm not sure what is Life of Chuck. Is that
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
that was from last year, but I don't think it's horror.
No, I don't think it is.
Sci-fi.
I don't think it is.
It's sci-fi. But yeah, known as sort of a Netflix director for a while. He did a bunch of stuff for Netflix. He's working on a Carrie reboot. He's working on more Stephen King shit. Very talented director that really knows how to frame shots, and he's very good. And he's progressed too. If you look at like Absentia all the way to like now, he's a really good like Hollywood director. You know what I mean? And then we have Darren Bousman, who has like a filmography that's pretty interesting as well. He directed Saw 2, 3, and 4, and then came back for Spiral, the Book of Saw. You have Repo, the Genetic Opera. He did a Tales of Halloween segment, a film called Death of Me. He did Mother's Day, the 2010 version, which I'm a big fan of. The Devil's Carnival, which I believe is another musical. Saint Agatha from 2018. Alleluia, The Devil's Carnival, which I think is a sequel to that first Devil's Carnival. Arbitor, 11-11-11, The Barons, which I believe is a Jersey Devil film.
What the fuck is with his musicals? Crazy.
Cello. He likes them. So yeah, pretty interesting filmography from him. Is my vote first. I'm going to go with Flanagan. I mean, he's just better. Even though I like those Saw movies and Mother's Day, I got to go Flanagan.
Is it my go?
I think it was supposed to be my girl.
Oh, yeah, it's your yeah. No, go ahead.
But Flanagan's definitely. I don't think he's reached the heights of some of the people we've talked about already tonight, but he's definitely, for me, the most consistent director in the 2010s in terms of horror. I don't think he's
made a bad movie, has he?
I think I think he's made pretty much all at least decent movies to very good movies. Like I
personally didn't really care for Before I Wake. But
I don't remember much about it. I remember thinking it was kind of average. I remember thinking Hush
it's very average.
But I would never say Hush was like a bad movie.
No, the thing was like Absentia and then Oculus and Hush, and then he did Before I Wake. I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, that was kind of a blick. And then he came back with Ouija, and I was like, oh, that was a solid sequel. Yeah.
That was only a couple spots away from making my 2011 list. It was like in the mid-teens, I think. If I remember correctly. Essentially, was a really good first movie. Made with like practically no money. So Mike Flanagan is the easy pick for me.
Yeah, so I'm gonna start with Darren Lynn Bousman. Like, this guy's filmography is so bizarre. Like Avatar, I actually really like that film. I think it's kind of slept on a little bit. I think it was pretty good. He did that segment the night that Billy raised hell, and going back to what we were talking about before with the short Tales from Halloween, these things are going to pop up. I've never seen The Devil's Carnival. 11-11-11 is actually terrible. I really did not like that movie. The Mother's Day remake is okay. It's fine for what it is. I personally like Repo the Genetic Opera. I haven't even liked fucking musicals, but I think it's actually kind of fun. I know Parker fucking hates that. He hates the music in it, but that's actually kind of what I like about it. As for the Saw films with 2, 3, and 4, man, I don't know, dude. Saw 3, again, when it comes to Saw films, they're very hit and miss for me. So they're Saw movies, man. We've talked about those things in great depth. But Flanagan, though, what the fuck, bro? Absentia, Oculus, Hush, Ouija. Gerald's Game is pretty cool. It's fine for what it is. But I don't think I ever talked about this on the podcast, but I actually watched the entire miniseries of The Fall of the House of Usher.
It's good.
About a month ago or something like that. I just binge watched it, and it was fucking awesome, dude. If you're an Edgar Allan Poe fan, this shit every episode's named after like one of his stories, but it like incorporates the story and it does that, and it's so brilliantly written. Oh, I fucking loved it, man. It was so good. I wanted more episodes. It was crazy. Really good stuff. So the obvious choice for myself is Flanagan here.
Makes sense. And from what I hear, I did watch half of House of Usher, and I really was enjoying it. I just haven't got back to it. But other people have said that those miniseries are all bangers. I'm pretty sure. So that's a lot of horror content.
Yeah.
So all right. So 3-0 for Mike Flanagan. Moving on to number 10 seed Fede Alvarez versus number 55 seed Marcus Dunstan. So yeah, this is kind of a weird matchup. Fede Alvarez really has 3 horror films, I would say, that I know of. You have Evil Dead from 2013, Don't Breathe from 2016, and Alien Romulus from 2024. He also did one of the, I guess, spin-off stories for the girl with the dragon tattoo, I think, the girl in the spider's web. A movie called Calls from 2021, which I've never seen. Wow, that shit's long. 153 minutes. Is that like a mini series or something?
I don't know.
And then he's taking on Marcus Dunstan, who wrote a couple Saw films, but his directing credits are The Collector, The Collection, Pilgrim, which was a what the hell was that Amazon series called? Fear of the Dark or something? I forget what it was called. What was that?
Into the Dark. Into the Dark,
yeah. Pilgrim episode, which I believe takes place on Thanksgiving. I have watched that actually. Unhuman, All My Friends Are Dead, and The Neighbor. So I've really only seen 2 films from Marcus Dunstan, The Collector and Pilgrim. Fede Alvarez, I've seen his main 3 movies. Pretty interesting matchup. I believe it is Tyler's to go first.
So, yeah, I guess I'm not the most giant fan of either of these, but for the most part, I've enjoyed Fede's movies. I've come around a little bit on Alien. It's definitely not one of my favorites, but I can respect the craftsmanship that went into it. And for what they are, I do like Don't Breathe, and I do like the Evil Dead remake. At least they're decent movies to me. I do like The Collector from Marcus Dunstan, but that's the only thing that like kind of stands out to me as a memorable movie. And I'd probably rather watch the other 3 anyway, or at least 2 out of the other 3. So I'm gonna go ahead with Fede Alvarez.
Yeah, Fede Alvarez, man. You know, the Evil Dead remake. I'm personally not a big fan of it. Don't Breathe. It's okay to me. I think it's completely overrated. And Alien Romulus is fine for what it is. You know, I think it's, you know, it's fine. It's just fine. Like, that's all I have on that. When it comes to Dunstan's films, I love The Collector and The Collection. I think those are fine. I've been wanting, like, I don't know why the fuck he never did the third one, because he was supposed to, right? And it just never materialized. Is that the story? So, The Neighbor I thought was actually pretty cool. I've never seen anything else that he's done. Just The Collector and The Collection and The Neighbor. I don't know. Did anybody see All My Friends Are Dead from last year? Like, did we all just miss this one, or was it like not available? Like, it
might have been one of those films that had zero buzz, so nobody watched it.
Well, you know, the problem is with this movie for myself, like, if I didn't know that he had directed it, it's actually hashtag AMFAD : All My Friends Are Dead. So there, you know me with like technology and shit like that. I get so played out on that. I'm like, dude, this is like for 14-year-old fucking girls. I could just imagine what this is. It's just some type of technology. I don't know. I'm just judging. I'm just judging right now. It is what it is. But I haven't seen it. So this is a tough one for me, man, because I'm not the biggest Fede Alvarez fan. I'm really not. Like, I'm not the biggest Evil Dead remake fan. I'm not the biggest Don't Breathe fan. I'm not the biggest Romulus fan. These movies are all fine. I can watch them and not be pissed off. But what it really comes down to, what do I like better? I like the collection and the collector better. So I'm going with Marcus Dunstan. So
all right, so we have me for my first tiebreaker situation here. This is an easy one for me because Fede Alvarez has directed 3 films, and all 3 of those movies have ended up in my top 10 list in different years. So it's pretty easy to go with him. I don't think he's like a phenomenal director, and none of his movies have been like my number 1, 2, or 3 or anything like that. But they seem to hit like, the 10, 9 spot. Romulus, I think, was my number 10 last year, and I've seen The Collector. I really like The Collector. I think it's a great movie. I've never seen The Collection, so the only other film I've seen is Pilgrim, and it was decent. So by default, almost, I have to go with Fede Alvarez. So that is a 2-1 win for Fede Alvarez.
well, and the third time that's happened to me.
That is correct. It is the third time that it has happened to you. So next up here, we have a director by the name of Cyan Sano, who has directed movies, I think short films outside of the 2000s plus. He's done some in the 90s there. But I didn't really look to see if he did any feature films in the 90s, but his horror films are all in the correct era. We got Suicide Club 2001. You got Prisoners in a Ghostland, 2021. Coldfish from 2010, which is another banger 2010 movie. Tag from 2015. Guilty of Romance from 2011. Strange Circus from 2005. Hair Extension from 2007. And Tokyo Vampire Hotel. These are the ones listed as horror. I know he's done some other stuff too. That is, I guess, not listed as horror. Like, Why Don't You Play in Hell? What else did he do? He's done a lot of fucking movies, I'll tell you that. Very big filmography. Versus our first pair here, we got Jen and Sylvia Soska, who directed American Mary, their best movie, the Rabid remake, segment in ABC's The Death Volume 2, See No Evil 2, one of the weirdest sequels that nobody expected. Mm-hmm. Dead Hooker in a Trunk, which I believe was their debut. Also Festival of the Living Dead, Vendetta, and then a couple other things that I don't know if are features or not. But yeah, so that is your matchup there. I believe it is Moodz's go.
Yeah, the Soska sisters, man. Oh my god, dude. I always thought that they had so much potential.
Well, they come out with American Mary and you're like, damn, okay.
Right. Yeah, man. Dude. Yeah, American Mary was, I thought actually, well, they did Dead Hooker in a Trunk before that, right? So
yeah, that was their debut type indie film.
Yeah, which
through IFC, I think.
Which was the first one I saw. Yeah, and I thought that they had crazy, potential, something. American Mary, I felt like it stepped it up, but still was kind of disappointing in the aspect of just kind of expected a little bit more. You know what I mean? It was still fine for what it is. They do a segment in ABC's of Death too, and then they do See No Evil, stuff like this. I'm like, really? Those whole WWE things at the time, I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. I really did not like their remake of Rabid. That was not something I was into whatsoever. I just feel like they still have potential to do something good. I just feel like they need the right direction or something. I don't know what it is about them. I feel like there's something there with them.
Feels like they've really went into the director for hire type.
Yeah, I think that's where the money was. I mean, the See No Evil films were obviously money fueled because it's WWE. I'm sure the money was there, and they weren't really making too much money off the shit that they were doing before. So definitely the money was calling in that one. When it comes to Cyan Sano, I mean, it's kind of weird because looking back at his filmography, I mean, he's got shit. I think does he have full length movies in the 90s, or are these all shorts? I have no idea. I think most of the stuff is all pretty much shorts. But dude, this guy's filmography is crazy, man. Suicide Club, I think is fucking brilliant. JP is not. He's a little bit indifferent on that one.
It's not my favorite.
Nori's Dinner Table is fucking crazy. Strange Circus is fucking crazy. I love that movie.
Oh yeah, that was the other one that wasn't listed as horror. Norika's Dinner Table.
Oh really? And then Hair Extension, which is just
really weird.
Which is just batshit. It's just absolutely batshit. Of course, you did Love Exposure, which is 3 hours long. We got Cold Fish, which is
4 hours long.
4 hours long. Cold Fish, which is just brilliant.
Oh, Cold Fish.
Guilty of Romance, which I think is pretty awesome. Pretty awesome for what it is. Then you got I don't even know if this one's labeled as horror. Himuzu.
It's not, because that's also a 2011 movie, and I tried to watch that, and I was like, "No, this isn't horror."
Yeah, it's not horror. And then what did he do later? Anti-Porno, which I've actually never seen before. Has anyone seen that?
I haven't. That's probably the next most relevant one I haven't seen from him. He also did that movie. The one with Nick Cage that people didn't like, Prisoner in a Ghostland or something.
Prisoner in a Ghostland? Yeah, which I was getting to that, and I actually really enjoyed that movie a lot, actually.
He made this really cool Yakuza movie I haven't seen either called, Why Don't You Go Play in Hell?
I just thought it was so different for Sion Sono to do something like Prisoners of Ghostland with Nick Cage. It was just kind of, it was so unhinged and so odd for even both of them. I mean, I guess it's not really, at this point, is anything odd for Nick Cage to do? Probably not.
Dude, he'll do anything for a dollar. That guy buys so much real estate.
But he obviously, but the thing I like about Nick Cage, people always talk about, oh, he'll do anything for a dollar, but at least he puts in the effort. He never calls it in. He never calls in the performance. He always puts effort into his performance.
100% of a fuck.
I know, it's great. It's great to watch him. And that's why it's weird to see him in something like Prisoner of Ghostland. It was even though he's been doing these type of genre films for a few years and stuff like this one just seemed way out there. And it felt odd for Sion Sono to do too. So I thought it was
Did we drop the ball on Park Chan-wook?
No, I wouldn't say. He started making movies in the 90s, so I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, he has 2 movies from the 90s. But
no, he definitely had movies in the 90s. Yeah.
He had 2.
But it's has he even made 2 horror? He's made 1 horror movie. I'm not in the realm of counting Old Boy.
Thirst. Do you count Stoker?
Oh, Thirst! I forgot he did Thirst. Yeah, Thirst.
But he has movies. Yeah, he's not. He was doing films in the 90s, though.
Could have been.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I forgot about and the 3 Extremes movies, I think, too, right?
And Stoker.
Yeah. So, yeah, that was. I just was like, dude, did we fucking forget a big time?
I just thought I didn't even think about it. I just completely forgot about Thirst. I was like, oh, he's only done Stoker. I don't want to get into the Old Boy conversation because he did come to my head. Well, it's funny because when I think
Old Boy's not a horror film.
Yeah, when I think of him, I think of Old Boy and I think of Handmaiden. They're both 10 out of 10s for me and not horror movies.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
all right. So I don't feel bad then.
No. So I'm going to go with Sion Sono because he's fucking awesome.
Okay.
I mean, Cold Fish really is the best movie. I mean, Cold Fish against the entire Soka sisters.
It's Soska. I believe is how it's supposed to be said.
The Soska sisters filmography is, it's just. Why Don't You Play in Hell is better than everything else too. So.
I also follow your statement. I think that the Sion Sono is head and shoulders above the Soska sisters, but
yeah,
I do like American Mary quite a bit. But I mean, fucking Cold Fish alone takes it for me. I assume Tyler is
Sion Sono is my fucking boy. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, dude he's done so many good movies. It's crazy.
Big Soto fan.
All right, so we have another matchup here. We have the 12th seed Jeremy Saulnier taking on Saulnier taking on Brian Bertino. So Saulnier directed Green Room and Murder Party are his horror films. But Blue Ruin is like a revenge movie.
Yeah.
I think you could kind of throw that in there. Hold the Dark is also pretty decent, but also more of like a thriller type movie. So, and then Bertino directed The Strangers, The Dark and the Wicked, The Monster, and Mockingbird. I believe it is. Is it my go?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is a tough matchup for me. So Green Room is a top tenner for me of the year that it came out, and it's only gotten better the more times I've watched it. It's literally become in my probably top 10 of that decade. So I really love that movie. Murder Party is just a lot of awesome fun. I love that movie as well. Blue Ruin is pretty good, but I've only seen it once back in 2013. Hold the Dark was a little bit long for me. Now, Brian Bertino, The Strangers, I know that some people are a bit iffy on it. I'm more on the camp of Jeremy, where I think it's great. And Watson, Mr. Watson, also loves The Strangers. The Dark and the Wicked was a nice surprise from a couple years ago where I really wasn't expecting much out of him. And that movie was very effective. I think that was also a top tenner for me. The Monster, I think, is a pretty solid movie. Mockingbird sucks dick. It's like an anthology film thing. Mockingbird is not good. So this is a tough matchup for me because, man, this is a really tough matchup for me because those two movies I love, and then Green Room I love more than all of them probably. Fuck, this is hard. It's because of the shit dogs that I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna go with Jeremy Saunier because Bertino has a really shitter in there, and the Monster isn't quite as good as Blue Ruin. So I'm gonna go Jeremy on this one. But it was a little tougher than I expected. So I'm going Jeremy.
Tyler, that's you.
Yeah. So this one's pretty easy, Jeremy, for me.
Okay.
Green Room and Blue Ruin kind of blow out everything.
I want him to make another revenge movie and call it and name it something with a color, and it could be his Colors of Revenge trilogy.
That'd be
He's got
so
blue
sick.
and green.
Yeah, I think we mentioned that before, actually.
Yeah. Yellow Fever.
Yeah, this is one of those kind of like, damn matchups. Like, holy shit, man. Murder Party is probably my favorite movie by Schallner, whatever you want to say. I love Blue Ruin, though. Green Room's great. Hold the Dark was okay. Great director, though. Done some really good stuff. Bertino, on the other hand, of course, did The Strangers, which I think is great. The Monster, okay. I think that is actually amazing. I think it's awesome. Really? Yeah, I think it's really great. And The Dark and the Wicked I thought was really good too. But you're right, Mockingbird does suck dick. It's definitely the shitter here. It's terrible. But pretty interesting filmography. Like for me, he's got 3 bangers out of 4 films. I mean, not a lot of directors really have that. Now, Saulner, fuck, this is hard, man. Because
it's a tough matchup, is it not? They're very similar quality of work.
Yeah, like Green Room definitely was such a banger, man. Blue Ruin, I think is fantastic, man. But Murder Party is that it's that gem film that's just it's getting love right now. Yeah, I think it's brilliant. Oh man. Dude, so tough. It's so tough. I am going to go with, dude, this sucks, man. Saulner. I'm going to go with Saulner.
All right, 3-0 sweep off for Saulner.
Just thinking that I would, yeah, because I mean, Murder Party, I could throw that in anytime. So,
especially during the October season,
right? Even though Blue Ruin and Green Room are definitely they're better movies, but it doesn't matter. I could watch Murder Party any day of the week.
Yeah, Murder Party's fun. But Green Room is so good too, though. Like,
Green's sick.
It gets better, dude. I think I've watched it like 5 times now.
That movie blew me away in the theater.
What is?
Yeah, what number are we on here? Oh yeah, that was number 12 and 53.
Yeah,
So number 13.
The next guy is we have Brandon Cronenberg, who's done, I believe, 3 films: Antiviral, Possessor, and Infinity Pool.
Infinity Pool. Yep.
Oh, here we go.
You guys can talk for a second while I'm trying to figure something out.
Yeah, baby Cronenberg is bringing the heat for me. I'm a giant fan of his father, obviously. And
You don't say.
I'm not the hottest on Antiviral, but I think it's a solid first movie. But I think his movies off all of that, like really finding his vision. I think Possessor is his best movie, but Infinity Pool obviously still a really good film. I liked it more the second time I watched it. It was my number 2 for the it was my number 2 for that year. Even though it was a weak year, that was one of the standout movies. Definitely looking forward to whatever Brandon Cronenberg's got in stock. He's got very much like his father, but he's got his
so
own,
similar. It's like this guy must have studied his father's movies because they're very similar in the vein. The second
I almost
guy
wish they were a little different. I think he still does his own spin on it, but yeah, it really does just feel like the Cronenberg legacy continued.
Yeah. The second guy, I'm sorry, I was having trouble pulling up his filmography, but it's Stephen Cognetti, who did basically 4 Hell House LLC movies and a movie called 825 Forest Road from this year, which I don't even think is out yet.
I don't think it is.
Which is a Shudder original. I think that's actually coming out very soon. I think I got a screener for it the other day. And then his new Hell House movie, Lineage, will also be coming out. So yeah, those are the 2 filmmakers we have matched up here.
Man, this guy's like a fucking Damien Leone, man, just doing fucking one thing. It's like,
yeah,
it's pretty rare to see somebody do that many like
sequels,
5 straight movies like in one franchise. Is pretty. I don't think it's ever been done. It's crazy.
And we have I think Tyler, it's your go.
Yeah, this is going to be an easy Cronenberg for me.
Yeah.
No, actually, it was actually my go, I think, because you, or was I last time or whatever?
No, Tyler went wait, I went first on the last one, so yeah, it would be Tyler, right?
Yeah. I mean, as much as I like the Hell House films, I think they're pretty cool. The first and the fourth one are just fucking bangers. 2 and 3, they're fine.
I thought the fourth one was actually really creepy.
It is, man.
I like that one.
It's almost as good as the first one. It's so fucking creepy. But honestly, it's a pretty solid franchise, for 4 films coming out so quick, pretty good. But I mean, I got to give it up to my boy Brandon Cronenberg, man. He's 3 for 3 in like a big way. All 3 of his movies have made top 10s. 2 of them are like number 1s kind of things. So I love me some Brandon Cronenberg. So yeah, I'm going Cronenberg.
Yeah, for me as well, I gotta go Cronenberg. I think that Antiviral, I had only seen it the one time we reviewed it on like episode like 2 or 3 of the podcast, so I don't have a deep memory of it, but I remember liking it. And then in terms of Possessor, I think that was like my number 2 or something that year. I really liked that one. And Infinity Pool, I also really liked, but I liked it more after sitting on it for a while, which is similar to how his movies in general kind of are. Okay, so Cronenberg moves on 3-0. Next up, we have Jane. The hell is her last name? Schoenbrunn, taking on Mickey Keating. Which is the number 14 seed versus the number 51 seed. So we have Jane, who made We're All Going to the World's Fair from 2021. And then I saw the TV Glow from 2024, which I believe was that your number 1, Tyler?
It was my number 1, yeah.
Yeah, and it made my top 3, I believe. And then Mickey Keating, Directed Darling, Off Season, Carnage Park, Pod, Psychopaths, Invader, and Ritual. I think he's a bit of an underrated, fun director. I've only seen, I think, 3 of his movies, but I liked all 3 of them to different degrees. Whereas Jane, I've only seen I Saw the TV Glow, but I really liked it. So I believe that is your uploads.
Yeah. So I haven't seen We're All Going to the World's Fair,
Me neither.
but I've seen I Saw the TV Glows. So I don't really have much to go on. I mean, it's a good film. It's a really good film. When it comes to Mickey Keaton, I've been championing this guy for years on the podcast. I honestly, he hasn't missed for me. I haven't seen the latest one, Invader. I don't even know if that's actually a horror film. Is it actually a horror film? It says horror. Shit, I haven't seen it. Didn't know he put out another one. But yeah, Ritual from 13, Pod was cool. Darlene was fucking a banger. Carnage Park was awesome. I loved it. Psychopaths was cool. Off Season, again, I think made one of my lists too. I'm just a big fan of him. I'm going with Mickey Keaton. I think he's one of those indie directors that's completely overlooked and, you know, seems to be very, very consistent and unfortunately just doesn't get the recognition for, I mean, because he doesn't have that fucking big banger. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But in my opinion,
was probably his closest to a banger.
I think so. I think that made a lot of top 10 lists. In fact, that was a lot of people's number 1 from that year, if I recall. So, but yeah, like, I mean, he does quite different films and I just enjoy, he kind of reminds me of like almost like a bigger budget, like Dustin Mills in a sense, where he's always kind of doing something a little bit different with all his films. So kind of cool. I mean, not as drastic as Mills, but, you know, I have mad respect for him. Mickey Keaton's my boy, man. Love him.
And another cool thing about Mickey Keating too is he actually hosted a show on Shudder called The Core, which I love that show. It only lasted like 6 or 7 episodes or something, but it was sort of just like a talk show almost for like horror fans, where he would like interview someone and there was like different segments and stuff. It was cool. I thought it was really dope, but it didn't really catch on. I'm gonna go Jane, because her one film was so big for me, or their one film was so big for me.
That's crazy. I have 6 films by Mickey Keaton that I like. It's
yeah,
like fucking crazy.
None of Mickey Keating's films have like really like blown me away or anything. I'm pretty like, I think I gave like all of them like 6.5.
Even Darling, really?
Yeah, I wasn't like the biggest fan of it.
That's honestly crazy. That was like people's number 1, I guess.
Maybe I gave it a 7. Sorry. So yeah, I'm going Jane for this one. So it comes down to Tyler.
Well, we obviously know that I'm getting 2-1.
So I'll tell you this: I have seen We're All Going to the World's Fair, and I didn't like it at all. I thought it was actually bad, but it's very different. It just didn't hit the mark at all for me. I think this director kind of kept down the same path when they made I Saw the TV Glow and just was much more like comfortable and had a better vision of what they were trying to do. And I just truly think like that's a movie like 20 years from now, people are going to look back and say like, this is one of the most like special movies from this era. I think that movie is just, I think it's really so far ahead of its time right now, and it's just something that's going to be like a very historically significant field decades from now. So I'm gonna go with I Saw the TV Glow. I mean, Jade Schoenberg, duh.
Yeah, that's 4 times.
All right, next up for matchups here we have this is an interesting one, I guess. Where the hell is it? This damn spreadsheet or this damn bracket is so big.
It's Jennifer Kent versus Anna Wingard.
Yes. So Jennifer Kent, small filmography, but you know, kind of powerful filmography. You have The Babadook 2014, The Murmuring from 2022. Which did anybody see that?
No.
I did not either. And The Monster from 2005. I don't even know. It's 10 minutes. That's a short. So her other movie is The Nightingale, which is not listed as horror.
I think it should be.
Yeah, I think it's pretty close there, which I love. That actually made my top 10 that year.
Yep.
Taking on Adam Wingard, which has like a much bigger filmography, Godzilla versus Kong, Godzilla versus Kong New Empire, You're Next, the Netflix Death Note. He has a segment in the first VHS. He did The Guest, the Blair Witch reboot. He has a segment in VHS 2, as well as ABCs of Death, hitting a trifecta there. A Horrible Way to Die, Autoerotic, which just came out from one of the, I think, IFC label on Shudder or Vinegar Syndrome. Pop Skull, Homesick. He's made a lot of damn movies. So yeah, that is who's up.
I went last, so I think I go first, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, let me tell you about Adam Wingard for a second here.
Okay.
When I saw his name on the list, I thought to myself, like, I do not care who Adam Wingard is up against. I am not voting for Adam Wingard against literally anyone. And let me tell you why. It goes because of one of his films that you mentioned, and that is the Netflix Death Note adaptation. Now, I don't hate movies often, but I fucking hate that movie, and I despise him for making it. And let me tell you, I understand you're condensing 15 hours down to like just under 2, but I have never seen a movie so irredeemably bastardize such incredible source material to the point where I know somebody somewhere is going to watch this adaptation of Death Note and think this is what Death Note has to offer. And that makes me mad, and it makes me hate Adam Wingard for it. I think the anime series Death Note, even if you're not into anime, this is probably the easiest one you could possibly have to watch. It's just like, it's such an intensely like thrilling, like heart pounding, like philosophical, like political good versus evil, like thriller. It's so fucking good. It's like a real Old Testament, like heaven and earth, like demons, death. It's fucking incredible in every way. I've watched it twice. It is a 10 out of 10 masterpiece, and I think the Netflix adaptation is like a 1 out of 10 at best. I fucking hate it. So fuck you, Adam Wingard. I think Jennifer Kent's good anyway. So there you go.
Okay, that was weird. I like Adam Wingard, man. So I discovered him early on. I was lucky enough to get like,
He was part of that like mumblecore crew, right?
I don't think they were a mumblecore, but he was part of that like group, like in the late 2000s, early 2010s, like AJ Bowen, Joe Schwamberg.
Yeah, that's the mumblecore group, wasn't it?
Okay, I didn't know they were called mumblecore. Greta Gerwig was in it at the time. But yeah, he was part of that little, because I remember he kind of seemed like the breakthrough guy because when he did You're Next. So seeing him like go on to make something like Death Note made me very upset.
I'm assuming Death Note was probably just a paycheck. Come on, man.
It definitely was, but it just he put his name on that.
Yeah.
Whatever. Okay, so I discovered Adam Wingard early on when he did a film called Homesick in 2007. It's got my homegirl Tiffany Shepis in it. It's super low budget, but it's nasty and brutal and shit. It's got Bill Moseley in it. It's pretty cool. Tom Towles is in it. It's got a really good cast for like a first film to have all these type of people. I thought it was pretty cool. Synapse actually put that out on DVD years ago. I thought it was pretty cool. Pop Skull's pretty decent. A Horrible Way to Die in 2010 was the reason why his name was always on my radar, because I thought that one was kind of a banger, man. And then, of course, he made a huge with You're Next, which I'm not like the hugest fan of it. I think it's okay for what it is. I think it
really went down when we were doing 2011.
Yeah, I mean, rewatching this thing over the years a couple times, I'm just like, it fucking gets stupider every time you watch it. It really does. Yeah. It sucks because it's got a great cast and there's some decent kills and stuff, but like the narrative, like just where it goes, and you're just like, fuck off. It's so stupid. Of course, this like we talked about with all these directors, VHS, ABC's of Death, shit like that. My favorite film is probably The Guest. I actually absolutely love The Guest.
Oh, I forgot about The Guest. Okay, that's a pretty solid movie.
Yeah, The Guest is actually a banger. It's really well acted. It's got some good intense, shit going on, and it's pretty cool. I've never seen Death Note. I hated the Blair Witch remake or adaptation, whatever the fuck you want to call it, sequel. My feelings on that shit. I fucking hate that movie. Like probably like how you hate Death Note. I hate
Death Note just probably regular bad if you haven't seen the anime series. But the anime series is just so good. It's like one of the best things I've ever watched. Period. I can't believe how good it was watching it a second time years later. That it just it upsets me. Someone's going to watch that and be like, "Oh, so that's what Death Note was."
I just can't believe the same guy that did Homesick and A Horrible Way to Die was the same guy that was directing Godzilla films. Like these big budget. Yeah. It's fucking blows my mind.
Wild. Yeah,
it is pretty fucking wild, man. Because like I've been following this guy pretty much his entire career, and then when I found out that he was directing Godzilla vs Kong, I was like, "What the fuck? This is crazy, man! It's fucking nuts." I thought Blair Witch might have been like the biggest thing, kind of thing, and nope, no, he's doing Godzilla vs Kong and Godzilla, and the sequel to that, and which I like those movies. They're fine. I'm a big Godzilla fan, so Wingard, I like him, man. It's just I feel like he doesn't have any direction anymore. Now he's just doing Hollywood popcorn flicks. So it is what it is. When it comes to Jennifer Kent, I've never seen The Nightingale before. I missed that one.
It's really good.
So I've only ever seen The Babadook, which, I like. It's not a favorite of mine. It's not something I'm going to be like, hey, man, you want to watch? Come over and watch The Babadook? It's probably not going to happen. So in this case, I'm going with Adam Wingard because I actually like some of his low budget stuff. I actually really love some of his early films, and I like the Godzilla stuff too. So, I can't sit there and be like, just because he did Blair Witch, which I fucking loathe, I'm not going to vote for. I hate that movie. I think it sucks. But then
Jennifer Kent would win for me anyway. Would have won for me anyway. But I wanted to get my opportunity to kick Adam Winger in the balls and bitch about Death Note.
Yeah. For me, because I guess I'm the tiebreaker on this one.
Yeah.
Jennifer Kent. I think The Nightingale is super strong. I don't really like The Babadook. Like, I see why it's a popular film. I see why it's like loved, and I see how it's like well done. It's not my thing. I don't like it that much. Adam Wingard, I haven't seen a lot of his indie stuff, but I've seen a couple. And I like some of them. I did pick up Autoerotic because I remember that one being kind of cool. But I don't really remember it that much. But I tend to like his movies a little bit more. Even though except for the Nightingale is really good. But out of just the two films that I've seen, I think Adam Wingard's filmography as a whole is more enjoyable for me. So I'm going to go with Adam Wingard.
Ooh,
darn.
We have an upset.
There you go.
Number 15 seed loses to number 50th seed Adam Wingard, which I believe that is the first woman that did not move through as well, which is notable.
We're a bunch of sexist now.
Yeah. Okay, so number 16 seed here. This bracket is getting more and more hard to find the damn filmmakers.
Yeah, number 16 is the dude that did
find it.
The dude that did Wreck, I think.
Paco Plaza. Or the other one.
Oh, here it is. Walme Balguro taking on Jason Eisner. So Walme there, we have Wreck 2, Sleep Tight, Wreck 4, the worst Wreck, The Vault, Venus, Darkness, the 2002 remake one, I think. Fragile from 2005, The Nameless from 1999.
Close enough.
We may have fucked up on this one a little bit.
Close enough.
Oops. And a bunch of other films. So that is a little bit of a flub on us. He should not have been included. He actually has a couple of movies from 90s.
Are they fooling? I think Tony actually did mention that he had that one movie that 99 was his.
Oh
movie.
yeah, it's one movie. Yeah, the rest are
Yeah.
shorts. Yeah. Oh man. So we did mess up that a little bit. Sorry about that.
I think it's fine. It's probably like some indie movie that,
Yeah, he's not going to win the damn tournament.
Yeah. That's probably his first movie that he like scraped together at the end of the 90s. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Taking on Jason Eisner, who directed the Hobo with a Shotgun short that was in Grindhouse and then went on to actually direct Hobo with a Shotgun. We have VHS 2 segment, ABC's The Death segment, Treevenge, which is a short film, but awesome. Moodz' favorite, Kids versus Aliens. So it's my go. Despite Wame cheating and not technically being eligible for this, I have to go with him because he has at least 3 bangers in there.
Yeah, because the Nameless actually came out in 99, didn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, we just noticed that.
We just noticed that. Yeah.
Dude, and that's a good movie too. That's a good movie.
Eisner, I'm not really a big fan, honestly. Like Treevenge is probably my favorite thing he's done. I'm not the biggest fan of Hobo with a Shotgun. I think it's decent. But yeah, so I'm going Wame.
Oh, whose goes it?
Well, you're next on the breakdown. This one, I think.
No, it'd be you because
It'd be me.
I'd be last. Yeah.
Okay. I like Hobo with the Shotgun, but I don't like as much as I used to. But regardless of any of that, Wreck and Sleep Tight are just going to body the rest of the filmography for me. So it's going to be Wame Malgaro for I.
Oh man, fuck! It doesn't even matter. But I'm gonna take Jason Eisner just because I know he's not winning. Obviously,
I figured you're gonna pick him because I know you love like his movies.
Ever since I put off watching Treevenge forever, that became one of my favorite shorts ever. It's like amazing. I love Hobo so much. I actually like everything he's ever done. Kids vs. Aliens was my favorite film like a couple years ago. I love that movie. I know it's honestly like I probably should go the other way, but just for the fun factor, I'm taking Eisner because, like I said, it doesn't matter. But yeah, it's kind of fucked up though because this shouldn't even have been a matchup because the Nameless came out in 99.
Yes, yeah, we fucked up on that one. That's my bad.
Quick.
But he did do Wreck 2. Sleep Tight is fucking. It's Hall of Fame material.
Quick.
But Eisner got fucked on this one.
Clark's coming to the ring with the briefcase.
Jason Eisner got fucked on this one. Yeah, like you said, this wasn't perfect, so it is what it is. But for the most part, I think we did pretty good.
Yeah, we messed up a
intelligence.
little bit right there, but shit happens. Okay, next up we have number 17, Damien Rugna versus number 48, Greg Millian. So Millian here. He did Belko Experiment, Wolf Creek, The Jungle with dude from Harry Potter, Rogue, another cool Australian flick, Wolf Creek 2, and a movie called The Darkness from 2016. And then we have, where the hell did his Demian Rugna, who did When Evil Lurks, Terrified, Satanic Hispanics, and a couple other movies that they don't really look like notable.
Who's go?
Tyler's.
Who am I gonna go with this one? I'm going to go with Damien Rugna on this. I think both his last two movies were pretty good. And I think he had a progression between When Evil Works being the stronger of the two. And I know a lot of people say Terrified is like absolutely terrifying. I didn't feel that way, but there was some stuff I definitely liked in that movie. So I'll go with this fella.
Yeah, interesting. Rugna versus McLean, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Wolf Creek, I actually prefer Wolf Creek 2, believe it or not. I think it's more batshit and just unhinged and ridiculous. I didn't really care for the Belko experiment that much. It's okay for what it is, but I probably got to go with Rugna here, man. I mean, When Evil Lurks, I thought was fantastic. Terrified was fantastic. And I think those two movies are better than anything else. So for myself, Terrified was great.
I probably am on the disagreement on this one with you two. I love Wolf Creek 1 and 2, and Rogue is awesome. I really liked When Evil Lurks, like, a lot. Terrified I thought was good, but it's not really my thing. And I tried watching Satanic Hispanics, but I didn't really get too far into it. It's a close matchup. I could have went either way, but just for the sake of fun, I went with Greg is what for mine. So that is the only second time that you two have been opposite of me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next matchup here, we have where the hell is it? Okay, James Wan taking on John Dwaddle. So James Wan here, we're pretty familiar with James Wan. He's a very popular, notable filmmaker. He made The Conjuring, he made Saw, he made Aquaman. He made The Conjuring 2, Malignant, Insidious, Furious 7, Aquaman 2, Insidious 2, Dead Silence, and Death Sentence would be his films, I believe. And then in terms of John Eric Dowdle, he did As Above, So Below, the Poughkeepsie tapes, Devil, which is very Shyamalan, and the Quarantine remake, or the Wreck remake, which was Quarantine. So I believe, whose go is it first? I think it's Moodz, right?
Yeah, it's my go. Yeah, so John Eric Dowdle, the Poughkeepsie tapes is pretty cool. I enjoy that. I'm not like the biggest fan of the Quarantine remake. It's fine for what it is. Devil's pretty cool. I think that was a step up from Quarantine remake. As Above, So Below, I think is probably his best movie. In my opinion, I think that's pretty fucking solid. I think it's some pretty good stuff right there. I actually been really kind of wanting to rewatch that one. Who up against James
Wan?
James Wan. Yeah.
Yeah, that guy.
James Wan. Where's James Wan?
That guy, of course, James Wan.
The famous Australian filmmaker.
Right. What the fuck did James Wan direct?
Dude, Conjuring 1 and 2.
No,
Insidious
I know what
1 and 2. That's
I know. I'm joking.
He's trolling.
When it comes to James Wan, I'm so indifferent with his films. Like, I think The Conjuring is really good, but I don't know, man. I mean, I guess The Conjuring 2, like, I guess it's because I really don't really care for the whole Conjuring universe. So I kind of like dismiss those movies. So I kind of look at one as like someone else, like, obviously Saw, Insidious. But I think Malignant is like actually like might even be, besides Saw, like his best movie, in my opinion. But I love Death Sentence, which doesn't really count as a horror film, but it is what it is. I mean, he's got a pretty solid filmography, man. But I'm not one of those people that ever like, I'm not going to go out there and watch the Conjuring movies. I don't know. It's fine for what they are, but I mean, in Saw, I could probably do without, but
That's fucking just wild statement right there.
I'm just not going to sit here and be like, I need to watch Saw. You know me, I'm not the biggest Saw franchise person, man. I'm fine with
even the first Saw though. I mean, is just fucking.
I would watch Malignant over it any day of the week. I really would.
So who you voting for then?
Even Insidious, man, I'd probably take over that too. Well, I guess I'm going to go with. We already know who. I'm going with Dowdle.
All right. For me, I do like some of Dowdle's films. As Above, So Below, I think is really awesome. That made my top 10. I actually like Quarantine a good bit, but I saw it before Rec, so I think that definitely helps. And it was really scary when I seen it. Of course, Rec is the much stronger, better film, and they're very similar movies, like super similar. They just changed the ending pretty much. I actually think Devil is a great little thriller movie with a bunch of people in an elevator, very Shyamalan-esque, which is pretty cool. I've actually not seen Poughkeepsie Tapes. But James Wan, bro, he just has more strong shit for me. And I'm not the biggest Conjuring guy, like 1 and 2. I think they're the best in the series maybe, but like, I'm like you, I'm not going to go watch the Conjuring movies. Like that's not like something that's like high up on my thing. However, fucking Insidious is like one of my favorite movies of all time. And I think it was like number 1 in like that decade that we did for Exploding Heads or whatever. So I love that movie. Insidious 2, I was pissed when it came out because the trailer gave everything away, but I come back around on it. Dead Silence, I think, is a bit underrated. Malignant also made my top 10, which is a pretty strong movie. And Saw is one of my favorites ever as well. I also love the franchise. This guy is a franchise starter. I mean, he made 3 of the biggest franchises in horror with The Conjuring, Saw, and Insidious.
Mm-hmm.
So although I like Dowdle's filmography, I gotta go with Juan on this one. He made a couple of my favorite movies. So
yeah, makes sense.
So I get the auspicious tiebreaker again. Yeah, this is it's a pretty easy one for me. It's one of the most.
You do realize I went with Dowdle just because I knew you guys were going with Juan.
I mean, it was.
I didn't know he was going to go with Juan, dude.
I completely knew.
Closet buff.
Juan is.
I could see him not even liking the Poughkeepsie Tapes, so you know.
I actually like that one. I think that was pretty decent, but yeah, Juan just one of the most consistent horror directors over the last 20 years.
So that's 5 times. Thanks, man. Thanks. It's just fucking ripping me a new one here.
There's still time. There's still time for it to even out. Okay, so Tyler.
Yeah, wait till he gets like the heavy hitters when it's like the more like the matchups that matter more.
There has been some pretty interesting matchups already. It's pretty
there
wild.
There really has. It's been fun. So now we're on 19th seed Alex Garland taking on 46th seed Christopher Landon. So Alex Garland, pretty newer guy, and he's directed Ex Machina, which was pretty good. Annihilation, which I think is his best film. I absolutely love that one. And Men from 2022, which was also a really solid movie. He also did a movie last year called Civil War, which isn't like a horror movie. I'm actually doing the Opera Omnia with Duncan on this guy's filmography. So every time he makes a new movie, we record a show on it. I feel like we've had really good conversations about Ex Machina and especially Annihilation. Like, I think that was some of my better reviewing right there because I really dove into Annihilation. I think that movie is brilliant. And the other director is Christopher Landon, who did Happy Death Day 2 You, Freaky, which was a lot of fun, Scout's Guide versus Zombie Apocalypse, and I think one of the coolest Paranormal Activities in the Marked ones, which was like sort of a little spin-offy thing. So yeah, I believe it is it my go?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. This is a tough matchup a little bit for me, because I like the marked ones a lot and Freaky. And Ex Machina isn't like really a horror movie, but I guess it's like adjacent enough. Annihilation really is like more sci-fi as well. Men is more horror, I guess. Freaky was a lot of fun, a little bit more fun than I expected. Happy Death Day, I like enough, but it's not like my favorite. Happy Death Day 2, I didn't really care for that much. But the marked ones is like really awesome. I love that movie. I'm gonna go with Alex Garland, because of Annihilation, I guess. So I guess it wasn't that hard of a matchup. I lied. Tyler.
All right. So, yeah. I've said before, I'm not the biggest fan of Alex Garland. That usually surprises people because he seems like someone I would be a big fan of. However, his movies are interesting, and there's something that about them that has more of a personal and different quality to them than his competitor. And I think he has the tools and ability to make a very good movie. So for this matchup, I will go with Alex Garland.
All right. Well, let's start with Christopher Landon. I fucking can't stand this guy. I'll be honest, man. I mean, I haven't seen Scout's Guide to the Zombie Apocalypse, but I've seen the Mark ones. I've seen Happy Death Day.
You like the marked ones, though.
Yeah, it's good. But Happy Death Day, I think those are just awful. It's fucking brutal. And I think he is the one that wrote Hard Eyes, which makes me like him even less now. Because Hard Eyes is fucking awful.
Like from the people who brought you Happy Death Day or something.
Yeah. I got to go with Alex Garland here because Annihilation is, the movie. I think that movie is really good. Ex Machina or whatever you want to call it. Machina is really good too. I thought Man was pretty cool too. So, yeah, at least liked his movies, so got to go with Alex Garland for sure.
Yeah, I guess liking his movies factors in.
Yeah.
Usually
Christopher Landon is just, he's a total hack to me, man. Awful.
That is hilarious.
He's a hack.
Yeah, he does fluff. Straight up fluff.
Yeah. Fuck him.
All right. So this is kind of interesting how this played out. We had the 20th seed versus the 45th seed, and both it's a 2-versus-2 battle.
Ooh.
Which is kind of funny how that turned out.
Two-headed dragons.
So we have Julian Murray and Alex Bustamante, I believe, taking on Veronica Franz and something Severin
Fiala.
So the first pair there, the higher seed directed The Lodge, Goodnight Mommy, The Devil's Bath, which made my top 10. I believe I think all three of those movies have made my top 10. A Field Guide to Evil, which I have not seen, and I think that's it for her and him. And then Murray and Bustamante directed, of course, the most famous Inside from 2007, The Deep House, The Leatherface 2017, Livid from 2011, ABC's of Death 2. They did a segment, The Soul Eater from last year, which was actually pretty decent. Candisha and Among the Living. Very hit and miss filmography for a lot of people. I like most of their movies. I think I like all of their movies actually. But this is an interesting matchup for me. I believe whose turn is it to go first? I believe Tyler.
Yeah. So for these guys, with the French fellas, The only movie that's really impressed me is Inside. Even that movie, I still, as though I do like it very much, and I think it's awesome. It does not without faults. I really haven't been impressed with the rest of their work. With the other duo, the Austrians, I thought Goodnight Mommy was decent. I thought The Lodge was a little worse, but it was still a decent movie. But I thought The Devil's Bath was great. So if I just even compare the top three, I think the New Kids on the Block actually edge them out. So I'm gonna go with Veronica Cons and Severin Fiala.
Okay. The Lodge took me a couple of watches to get into. The first time I watched it, I liked it, and then I watched it a couple times. I think since it came out, and I really like that movie. Actually, it's quite good. Goodnight Mommy, I think, is the one that I like the most. The Devil's Bath is like a one and done for me. I mean, I'm not going to get anything else out of watching it again. It's a really, really well made film, very kind of disturbing. Based on a time period where, she was fucked up. It was fucked up. So I get it. I think it captures it quite well. But on the flip side, we go over to the Frenchies here.
So we got Austrians and French.
We got Austria and France here. I mean, Inside is my favorite movie out of all these. And the thing is, I actually like a lot of these films, man. The Deep House, I fucking love, dude. The Deep House was great.
It was cool.
Underwater shit was fucking awesome. I personally love Leatherface. A lot of people don't like it.
I do too, man. It's fun.
I think it's really good. I like Levide also. A lot of people don't really care for it that much, but I think it's really good. I don't think it's as brilliant as some people think. It's not as bad as other people think too. It's kind of one of those like on the fence films. Among the Living, I want to enjoy, but the problem is with that movie is that there's so much narrative issues. The writing is bad in that one. There's so many.
Levide kind of has the same problems.
It does, but Among the Living is actually worsely written. There's so many holes in the film that are just so blatant when you watch it. You're like, that doesn't even add up at all. It's kind of a shame because the movie itself could be better. And that's really all I've seen from him. But I mean, Inside, come on, man. I can't actually vote against this. No, I'm going for France on this one because I don't want to say no names. Another French one I'm voting for.
I did not get to hear what Tyler said because I stepped out, so I'm gonna pretend like I didn't. Well, I didn't, and I'm just gonna go as if it's tied up right now. I have no idea if it is. This is probably the toughest matchup I've had so far because I love The Lodge. I thought Goodnight Mommy was really great, and The Devil's Bath was my number 2, I think, 2 or 3 of this past year. I think all 3 of those films have made my top 10. I think Inside is the best movie out of all of them. The Deep House was pretty cool. I also really like Leatherface. And Livide and Among the Living are very similar movies to me. I think they're both pretty solid. Livid is Livide, whatever the fuck it's called. Probably like that one a little bit more. But that one has a lot of cool style and shit like that. The Soul Eater from this past year was pretty good as well. What the hell's going on with my laptop right now? It started bugging out. Ooh, this is a tough one. If I had to pick, I would go with the French guys. Even though I think the other movies are stronger. Really? It was tied.
Yeah, it was tied.
Oh shit, bro.
It was close. It was close.
I feel kind of bad now.
No, it just came down to I like more. If I just look at their top 3 films, I like the Austrians overall more, even though like I'm not the hottest on the other 2 I've seen. But my favorite movie out of all of them is The Devil's Bath.
It really came down to, for me, is all 3 of those other movies are really depressing. where like the French guys, I think like I would like those movies are a little bit more fun and like more enjoyable to rewatch. But like
they're still dark as fuck though, man. Like those movies are dark as shit.
I know how is the movie where like somebody cuts a baby out of someone? And then,
It's
like,
actually a really good matchup. Like
it is a good matchup.
European duos that do very violent and brutal and dark and dreary films. Like essentially, like that's what all those kind of films are.
It was a good matchup. That was a good matchup.
But it came down to like Inside for me is just it's unstoppable. And again, Tyler's right though. It's not perfect. It's not a perfect movie. But dude, that movie is it's so satisfying because it's so brutal. Every time I watch it, I'm just like, oh, I squirm, man. It does its job every time I watch it, man. So I love it.
That was a bit of an upset, I guess, 45 and 20. Okay, next up here we have Mike Doherty, known for Godzilla, King of Monsters 2019, Trick or Treat, and Krampus are his films. And then we have Tyler McIntyre, who did VHS 99, Tragedy Girls, It's a Wonderful Knife, Good Boy, and Patchwork.
Yeah.
I believe is it me first?
I think it's me, actually. Is it not? Didn't Tyler just go first?
I just went last. Yeah, so it would be Moodz. We kind of messed up the order of that a little bit, but that's fine. Moodz.
Yeah, that kind of got a little bit fucky. Yeah, so Tyler McIntyre, of course, we just talked about it. It's a Wonderful Knife. It's fun. I think it's pretty fun. Tragedy Girls.
2 years ago.
Yeah. Well, I mean, wasn't it just last Christmas?
No, it was the one before that. Actually, I guess it was.
Was it? I don't know. Fuck, man.
Moodz will say we just talked about this. It'll be like 7 years ago.
It does seem like it wasn't that long ago, but yeah, that was like 15, 16
like
months
7 years ago.
Damn, dude, that's crazy. He doesn't really have that much work, to be honest. Is Patchwork a horror film? I've never seen that one, I don't think.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Oh man, it's got cool artwork, man. I'm not sure if I saw that one or not. Of course, worked on VHS 99. It's a Wonderful Knife, Tragedy Girls, which is great. But Michael Dougherty, though, man, come on, man. I mean, Trick or Treat, Krampus, two of my all-time favorite movies. And I can fuck with Godzilla, King of the Monsters because I like Godzilla movies and they're just straight popcorn films, not to be taken serious. But seriously, Trick or Treat and Krampus are two films that I watch constantly. I got to go with Doherty on this, man. Hands down.
Yeah, for me, I love Tragedy Girls, and It's a Wonderful Knife was honestly a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it, and I think it's one that I'll rotate back to on the Christmas season.
For sure.
Tragedy Girls, I rewatched fairly recently and still loved it. But Doherty, man, I mean, there's probably like 2 10 out of 10s there for me. And I also like that version of Godzilla as well. So yeah, I got to go Doherty as well.
Yeah, this is going to be an easy Doherty for me as well. Just got some iconic standouts in his filmography, and you just Tyler McIntyre just overmatched here.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so next up we have number 22 seed Paco Plaza, and we have the number 43 seed in Joseph Lynch. Of course, the one half of the movie Crypt duo with Adam Green. So Paco Plaza is the other half of the Rec directing duo. He did Moodz film Moodz really likes called Christmas Tale from 2005. He did one called The Grandmother. He also did Rec 2 and the better of the side project Recs and Rec 3 Genesis. He also did Sister Death and Veronica, which I think might be related films. I'm pretty sure. I think that
I think they are.
Sister Death is a sequel to Veronica. Veronica was like one of those movies that would pop up like in those articles, like the scariest movie on
Yeah, it
Netflix.
is.
People can't finish.
For
Because
no
it's so
reason.
scary. It was pretty good.
And what's funny too is there's a kid I know that's just a complete normie, like barely even watches movies. And one day he was just like, "Have you seen that movie Veronica?" And it was just talking about this. We thought it was like the scariest thing you'd ever see.
That's wild. And then Joe Lynch, Mayhem, Suitable Flesh, Wrong Turn 2, Knights of Badassdom, Everly, which with stars the hell's Selma Hayek. Did a segment in Chillerama as well. Is Tyler, I believe.
Okay, so this one is I'm gonna go Paco Plaza on this one. Just overall stronger, and Rec being the high point here, that kind of gives him the big punch, I would say.
Yeah, I feel like this is kind of a mismatch, actually, a little bit, because, Wreck 2, I mean, dude, Christmas Tale, I mean, these are movies that I love, so, yeah. Joe Lynch, I mean, come on. He's got Wrong Turn 2.
I actually think he's getting better. I actually really enjoyed Suitable Flesh from
Suitable Flesh
that.
was okay. It was decent for what it was. I didn't love it, but Mayhem was okay too.
Mayhem was fun. Remember Mayhem and the Belko Experiment came out in like the same year or something? They were both like very similar.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I think Joe Lynch has more potential than I feel like he's never really got the budget he deserves to really try to make a movie. But Paco Plaza is the better one. So I'm also going with Paco Plaza as my pick.
He hasn't done Rec 3, I think, was like the last thing he really did. Oh, no, he did Veronica in 17, I guess. I never seen that one, actually.
He did the Sister Death movie.
Yeah, which I think is a sequel or spinoff.
Interesting.
Okay, and then next up we have another duo here in Aaron Moorhead and Justin Benson.
Ooh.
Taking on
Neil Marshall.
Neil Marshall. It's an interesting matchup.
Oh, this is.
So we have the 23rd seed Benson and Moorhead versus Neil Marshall, the number 42 seed. So for films, we have Neil Marshall directed The Descent, Hellboy, Dog Soldiers, Segment Tales from Halloween, Centurion, Doomsday, The Lair, and The Reckoning from a couple years ago. And then Aaron Moorhead and Benson there did The Endless, Synchronic, Spring, VHS Viral, Resolution. So Resolution and Endless are tied together. And then also Something in the Dirt. And
Synchronic.
Synchronic, yeah, I might have said that. But so that's a pretty interesting matchup from those two there. Who leads off on this one? I believe it is Moodz' turn.
Yeah, it's me. All right, Neil Marshall. He's got a really interesting filmography, actually. I mean, Dog Soldiers, The Descent. I mean, those two movies are awesome. Doomsday, I find, is just goofy as hell. Of course, he worked on Tales from Halloween also, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
What else did he do? The Lair from 2002, which I never did actually even see. But I really liked The Reckoning in 2020. I think that actually made my top 10 that year, which is a big surprise for me. I think everyone else hated it but me. So, but he's done things like Hellboy, which I've actually never watched. I think that's pretty much all I've seen from him. Yeah, I'm not really the biggest Doomsday fan, but Dog Soldiers and The Descent, absolutely love. Justin Benson. So they did, man, I should have actually watched Resolution and The Endless for this. I've never seen them before, believe it or not.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I've only ever seen Spring, which I think is brilliant. So my pick is got to be Neil Marshall. I probably would go with Marshall anyways because I love Dog Soldiers and The Descent. I think The Descent would probably be my favorite movie out of there anyways. And even though he hasn't really done a whole lot after the fact, I still think that he could come back to it. You know, I like The Reckoning, but he's kind of he's very mixed filmography, but I'm going with Neil Marshall, man. He's got more stuff that I appreciate. So
The Descent, I've never loved it as much as other people, although it did make my top 10 of 2005. And the last time I watched it, I liked it more than I ever have. Dog Soldiers, I like quite a bit. It's like my favorite kind of werewolf movie. Like this look of the werewolves, that is. And like Hellboy, I've seen that before. It's not really my cup of tea. Don't know what segment he did in Tales of Halloween. I believe I did see The Lair. The Reckoning, I remember not loving. Was kind of hyped for that one and it didn't live up. Moorhead and Benson actually like their filmography quite a bit. Resolution's pretty solid movie. Endless is even better. Spring is their best movie probably, and even Synchronic was really good. So I mean that's 4 really solid movies for me. So even though I think like I probably like the 2 Neil Marshall did the best, if I was to rank all 6 of those movies, I think that all 4 of those other movies I mentioned from the duo directors are very solid. I'm talking like 8s out of 10s. So I'm gonna go with Benson and Moorhead, and Tyler will be the tiebreaker.
Ooh.
again,
All right. So The Descent, I think, is easily the strongest movie on the board. Descent's a really fucking good movie. I'm not as hot on Dark Souls as other people have been, but Dark Souls is still a solid flick. Descent is such a banger, though. But I'm actually a really big fan of Benson and Moorhead. I think Resolution is just decent, but I think Spring's really good. I think The Endless is really good, but I really, really like The Endless. I think The Endless is a very creative movie. I think the way it ties in with the Resolution and you get a full view of things is very, very well done. I really enjoy that movie. I really like Spring too. And I do like Resolution. And I like that these guys have really never made a big budget movie. Like these guys are like real like indie get it done guys, and they're just they act in their movies and direct in their movies. They direct their movies. I'm gonna go with Benson Moorhead.
that sucks.
Stop picking the same ones as me, dude. You're making
Honestly, I thought it was gonna be like I thought you two were both gonna pick Neil Marshall.
Well, I think the problem is, dude, though, honestly, on that one is
I actually thought you were going with Neil Marshall on that one too.
Moodz just hasn't.
It was close. It was close. It's like honestly, like I really, really like The Endless, like personally.
You know, I even thought like I have that fucking double feature Blu-ray, The Arrow, and I was like, I should watch these because I've never seen these, and it could be kind of a like not a game changer, but it could change my vote. But it was also looking at the matchup that was before, and I can't remember who it was, and I was like, well, there's no way this is changing. It could have. Now that it did change because the matchups changed, so well, it is what it is. I mean, I don't feel bad because I mean, honestly, The Descent is. I can't see those movies being me liking them more than The Descent. Anyways, you know what I mean?
That's the thing. That's like The Descent.
Yeah, that was
so
a hard
good.
matchup because of that.
It might, yeah, like The Descent is so good that it might like just solo them by itself, but it just.
Mm-hmm.
I still might pick lots of Descent given like the choice for me, and I just really like The Endless.
Right.
Next up, we have an interesting matchup here. We have David Bruckner, the 24th seed, who did The Ritual, The Night House, the Hellraiser reboot from 2022. He also did 2 of the VHSs, VHS and VHS 85, as well as another anthology segment in Southbound.
Awesome.
And Signal, which we recently reviewed.
So am I allowed to say that we just did The Signal?
Yeah.
Is it current enough? I'm not going to get shit on for that this time.
Yeah, it was this year.
Okay,
That
it wasn't
was
like, say, it wasn't 17 months ago.
It was only like 2.5. I guess that counts. That was in this season.
By the way, Southbound is a completely underrated anthology, man.
It's good. Yeah.
It's really good.
And then we have Robert Zombie, director of House of a Thousand Corpses.
Excuse me, did you just say Robert Zombie? So
did.
JP is apparently his mother.
3 from Hell, Halloween 1 and 2, Lords of Salem, 31, The Monsters, The Haunted World of El Super Beasto. Who's the lead on this one? Me?
Yeah, because Tyler was,
Tyler went last, so is he the lead? Yeah, Tyler would be the lead, I think.
Okay, how do we just keep fucking this up?
I don't fucking know, but because he's not here, I'll just go, I guess. Okay, so man, this is a bit tough. Like, Bruckner is The Ritual is awesome, probably my favorite out of all those movies. The Night House is also awesome. I think that made my top 10. It might have even been like number 1 that year. I can't remember. Or no, it was like that movie that fucked up my list that year. And I had to like reorganize the list like live because I forgot a movie or something. Or I started at my number 11 or some shit. I can't remember.
Oh my God, dude.
Hellraiser was a huge letdown for me because I thought he would kill that film. Southbound's good. The Signal's good. The VHS's, I don't know what segment he did, but I like both of those, I guess. And then Rob Zombie, it's a tale of two halves of a career, really. I think his first 5 movies are legitimately great. House of a Thousand, Halloween 1 and 2, Devil's Rejects, and Lords of Salem. Fucking bangers to me. 31, huge disappointment. 3 from Hell, I like it, but it's just not the same, you know. The Monsters, I've never been a big Monsters fan anyway, so I really didn't know how to judge that one. And honestly, the El Super Beasto movie is pretty fun.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go Rob Zombie on this one. I just love like 4 of his movies a lot.
Yeah. Well, since Tyler is not there, he's gonna have to. Okay, well, Rob Zombie. I love House. I love Devils. I love Halloween. I love Halloween 2. I love Lord of Salem. The Haunted World of El Super Beasto. Big fan of. And you're right. It's a tale of two fucking halves, man. 31 is such a fail. It's like so disappointing that like it hurts a little bit.
Yeah, it actually, I felt that way when I watched it. I was like, went to the theater and seen it, and I was just like, what the fuck was this?
I know.
It's just a very disappointing.
And I share the sentiments on 3 from Hell. It's like we wanted that, you know, that bookend. We wanted that trilogy, and it's just so low budget and just it's just not the same. But I still do like parts in it, though. Like it's decent for what it is. I still haven't gotten around to watching the Munsters because I can't. Like me being the polar opposite of you, I love the Munsters, so I'm a little bit worried to watch it. I just don't want to be. I don't want to have that like, oh my God, this is so bad, Rob. Like what the fuck? Like I don't want that moment again. So I haven't watched it yet. I literally still have it sealed. So. But Rob Zombie, you know, is the dude. But David Bruckner, I mean, I like The Signal. You know, his shorts in VHS are pretty good. Southbound's awesome. The Ritual is fantastic. I think that's probably his best movie, really, The Ritual. And I thought The Night House was really good. I think that actually made my top 10 one year also. So a lot of these directors, man, you know, they were cracking top 10s, man. Hellraiser is uber disappointing. In fact, I really didn't like it at all.
Yeah, that was disappointing to me.
Fucking odd. Like I was really actually kind of pissed about that because he just coming off The Ritual and The Night House. I was like, well, you know, man, he's got potential to do some pretty good shit with Hellraiser.
And the way they were talking about it before it came out too, like it made me think that he really understood Hellraiser. And then I got it and I was like, this feels more like the sequels that came out way later.
Yeah.
Tyler, what say you?
I'm not really the most giant Rob Zombie fan, but I'm nowhere near a hater. And I think overall he's definitely got some stinkers in here, but I think he has higher peaks than David Bruckner. So I'm gonna have to go with Rob Zombie.
All right, another little bit of an upset on that one. Okay,
Is that a sweep?
Yeah, that is a sweep.
I never did pick, but
I thought you did go with Rob Zombie.
no, I just moved on.
Oh,
No,
sorry.
I am taking Rob Zombie though. but even though, like, I mean, he's got like Bruckner's got a couple great films in there, but I can't pass up like the first 5-6 films from Rob Zombie.
I feel like Rob Zombie has like a rating lower than he should because he kind of has the Eli Roth syndrome. People are like,
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, he definitely does.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, people were mad about his dialogue in Halloween. Never forgave him after that.
Oh yeah, I forgot he did that. I didn't like that either.
But see, but the funny thing about the Rob Zombie hate on Halloween, everyone's like, they love Suspiria for the same reasons why they hate Halloween. They extended the story, gave Michael this backstory, and everyone's like, fuck that. Michael Myers doesn't need this fucking backstory, but then love this extended narrative in Suspiria. You fucking hypocrite fuckers, man. I'm telling you.
Okay, next up we have 25th. This is such an interesting matchup. 25th seed Pascal Laugier taking on his Fab Five French director, New Extreme Wave co-director Alexander Aja. So we have Martyrs versus High Tension, essentially. So Pascal directed Martyrs, Incident in a Ghostland, also known as Ghostland, and The Tall Man and House of Voices. And then Alexander Aja directed High Tension, aka Switchblade Romance, Crawl, The Hills Have Eyes remake, the Piranha remake, Horns, Oxygen, Never Let Go from last year, Mirrors, and he's doing Crawl 2.
he did Crawl. Yeah, Crawl's cool.
So I believe we will go with Tyler now since we skipped him last time.
This is actually really tough. I don't think Aja's hit the same peaks, but he has a pretty decent overall filmography. There's nothing that I think is just like a dog shit movie in there. They're all pretty decent to very good, I would say. I think Incident in the Ghostland's decent. I don't love it, but I think it's pretty solid. I don't care for The Tall Man. I haven't seen his last movie, but I think Martyrs is such a knockout punch that it just edges him over despite having maybe not as extensive filmography. So I'm going to go with Pascal on this one.
Well, I mean, as much as I love Martyrs, I mean, it's obviously a 10 out of 10 for me. We've done extensive talks on that one before. Incident in Ghostland, that was cool. It's cool. I didn't care for The Tall Man whatsoever. I thought that was actually quite a shit follow-up to Martyrs, to be honest.
It's actually really, it's very Hollywood.
Yeah, it's super Hollywood, and it just felt it felt heartless.
In it or something.
Yeah. I mean, just so. I don't even know if they have any really good ass shots of her either. It's kind of disappointing because her bum is really nice. But Aja, for me, man, I mean, dude, like, okay, so Aja hasn't made anything as extensively good as Martyrs, but High Tension's fine. The Hills Have Eye remake might even be one of the best remakes of all time. It really is. Piranha 3D, fun as fucking hell. Horns, I personally love that movie. I think it's fucking awesome. Crawl's great. Oxygen was fucking banger. Aja all day for me, man.
All right, so we have a tie here. I am the tiebreaker. So Martyrs, I think, is a phenomenal movie. I absolutely love it. Ghostland, I thought was decent when I watched it, and then I had to rewatch it for the summer series one year, and I completely got that movie more than I had the first time. I was like, damn, I missed like so much in this movie. It's actually pretty brilliant. The Tall Man sucks. It's just not a good movie. So he has two bangers there. Alexander Aja, High Tension. I love High Tension. I think it's awesome. I like it right up there with Martyrs, maybe a little bit less, but I think it's amazing. The Hills Have Eyes remake, I also concur with Moodz. I think it's one of the best remakes. Piranha 3D is hella fun. I haven't seen Horns. Oxygen, super underappreciated movie. I think that made me and Moodz' top 10 that year, both of us. I actually did like Never Let Go, but I could see why people didn't. And Crawl is a super fun movie. I have to go with Alexander Aja. He has such a fun filmography, and Pascal has 2 great movies, but Aja has a couple great movies and then a bunch of really solid ones. So I'm going Aja as well.
I didn't want to ruin it for myself by mentioning Never Let Go because I thought it sucked.
I know you did.
Yeah. And I was like, I'm just going to stop at Oxygen and ruin my flow here. So, but yeah, I mean, otherwise, I mean, I would, yeah, he's just done way more better stuff. So,
yeah, if Pascal directed more movies, he could maybe, you know, had a better shot at it. But Aja to me just has like a really fun filmography for the most part. There's not a lot of stuff in there that I think is just crap.
But Never Let Go is still better than The Tall Man.
That is true. Never Let Go is better than The Tall Man. Okay, we only have a couple more round 1 matchups here. Next up is a pretty interesting one. We have Steven Kostanski, who has directed The Void, VHS 94, Psycho Gorman, ABCs of Death 2, Leprechaun Returns, which it is Leprechaun Day, Frankie Frico from last year, Father's Day, Manborg, Divorced Dads, a couple other things I haven't seen. Taking on Ben Wheatley, who directed The Meg 2, which is better than The Meg 1, I will say that. Kill List. I don't know what else is horror on here. A Field in England and In the Earth and ABCs of Death.
I mean, Sightseers, I would say it's dark comedy mixed with kind of horror in there. I don't know, but whatever.
I think we go Moodz first on this one.
Yeah.
Well. This just had to happen because this was not the original matchup, I swear to God.
This is a tough one.
It was actually even worse. It was really hard for me before. I can't remember what it was now, but Steven Konstowski, I can never say his name properly.
Kostanski, it's Polish.
Konstanski. Oh my God, dude. I mean, the thing is, we probably should have just incorporated all of Astron 6 because most of these movies have other direct. I mean, he definitely has credit just himself, but I don't know. I just feel like it should have been a collective thing.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because with Father's Day, like,
represents him.
because like all the other Astron 6 guys are on Father's Day. He's got a credit on that too. But I guess he's done his own stuff. Like Leprechaun Returns is his own. The Void, you know.
So is Psycho Gorman.
Yeah, I think Father's Day or Manborg is actually another Astron 6 thing, but
yeah, it's only
Frankie Frico is
his own thing too. So I mean, he's really kind of branched out and done his own thing. But I mean, it's still Astron 6. I mean, most of the guys are still involved in all these movies, anyways. I love Frankie Frico. It's fun as hell. Psycho Gorman was my favorite movie a couple years ago. Leprechaun Returns. That was a great, legacy kind of sequel deal thing. I thought it was really good. The Void, I personally love. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. I think it's great. BioCop might even be one of the best fake trailers ever made. It really is.
God, BioCop's so fucking funny.
It's so good, man. It's literally so fucking awesome. It's actually unbelievable. It's such a shame this whole film never got made because, my God, that trailer is fucking amazing. Father's Day is Father's Day. It's outrageously ridiculous. Manborg is ridiculous too. Both from 2011. I think both made my top 10 that year. I swear to God. This is hurting my feelings right now. It really is. Because I love Ben Wheatley too, man. Feel in England, I think it's fantastic. I can't even remember if I've seen High Rise or not. It's weird. I own it, but I can't remember the movie. It's like the strangest thing. Meg 2, I concur with JP, is way better than the first one. Sightseers is ridiculous. Man, that movie is fucking hilariously dark. It's pretty awesome shit. But you guys know which way I'm going though, man. Kill List is fantastic. I think that's probably the banger there. But I'm going with my boy, Steven Konstanski. Come on, man. I got to do it.
I don't know the fucking order anymore.
Why
Is it
don't you
me?
go next? Yeah.
Okay. Ben Wheatley just never really hit for me the way that he has other people. I do like Kill List quite a bit. In the Earth, I thought was all right. The Meg 2 was a little more fun, and I have not seen it filmed in England, so that might hurt it a little bit. Kostansky, although I'm not a big fan of like Father's Day and Manborg per se, I do really like The Void. I really love Leprechaun Returns. I also really love Psycho Gorman, and Frankie Frico was a lot of fun. So I'm going Kostansky.
So I think Kill List is probably the best movie out of all of them. However, Ben has also made some movies I'm not the biggest fan of. As a Steve, I really, but I am a giant fan of Manborg and Father's Day. I liked Freaky Frico as kind of a callback to those movies, and I like pretty much like all the Astron 6 stuff. I almost don't really like the solo Steve stuff as much, but on the strength of the Astron 6 stuff, I think I also got to go with Stevie K.
All right. So that is a sweep for Steve Kostansky.
Oh, really? Wow. Sorry, I
Yes.
stepped away there for a second. I was surprised Wheatley didn't get any votes.
That's why I said, why don't you go next, Shafee? I thought he was for sure going to pick Wheatley.
No, I did not. I did not go with Wheatley. Who is this director that I misspelled? Is it the guy who did Abigail?
What's it? Do you have Olpen
And Gillette? Okay.
So it's like Matt Olpen something Gillette. It's a hyphenated name.
Okay. I was about to say, like, what the hell? Okay, so the next matchup is seed number 27 taking on seed number 38. For seed number 27, I believe it is a duo. You have Matt Olpen and Tyler Gillette, who did Ready or Not, Scream 6, Scream 5, Abigail, VHS, Southbound, Devil's Due, and the upcoming Ready or Not 2. Taking on Mr. Adam Green, who directed Frozen, Hatchet 2, not Hatchet 3, Victor Crowley, Digging Up the Marrow, Chillerama, and Spiral. Who's up first? Is it me?
I went last.
Yeah, it is you.
Okay. I'm sorry. Who were they? Oh, was it Adam?
Well, who just went last?
No. I spaced on who was.
Tyler went last, so he's going.
Yeah, I spaced on who the matchup was. Adam Green was the other person. Okay, Adam Green. Oh, this is tough actually. So, actually, is it really?
Well, we just covered Frozen.
Yeah, there isn't really an Adam Green movie I just like really don't like. There's some movies like I don't like as much as I used to, but I'm still a really big fan of Spiral. I think Frozen's pretty good. I think Hatch is still like I'm happy to watch any of these movies if I don't like love them all. I think Ready or Not's a real good time. I like that movie a lot. I honestly thought these guys might have upset someone because of that for me, but they just ran into Adam Green, who I think I'm shocked as he's this low, I guess. So yeah, Adam Green is just gonna body him out with his overall filmography.
All right.
Yeah, so the duo here didn't care for Abigail. You guys know my thoughts on Scream 5 and 6. Fuck those movies too. Ready or Not, I did like though. I thought that was pretty good. So big fan of that one. He worked on Southbound also. Devil's Due, I think I've seen also. I can't quite remember it though. But anything Southbound is pretty fucking awesome. But I mean, come on, man, it's Adam Green. I mean, Hatchet. Well, I shouldn't say Hatchet 3, but Digging Up the Marrow, man, was actually one of those films where I was super surprised by. I kept writing it off. I was like, I'm not gonna like this shit. It is kind of funny that Adam Green didn't direct my favorite Hatchet film in part 3.
I know, me too.
It's just so weird to me. But I like Frozen and Spiral are really good too. I got to give it to Adam Green, straight up.
Yeah. See that this was a tough one for me because I do like a lot of Adam Green's movies. I've kind of come down on him over the years. Like I'm not as big of a massive fan as I was when he started making movies. I think it was also just that I latched on the fact that he was like a new director and I got to see like his movies from the beginning and follow his career and stuff. But Frozen is a like really highly rated. I think Frozen's probably his best movie. Spiral might be his second best movie. Digging Up the Marrow might actually be his third best movie. So I think the Hatchet movies might be his worst movies, but I enjoy those. They're fun. I loved Scream 5 and 6. Ready or Not was also pretty fun, and Abigail was okay. I'm going to go with Adam Green, but it was a lot closer than I thought it would be because those Scream movies I love a lot.
Pretty much the reason why I wasn't going there.
Okay, let's see here. That was 27, so we're at 28. All right, so it's going to be Andre Overdell versus Christopher Smith. Andre Overdell has directed a couple of pretty cool movies. Autopsy of Jane Doe, Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark, The Last Voyage of Demeter, and Troll Hunter. He's also attached to a Scary Stories sequel. And then Christopher Smith. Why is this name not ringing a bell for me? Okay, I know who he is. He directed Triangle, Creep from 2004, Severance from 2006, and Black Death and Consecration as well. Who leads off on this one?
It'd be me. Yeah, Christopher Smith, man. 2009, dude. Like, I actually really liked fucking Triangle, man. It was pretty good. But Creep is really cool. Good film. Severance, hilarious. Triangle was a fucking. The thing about his films in the early, mid to late 2000s, they were all quite different, man. Creep, Severance, Triangle, Black Death, which I thought was pretty fucking cool too. What has he done after this? Nothing. So he doesn't really make genre films anymore, does he?
He
Crazy.
did the Consecration, which isn't that a genre film?
I'm not.
Yeah.
Possibly. I haven't seen that one.
Was called
But he had a nice little streak going though. Creep, Severance, Triangle, Black Death. I think those are all pretty good films. And then we got. I don't know how to pronounce his name. How do you pronounce it? Andre Ordell. So I love Troll Hunter. I think it's fantastic. The Autopsy of Jane Doe, another fantastic film. Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. I actually liked. I've never seen The Last Voyage of the Demeter. Kind of passed on that one a little bit. Yeah, this is actually kind of harder than I thought it was going to be, actually. Shit, dude. This is a weird one. Because I feel like Troll Hunter. I'm gonna go with Andre Ordell, whatever his name is. Just because I champ Troll Hunter and the Autopsy of Jane Doe a little bit more in the other films. So,
is it me? My order is like just so off.
Yeah,
right
that's
now.
right.
Okay. I like Triangle. Creep is pretty good. And I hear Black Death is really good, but I never seen it. Andre, I really love Autopsy of Jane Doe, and I think that's a movie that I've been wanting to revisit lately. Scary Stories I revisited a couple of years ago, and I really enjoyed it. Voyage was decent. I've still not seen Troll Hunter.
What?
But
You've never seen Troll Hunter?
no, I've still not seen Troll Hunter.
Oh, dude, when we do a Norwegian show, man, we're gonna definitely do Troll Hunter.
But I'm gonna go with Andre, just because I tend to like his movies a little bit more. So, what about you, Tyler?
Man, I can't believe you haven't seen Black Death either. That's fucking wild.
I know, and I own it. I own Troll Hunter as well.
It's good.
Really, where it comes down, I think I pretty safely like Troll Hunter and the Autopsy of Jane Doe pretty safely more than any of his opponent's movies. So it's going to be Andre for me as well.
Alrighty. Next up here, we have the number... what the hell seed are we on now? 29th seed versus 36th seed. They're getting closer. We have Scott Derrickson, who directed Black Phone, Sinister, the new movie The Gorge that came out this year, I believe, Exorcism of Emily Rose, The Day the Earth Stood Still, VHS 85, Deliver Us from Evil, Hellraiser Inferno, and the upcoming Black Phone 2. Taking on Jim Mickle, who directed We Are What We Are, Cold in July, Stakeland, and Mulberry Street. I believe I'm the leader on this one. This is a pretty easy one for me because I've only seen Stakeland out of that guy's films, and I've seen almost all of Scott Derrickson's films. So, and although there are some booty ones in there, I tend to like his movies a little bit more, so I'm going Scott Derrickson.
I'm next, right?
Yep.
All right. Yeah, I think Scott Derrickson is actually kind of underrated. I think he's, as good as some of the top guys, but he's right under. I think he's been pretty consistent in his filmography, and I really like Sinister a lot. Honestly, I think Sinister's so scary. I think Sinister is conventionally a really scary movie. And I really enjoy The Black Phone. I'm looking
Canal's better.
To The Black Phone 2. I've seen the Canal.
The Canal's good.
Yeah.
It's very similar to Sinister. It's kind of like the Irish version of it.
Oh, yeah. I've seen that one. I know exactly. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I've seen the movie. But, so I'm going to go Scott Derrickson.
Fuck. Because I was completely going with Jim Mickle, so he just fucking railroaded me again. I love
seven times.
I love Mulberry Street, man. I think that's it was one of my favorite 8 films to die for. Stakeland, I love too. We Are What We Are is the remake. It's okay. But Cold in July I thought was fantastic too. I just dig this guy's movies a little bit better than Scott Derrickson's. Like I honestly, dude, he did Inferno.
Yeah, I like Hellraiser Inferno.
The Exorcism.
I do.
The Exorcism of Emily Rose is fine.
I like that movie a lot.
I'm not the biggest Sinister fan. Deliver Us from Evil, I wasn't really a big on that one either.
I like that one as well.
The Black Phone, I really did enjoy. I thought it was pretty cool. But on the flip side, if that was my favorite film, I like Stakeland and Mulberry Street better, and Cold in July too. If you want to put that in there as well. Yeah, so I got fucked on that one. Whatever.
It 7. That's the 7th time you've been fucked.
Yeah. All right.
I've been keeping track.
Crazy. That's absolutely crazy.
Okay, next up we have 30th seed taking on 35th seed. We have Richard Bates Jr. taking on Lucky McKee. So Richard Bates Jr., this name is not ringing a bell. What did he direct? Excision. Great movie. Suburban Gothic, Night Night, Trash Fire, and Tone Deaf. Trash Fire is really good. Taking on Lucky McKee, who directed May, All Cheerleaders Die, The Woman, Tales of Halloween, The Woods, Sick Girl, which was Masters of Horror episode, Old Man, Red, and he did a segment in Deathcember. Who goes first? Tyler? Or no? It's Moodz.
No, Moodz goes first.
Yeah, all right. So Richard Bates Jr. Yeah, Excision, fucking bomb. Suburban Gothic, absolutely love that movie, man. It's actually super fun, man. It's got Kat Dennings in it, who's got some really nice boobies.
She does.
It's really fun, though. It's a fun movie. Trash Fire, good film. So, really, Richard Bates Jr., kind of a I mean, really, when do you ever hear his name thrown around?
I didn't even know who he was until I.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. But then on the flip side, we got Lucky McKee, who might have directed one of my favorite movies of this battle, really, in the last 25 years, which is May. I absolutely love May. The Woods was okay. I like his Masters of Horror episode. I think it's pretty good. The Woman.
That has Angela Bettis in it, I believe.
Yeah, we're not. The Woman, I'm still not the biggest fan of, to be honest. But it's weird because I actually like All Cheerleaders Die. And a lot of people don't like that movie. And I thought it was fun as hell. I don't know why I like that one so much. Oh, shit, man. Another anthology that really hasn't been brought up on this where a lot of directors should be in here is December.
Yeah.
It's another one. So, but I got to give this one to Lucky McKee because he has May. And it's just, you know what's funny is May and Excision are both very similar movies. They're both about like a disaffected sort of like.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
Girl.
Mm-hmm. True, but I mean,
so you're going Lucky McKee. I believe it is. I have no fucking clue, dude. My mind is fried.
Well, you're after me, so
okay. So all right, this is a tough one, man. I think I'm gonna go Lucky McKee because he's more familiar to me. But that Excision movie is really great, and Trash Fire I think is like kind of underrated. But I'm gonna go Lucky McKee.
Yeah, Excision is very good. Definitely a standout film for me. Definitely the standout film for his filmography for me. But May is just that movie. May is, I think, one of the most underrated horror movies of the past like 25 years. And May is going to take it for me on the strength of that. Lucky McKee.
All right. So the next, that's a 3-0 sweep. The next one is probably going to cause Moodz like an aneurysm, I think. So we have Joe Begos, who Moodz really loves, at the 31 seed, taking on Tyler West, the number, I don't think that's his real name. the number,
I think I don't
34th seed. So Joe Begos, you got Bliss, Christmas Bloody Christmas, VFW, Almost Human, The Mind's Eye. Ty West, you have Pearl, X, Maxine, the X trilogy, VHS, House of the Devil, Innkeepers, Sacrament, and Cabin Fever 2, ABCs of Death, and The Roost.
How in the living fuck did this happen?
I know Moodz is a big fan of both of these guys. This is fucking tough even for me, bro.
Dude, this is ridiculous, man. This is so bad. How did the first fuck?
Dude, this is a really tough one for me because, okay, Bliss I think is great. Christmas Bloody Christmas is getting better. It's getting better with the years. I watched it this past Christmas as well. Picked it up on Blu-ray. VFW, such a fun movie. Even Almost Human is pretty fucking good. Ty West, Pearl is so good. X, I didn't really care for Maxine, but The Sacrament was my number one of 2014. I think we counted it. Innkeepers is really good. House of the Devil's really good. I even like The Roost a lot. This is actually one of the harder matchups that we've done. As much as it pains me, I think I'm going to go Ty West. Tyler.
Yeah, so this is actually a pretty easy Ty West for me. I'm not that hot on Joe Begos. I like some of his movies, but I don't love them. Ty West, I think, is getting better as well, as you mentioned about Begos, and I think his trilogy that he just put out the last couple of years is the best thing he's done so far. And yeah, I want to check out his westerns so I can be complete on his filmography. And I've heard a couple people say that's actually his best movie.
Pearl really was the deciding factor for me because it's the highest of all of the films, I think. Although
Yeah, I think
it is super sad to see Begos go in the first round. But Moodz, who would you have picked anyway?
This is like unfair. What have you seen from Begos, Tyler? Have you seen?
VHS. I've seen Bliss.
You mean VFW?
VFW, yeah, not VHS. VFW. That's probably my favorite film from him. I've seen Bliss. What was the one he did after VFW?
Christmas, Bloody Christmas.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that one. And I saw Almost Human.
So you pretty much seen them all.
Yeah, the only one I thought was like really good was VFW. I like that one a lot.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I love Bigos so much, but I am going to go with Ty West because, the new trilogy is like one of my favorite things. I love all three movies.
Plus, he just has more good movies.
Yeah, I mean, the Innkeepers.
Bigos only did like 5 movies, but Ty West did more.
Yeah, I mean, House of Devil is one of my favorites. I love that shit, man. The Innkeepers, I'm a big fan of. The Sacrament's fucking awesome. I mean, dude, seriously. And this new trilogy, I mean, he's just killing it, man. So I'd like to see what he does after, though. I'm very curious to see what Ty West comes back with.
All right, and the very final matchup for round 1, the next rounds probably won't take as much time because we don't have to go through all the films. But we have Osgood Perkins at the 32 seed, which actually surprised me that he was that low. And on Adrian Boglino, the 33 seed. So we have for Osgood, we have Longlegs, the monkey, which just came out this year. The Black Coat's Daughter, aka February, Gretel and Hansel, and I Am the Pretty Thing That Lives in the House. And then he's also his upcoming film later this year is The Keeper. Adrian Bogliano, that's actually not that hard. ABCs of Death. There's a lot of fucking people doing the ABCs of Death. Late Phases, Here Comes the Devil, Black Circle, Cold Sweat, Penumbra, Evil Games. This guy made actually a lot of movies that I haven't seen most of them. Tyler.
Okay.
Or wait, no, it's Moodz. Is it? I don't fucking know. Who is it?
I went second last time.
Isn't it the last person that goes first next time?
Yeah.
So it is Moodz.
All right. Adrian Garcia Bogalano is a dude that I've been championing for a long time. I love him, man. Runes for Tourists in 2004. Good thing. Good film. 36 Pesos, as you want to call it on here. Pretty cool stuff. Cold Sweat, Penumbra, we did for 2011. Not one of my favorites by him, but I think it's pretty cool. Here Comes the Devil, I think it's fantastic. Night of the Wolf, also known as Late Phases. Sergio Diabolico, that one made my top 10, I think in 15 or 16 or something like that. I reviewed
Late Phases made my top.
I can't remember if it did or not. Mine too. I can't remember. Black Circle, I reviewed on my last 31 Days of Horror. That's a really fucking weird ass movie. It's crazy. The thing I like about this guy, man, he kind of tries different things all the time too. He's low budget, but still makes really effective movies. But I mean, this kind of sucks, man. Kind of sucks. I love Bogalano, man. I think he's great, but Osgood Perkins, man. What can I say, man? The Black Coat's Daughter, it's fucking amazing. Gretel and Hansel, I personally love it. Long Legs, the monkey. The only film that I really don't champion by Perkins is I'm the Pretty Thing That Lives in the House.
Yeah,
I didn't really
like that movie, but I'm also with you.
I didn't really care for it too much. So, as much as it hurts me to say, I got to go with Perkins on this one, even though I'm a big fan of Adrian Garcia Bogalano. So I own tons, like all these movies I own, man. I love him. I think he's great. He's a great low budget director that does, high kind of looking high budget films. So
yeah, for me, I also like a handful of Adrian's movies as well, like Late Phases. I actually like Penumbra or whatever the hell it's called as well. I haven't seen a lot of his movies, so it's even easier to go Perkins, but yeah, I'm also going Perkins.
Okay. Yeah, I've really only seen Late Phases and ABC's A Death from the Sky. I do think Late Phases is pretty good. Kind of an underrated movie because I don't really get brought up much, but yeah, I like that movie a good bit. I've had my criticisms of Osgood before, but I still think he's mostly a solid director. So we're gonna go with Osgood.
All right. So that finishes round damn one, bro. The round of 64. So yeah, that's the first round.
We did it.
We're going to go all the way to the Elite Eight. Then you'll pick your Final Four and your national championship.
Okay, getting into the top 32. Let's do this.
Yeah. Go team.
Yes, sir. So the top 32. There's not a cool name for the top 32 like the Sweet 16 and the Elite 8 and the Final Four.
I was actually fucking thinking that today when I was working, and I was like, what the hell? Why is there nothing for top 32? Like Sweet 16, Elite 8, Final Four, and then of course your Final 2. Like, what the fuck?
Not impressive enough.
Like, it's so weird. Like, you have this bracket of 64, but then you don't have anything for 32. That's kind of strange. Because I was literally like trying to find samples for this, and I was like, that is so lame. So top 32. I mean, I guess it works, right? It's still top 32.
Yeah, and I think at this point we're just going to go down from the top of the list down because I don't really know another way to do it.
So is this how it worked out? Like this first matchup, is that the way it's supposed to be?
Yeah. Yep.
I guess it's just because I can't believe that the 32nd seed as of right now is who it is.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, huh?
It's fucking so wild. Like, wow. Okay.
Oh, I remember who it is.
Yeah, this is a crazy second round matchup, to be honest.
Yeah, even Parker, when he saw our bracket, he assumed that those two would move on, and he's like, that's a tough round 2 matchup.
Yeah.
But we have Mr. Jordion Pill taking on Mr. Osgood Perkins, the first seed versus the 32 seed. So,
well, I'm pretty oblivious to who went last because it was for you guys. It was like,
just like 2 minutes ago, right?
It was like a minute ago for you guys, but
for us, it was actually like 21 hours ago.
Yeah. So yeah, what can we say about these two? It's a tough matchup to me because I think that Osgood obviously has put out some pretty awesome stuff and he's working pretty fast in comparison, especially now. Like his last couple films have been pretty rapidly coming out. He has another one scheduled for this year, where Jordan Peele likes to take his time in between films. But I think that he has like such an interesting vision, I guess I would say, for me. I think he's doing, I mean, obviously we haven't really talked about this in the first part, but he sort of makes films that are very relevant to like the Black community. And he really kind of is a nice voice for Black film fans. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he's bringing a lot of like attention to, you know, obviously they're a little political with some of his films as well. But I think he does a really good job where it never feels like preachy or anything to me.
Yeah, they're good commentaries like within, you know, for the Black community and stuff like that. They're really good. And I feel like they're really smart. They're really smartly done and stuff like that. But I mean, when you're doing these type of films, you need the ideas to kind of stretch out the commentary, right? So you can't really rush these type of things. Like you need a solid idea where I think with Perkins films, I mean, he's moving on to the next project, you know, as long as he has a decent kind of script and stuff. They're totally two different type of filmmakers. But I think the other reason why Jordan Peele isn't as rapid fire with his films, you know, obviously because, yeah, his commentaries are a little bit different, but he produces a fuck ton of stuff. And I feel like he is kind of almost like transitioning to like a straight up producer, because this guy produces like tons of stuff, like TV, other movies. You know, he did the Twilight Zone series. You know, he's done lots of other stuff.
That the season 1 of that for $5 at Walmart the other day.
Yeah.
And I was on DVD though, and I was like, maybe, but I really didn't like that show that much. To me, Black Mirror is like the modern day equivalent to Twilight Zone.
Yeah. But I was actually kind of taken back. I was looking at his producer credits and I was like, holy shit, man, he's done a lot of TV stuff and a lot of episodes. Like, you know, he started out with Ithmar Has Nothing to Say, Key and Peele. I don't even know what that is. I'm sure that's him, but it was like 47 episodes.
Key and Peele is actually a really funny show.
Okay. Yeah,
I've only seen
sketch comedy.
Yeah, it's a sketch comedy. I've only seen like a couple of episodes, but it was really funny. But it never really went back to it. But
like the reason why
that's kind of like why it was interesting when he
transitioned into a director.
He was directing Get Out, because everybody was like, it was kind of like the Danny McBride thing a little bit, where you're kind of like,
especially because he did a movie.
Wait, is that who Danny? I can't remember.
Danny McBride's. I know you're talking about, because he did the funny guy that did the Halloween stuff. Like the stoner movies. Yeah, it's he before Get Out too. I don't remember what year. Maybe it was like a year or two before it. He did a movie with like Michael Keegan. Called Keanu.
Yeah, Keanu. I remember his name being attached to that. I didn't really know who Jordan Peele was that much, really, but yeah, like, I mean, he does seem like he was a producer that transitioned into a director, right? Given what he had done before, like he had done Keanu, and then of course he did 15 Second Scare, that was like 14 episodes. Then of course he did Get Out. Then he went on to produce Black Klansman, which I believe is a.
I didn't know he produced that. That's a Spike Lee movie. Yeah.
Yeah. Which makes sense, right? Because Spike Lee does movies in the same kind of vein, right?
Yeah. You know, Spike has a similar sense of humor, but you can kind of see the same humor in that that you also get out with like the TSA character.
Right. Yeah. And then he went on to like he did some more like weird TV series, you know, some other movies. Then he went and did Us. And then just kept going with like the TV, man. It's like all over the place. I didn't even know he produced half the stuff, like Lovecraft Country. You know, that was in the same time he did Twilight Zone. He did the Candyman, produced that movie, of course. The last OG TV series, which I've heard.
He's also doing the upcoming People Under the Stairs reboot, I believe.
Right. Yeah, and then, you know, he would produce a bunch of TV and then do a movie. It's like every kind of few years, but there's so much in between his films where I feel like he's definitely kind of a producer that journeymans as a director, giving what his filmography actually kind of looks like. It's pretty interesting.
He's kind of a do-it-all type guy, because, you know, the acting, the producing, the writing, directing.
Yeah, and he's actually not a bad actor. He's not too bad.
No, he's actually really good.
Yeah, so he is doing the People on the Stairs thing, but again, you know, it's just like tons and tons of TV kind of series and stuff like that. But you know, it's cool, man. You keep busy. I mean, why not be a journeyman in this industry, man? It's where the money is probably producing anyways, really. But if it works out, so who knows? But but we're talking about directors here. I mean, we've covered Osgood Perkins and Jordan Peele. So who wants?
One other thing, I think like also the cool thing about Osgood that was like sort of a bit eye-opening for me is his latest film, The Monkey, which is a Stephen King adaptation. It was just so different from the other stuff he had done that I was like, okay, this is kind of cool to see him try something different. And it pretty much worked, other than like a few issues I had with it. But it's very different from all 4 of his other films. And The Keeper looks more like Keeper looks more like the vein of the other stuff he did.
Yeah.
So it is cool, but I'll go first.
Okay.
As much as I am bummed to have to pick between these two, it's actually not that hard for me. I'm going Jordan Peele.
But you know what the really interesting thing about this matchup is right now? Is that Osgood Perkins actually directed an episode of that Twilight Zone series that Jordan Peele produced.
That's interesting.
So head to head here, it's pretty interesting. Tyler, you might as well go.
Yeah. I think Peele is just shown to have a higher ceiling, and I think Peele also is the stronger writer, which to me is probably something maybe I fixate on a little bit more than some people. So I'm gonna go with Jordan Peele.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I mean, I knew that was going to happen, so I was going to go with Osgood Perkins anyways. So good thing I didn't go second, because it would have just been another one.
You should have.
It would have been. But and my reasons for it is that I feel like Peele probably has the overall better film. I mean, I think, in my opinion, I think maybe The Black Coat's Daughter is probably Perkins' best film. And
I would probably agree with that.
And if you compared it to, I mean, it's obviously subjective anyways, using the word best, but you know, you look at Jordan Peele, like this is where I put in my favorite, but I think Get Up might be his best, and it is also my favorite. Get Out. I mean, if I put those two together, it's like, it's actually quite hard for me to choose at that point, you know, which one I actually like better. It's kind of an interesting matchup for myself, because I think they're both really brilliant. But what it comes down to for myself is that I like more Perkins films, because I'm not the hugest fan of Nope. I do need to revisit it. I think Get Out and Us are solid. But if I take his two films that I really enjoy and I match them up against, you know, Black Coat's Daughter and Long Legs and the Monkey, I'm going back to these films a little bit more. And that's what my final decision is. Right. So
I do concur that I think that Black Coat's Daughter is his best film as well.
Yeah. But if you were, so you take Black Coat's Daughter and say, well, you think Us is a better movie, right? So who do you think?
I would actually argue that Us and Get Out are better than anything Osgood has done.
Fair enough.
And I would probably put Black Coat's Daughter above Nope.
Yeah. Yeah. I would put
Similar,
almost all of Perkins' films over that one, to be honest.
Yeah, I would put Get Out and Nope above everything else, and I would put Black Coat's third.
I think you need to revisit Us.
I watched Us 3 times. I like it less every time.
Dude, you're high. Okay, moving on. Both of these guys here are close in seeding. We have the 16th versus the 17th seed. Wame Balgoro taking on Damian Rugna. So just a refresh. We got the Rhett guy versus the When Evil Lurks terrified guy. One of the Rhett guys. But this Rhett guy also did Sleep Tight, which is kind of a banger. And he also is not technically eligible for this contest because he did the Nameless in 99. But we mentioned we messed that up.
We should have just actually just made him lose.
Swapped him out right there.
Or just swapped it over.
Shanwu Park should have came to the ring with a briefcase.
Yeah. All right, go ahead, Tyler.
Okay. Despite being ineligible, I'm actually going to go with our boy Wami Balgero. If I just put Wreck and Sleep Tight head to head with, say, Terrified and When Evil Lurks, it's both of them clear for me.
Yeah, I'm fucking torn on this, man, because I feel like we fucking goofed up with this one. Because I don't want to
think like the 1 year thing is that big of a deal, to be fair. Like I just like
it's only a big deal because we didn't include anybody else that could have been eligible.
Yeah.
Maybe if we, you know what would be funny actually, if we look at when the movie was actually released, maybe it was just a fucking screening and it actually got released in 2000.
It's like I'm sure it's like some like lower budget indie movie that he scraped together as his first movie.
No, Moodz has seen it.
Yeah. But like there's still movie. How many people have seen on Letterboxd? Like under 5,000.
Yeah, it's honestly not very popular, like from what I can gather on it. So
that's what I mean. It's like. Some of these, like, something people have to, like, remember, too. Just
like, I actually own the DVD of this, and Yeah, I should fucking, maybe it does. I don't know.
Is even directors that made like, let's say, horrible first films, like Stanley Kubrick's a really good example. Not every director, like, the world sees their work when they were just learning how to make a movie.
So if we really want to,
It didn't hit the United States till January 15th,
2000. So this is what I was getting. I was trying to find the release date info, and I'm like, maybe it was just a fucking film festival thing, and it actually was. It was shown at the Skites Film Festival, October 8th, 1999, and it never got a wide release until
2005.
Sundance. Yeah, so the US, it showed at Sundance in 2000, so it never actually got a wide. Yeah, so I mean, this kind of eligible, really. I mean, who really
found
saw
a loophole?
Okay, now I don't feel as bad here. All right, so yeah, so Wame, I don't know how to pronounce it, Bulgario. I mean, to be honest, like, I'm a huge fan of Sleep Tight and Wreck. Those two movies are fucking total bangers to me. I think that, and some of the other stuff he's done, like, I like The Nameless too. I think it's pretty good. And he's up against someone that doesn't have a lot of films. I mean, he's got When Evil Lurks and Terrified, but when it comes down to it, man, Sleep Tight is a Hall of Famer. I think Wreck is also. I just can't pick Rugna over him, because even though his films are good, I really like When Evil Lurks and Terrified. I thought they're pretty good. They just don't match up against.
Those are two pretty premiere movies.
Bulgario's films. I mean, it's tough, man.
Yeah.
Sleep Tight and like Wreck are like, they're awesome, and he's done other good work too. Like like I said, I like the Nameless, and you know, even Wreck 4. I mean, Wreck 4 is Wreck 4. It's fine, but if you're going head to head, Deuce on Deuce, man, that's who I choose. So JP,
I actually no, you guys both picked the same guy.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I heard that wrong. I thought you went with
No.
Rug.
No. Oh.
Yeah, no, I'm also going with Wame. I really fucking love Wreck, and Wreck 2 is a really solid follow-up.
Yeah, it really is.
Sleep Tight is a Hall of Famer. I think I've also seen Fragile. He does have a little bit less of quality in some of his other films, but the fact that he made like two really good movies and a pretty damn decent follow-up to that one really good movie, it's a little tight, but I got to go with Wame.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the next one here is Julia. How do you say your last name, Tyler?
DeCorno.
DeCorno versus Alexander Aja.
Ooh.
I believe that is Moodz to start that one.
Yeah, on the tiebreaker on this one.
How do you fucking spell her?
I know, that's how I'm struggling too.
DUCOURNEA.
There we go.
It's
like
the raw Titan girl.
I know who it is. I just like to be looking at it, but yeah, dude, holy shit, man! Like, its French names are so hard to figure out.
This is a battle of the French ones, right?
Right,
Yeah.
right, man. Actually, we have quite a few French directors that did very well in round one. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Alexander Aja, man. I mean, he is one of those dudes that definitely made a huge splash. Like, we talked about this High Tension, man. The Hills Have Eyes. Like, this is a pretty crazy first two kind of films, right? I'm not really too sure the whole story with Furia, because that does say 1999.
Oh, fuck.
It might be like the same thing, but
God damn it, we suck at this.
I had no idea. I
Diligence.
didn't know he even did anything before High Tension, to be honest. But you know, Mirrors, I wasn't the biggest fan of. Piranha 3D, we just talked about this on the podcast. It's fun as hell. It's just
Furia is not a horror film, so we could at least.
Okay,
It's not listed as horror.
all right. So, you know, he had a pretty crazy run between like 2003 and 13. You know, with the exception of Mirrors, I think is kind of the, you know, kind of the shitty one there. But Piranha 3D is so much fun. Horns. You know, he went on to do Crawl and Oxygen. Never Let Go is definitely the weak link for me. So, I mean, overall, Alexander Aja, super fucking, you know, in a sense, kind of consistent, man. He's been doing good films for, for 20 years. This is a really tough one for me because, again, you're comparing to a director that has a lot of movies. He's got quality and quantity to someone that really has done 2 movies and really recent. I got to go with Alexander Aja on this one. I mean, his ups are just kind of up. Like I said, Titan was one of those movies I liked. I didn't love. Raw, I think, is brilliant, but I think that Aja's, his ceiling is a little bit higher than hers. You can't fuck with High Tension, the Hills Have Eyes remake, man. It's too good. It's too good. And I think Oxygen is hella fucking underrated. So good. So I'm going with him, and he's got bangers in the middle. GP, go see Horns. It's fun.
Yeah. I wish
surprisingly good.
Chance.
Yeah, Horns is pretty good with Harry Potter.
Yeah, it's surprisingly like Daniel Radcliffe is honestly, man, he's a better actor than people give him credit for, man. Like ever since
he's a solid actor. It's just his problem is like everyone sees him like he's Harry Potter, and he really still kind of looks like boyish. That it's almost like hard to take him seriously.
The funny thing is when you watch him in some of his other roles, like he really does not act like Harry Potter at all. Like he's decent. Yeah. Like when you watch Horns, like he's not fucking Harry Potter. So, I mean, I know, I understand it. Like when you get kind of typecast, and that's the problem with playing a character like that. Like that's so huge. Everybody sees you as that person. It's hard to get out of it. It's like when you see fucking Paul Rubens, you can't see Paul Rubens. You see fucking Pee-wee Herman.
Well, you can't see him at all anymore.
Dude, that was fucking rude, man. Come on, bro. That's just fucking rude. But you know what I mean? Like when you get typecasted, it's kind of like, it's like the Napoleon Dynamite guy.
He probably looks similar to Grandpa from Texas Chainsaw Massacre at this point.
Dude, Jesus Christ. Anyways, you guys get my point. But
I'm not a Pee-wee guy.
I love Pee-wee. But anyways, yeah, you get my point though. It's so tough for people. I remember when Horns came out, people were just like, eh. And I'm like, I liked it, man. So yeah, it's solid. But
okay, I wish I had saw Eat, the 2012 film from Julia, but I've never seen that. But the ratings seem kind of bad on Letterboxd, so maybe it's not the greatest.
Is it a feature length? I thought
it is 84 minutes.
Huh.
Yeah, it says a woman recovering from an eating disorder re-encounters someone from her past. So yeah, this one, I really like the creativity of Julia. I think that Titan was a really just interesting movie. And I didn't love it when I first seen it, but it is a film that I mentioned earlier. It kind of stuck with me a bit, and I've thought about it from time to time. So I do want to revisit that. But for me, I think Alexander Aja, man, like, it's not the most impressive filmography, like if you really break it down, but man, it is a fun filmography. Like I like all of these movies that I've seen from him, except for Mirrors. And I think that his highs are really high. His lows aren't that low, and he has a lot of fun stuff in between. So I'm going to have to go with Aja for this one.
All right. Obviously, my vote doesn't matter, but it goes down basically the same argument where I keep looking at these directors kind of like sports players, where you have like the veteran who maybe never was an all-star, had a couple like more really strong seasons, but he's like that guy in your team that's a middle sixer that everyone in the fan base loves. It's not, but they're not like that, like league loving people. And then like Julia's like the new kid on the block that's like had like 2 like all-star seasons, but how do you compare that against someone who?
No, she had a good sophomore season.
I think she's as well. I'll call this is. I haven't seen that Eat movie, but I have seen that short Junior. So I kind of get the feeling when she was in that time period, she was probably just like making wicked, like zero budget stuff and just doing what she could. And I'm going to take an educated guess and guess that Eat movie is kind of like comparable to like a true indie movie. And it's just like one of those scenarios, like I was just talking about, where the world doesn't see everybody's first movie that they made for nothing. So if I just based on the two I've seen, I actually do think both those movies are stronger than anything that Audra has made.
Both of those movies, you said.
Yeah.
You think Titan is better than the Hills Have Eyes remake?
Yes, I do.
And High Tension?
And High Tension? Crazy.
Yes, I do. I think High Tension has like severe writing problems.
I think
hold on.
I think Oxygen is better. I think Oxygen is better than Titan, to be honest.
Have you seen Oxygen, Tyler?
I haven't seen Oxygen.
It's really
that
good.
movie's cool. It's like a claustrophobic, like.
Yeah, I do like his music. Like I like High
film.
Tension. I'm not saying High Tension.
What is your problems with High Tension?
Okay, so this is my issue. This is my issue with High Tension, and I'm not saying like, oh, it doesn't make sense. Like I
thought
understand.
you were going to.
No. I understand that. Like I'm not the person that like it does cover itself. It does like say this is how it works like that. You can criticize it all you want, but it does cover it. So when people say, oh, it just doesn't make sense, like you're being stupid, like you're just being ignorant. But I do think that it is just a cop out.
It's not though, because here's why, right? Let's say some big traumatic long event happened to you, right? Throughout the course of a day, like something crazy like this. And then you're also unstable. And I ask you to tell me what happened. Even if you are stable, you're going to be like telling the story and you're going to be like, wait, actually that happened before that. Like when I tell a story, I do that sometimes. And it's like something simple.
I understand all that, and I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. That's not. It's
only a cop out if you have seen that a million times. That I've seen that movie quite a few times, and I probably liked it. The most the earliest times I've seen it, but over time, it just feels like to me, it's like he had this in his back pocket, and it was just something he put in there, and although I do think it works, I do kind of feel like it's lazy writing. But I think what that movie does, I think that movie has a lot of highs though that are really like. I think that movie's more influential than it is good, and that's something like no one can ever like take away from that. I think that I can see on like surface level how you might say that's lazy writing, but I think that because nobody had ever done that before in that way, it's actually genius, right?
Yeah, that's the way I look at it too.
It's like, how can you basically do a bunch of bullshit and explain it away in the end? Well, I just thought of a way to do it, and nobody's done it before that. That's why people get mad and say it doesn't make sense, because they don't see it. Well, one, a lot of people don't realize that that's the concept, but that concept has never been done. Like, and we have seen movies.
I wouldn't say it's never been done. I wouldn't say it's never been done.
It's literally, name one movie where it's been done.
I can even think like off the top of my head, you have something like Identity, where like halfway towards the end of the movie, they're like, this is what's really happening. And it's just
the Fight Club twist. Yeah. Like that it was all in the person's head.
But even Fight Club, it's like 5 years before that.
But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the explanation on how it can still work, being that it's the unreliable narrator aspect of it. We haven't seen that used as a explanation to why things didn't play out in a linear fashion. Like, I hadn't seen anybody do that before.
I mean, that kind of is what happens in Perfect Blue. The whole
was there bullshit that happens in Perfect Blue?
No, it's not like it. Well,
Perfect Blue is like a Japanese fucking giallo, so you can pretty much do anything when you're doing those.
Yeah, it's the same thing as an unreliable narrator.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that the unreliable narrator hasn't been done before. I'm just saying that it has never tricked you in a way to where you're like, holy shit, that couldn't have happened. But then you're like, oh shit, it actually could have, because this person telling the story is. I think if you give time, I could find
several examples before this.
Yeah, it's almost like the trauma. It's almost brilliant because like she's so traumatized that she's not recalling things properly.
I could find multiple movies that have.
It's actually kind of a brilliant premise, like where you're so traumatized, and it's like a factual thing though. Like when people are traumatized, even if you're not even traumatized, sometimes you see things sometimes the way you want to see them, and that's how you tell them, right?
Like I'm just saying, like
so it's kind of an interesting concept.
The concept of an unreliable narrator and everything being their point of view or like a dream to explain something that might not make sense is not like a new thing. Even just like looking quick behind me, like,
I agree with you.
this this movie does that too.
It's not what he's saying, Tyler. He's saying the premise is not like, he's not saying it's totally original. It's the way it's done in this version.
I hadn't seen a movie where I was totally against it and was like, that was bullshit. It didn't make sense. How could this have happened if she was here at this time period? Like, that doesn't make sense. I thought it was a bullshit Fight Club ending. And then after like really thinking about it and learning about the movie, I was like, actually, it makes total fucking sense, because have you ever tried to tell a story? It doesn't. And it shows you right at the beginning of the movie that it's coming from her point of view. I just think that, I never looked at it.
The only problem
I never had a problem with like it not making sense. I always just say, yeah, she's an unreliable narrator. She's telling completely from her point of view. Everything, like, there's a possibility in her story that they never even left the house, and like this is just her retelling of they had to because of the camera.
So you have to chalk it up to trauma at that point, though, too, because say if they never did leave the house, and you're telling this story that's so all over the place.
It's actually not just the trauma aspect that I think is cool, though. It's the fact that if anybody tries to tell a story, they mix shit up.
Of course.
Watch a crime scene, interrogation video from two different points of view, right? It's like, exactly, that dude's story does not match that dude's story.
Exactly. Yeah. Because, it's proven fact. Like, I've watched shit like this on TV before, where you take like, a group of like, it's kind of like, a little experiment where you take like 10 people and you show some shit, and then you get these people to write down what they saw, and it's like 10 different fucking stories.
Right.
Yeah.
Because it's the way your brain processes things too. But the way that, if she doesn't leave the house, and it would have to be based on trauma, because if you were normal and you were trying to recall a story or something that happened to you, and you're telling it so out of order, it's almost like your mind is mixing reality with like fiction, at that point. So it would have to be trauma based, because if you're normal and you're recalling something and you're adding in shit, like, you're either, totally traumatized or fucked in the head if you're remembering shit like that too. So you got to kind of look at it like from a different angle, though, too, because the regular person wouldn't recall an average story until it's so unlinear that you'd be like questioning shit, like why the fuck would you be doing this, or why would you be over there and stuff like that. You understand? Like, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to be not traumatized at that point. It would have to be based on trauma, because I wouldn't buy into it otherwise. Because if you were like, if I was just telling you a story right now, like nothing's happened, and I'm like telling it from like the middle part, and then I'm going back to the beginning, and then I'm telling you shit in the end, and I'm going back to like 30% of the story, and I'm going all over the place, like I'm telling you a narrative in a Quentin Tarantino style, you'd be like, what the fuck, bro? What the fuck's wrong with you? Like, you would be questioning my mentality, right?
Well, I guess I just never looked at it where I like had a few, or I like had this feeling like that doesn't make sense. I always just was like, yeah, it's an unreliable narrator. I don't know why people complain about this.
No, I mean,
it's obvious.
The first time I watched High Tension,
it's so obvious. And
I was fucking confused.
90% of the people that watch the movie don't get that.
No, I never got it at first. I actually never even got it the second time I watched it. I was actually confused.
Well, they literally have a shot at the beginning of the movie where she says, like, do you want me to tell it again, or do you want me to start from the beginning?
Yeah, but by
the
time you get to shit happening, you forget about that.
Yeah, but we understand it's a story, but you're still confused on why why the story is being told in non-linear fashion. That's the confusing part about the whole thing.
The first time I watched this movie, I thought to myself, like, she's in love with that girl. I thought she was the killer by the time we got to the end, because when the killer goes in the room at the beginning, she does the same thing. She does the same, like, quirks that she does, where she, like, takes a drink from the faucet and all that. The killer does the exact same things when she goes in the room.
But it also could be the way she's telling the story.
The first time I saw the movie, I thought to myself, like, oh, she's the killer.
No, what happened was Tyler never seen the movie. He listened to us fucking break it down and talk about how good it is. And then
but it also could be Tyler
knew all this shit.
It also could be, Tyler, that like, even if it didn't turn out to be something like that, like, even if that's the way you're telling the story and you're mimicking what that is, not necessarily
like, I'm not saying it's
a knock on bad writing.
People say
it's not a giveaway.
I just don't think it's the strongest writing. I think it has other parts of the movie that are really what you watch it for.
It's also like a really cool. It's almost like the final act of a slasher throughout a whole movie.
Yeah,
which is also why I kind of love that.
I love like the home invasion. I think that's like some of like the best stuff. Like that, like first like 40 minutes of the movie, I think is like some of the best stuff of the 2000s, especially like with the effects and how like brutal it is.
And like her repressed sexuality aspect of the movie is really cool. But anyway, you voted for Julia.
Yeah, no, this is for both. Doesn't matter. But I could really go either way on this one. You know, versus the longevity versus like Burning Star argument. But just to prevent the sweep today, well, I'll give it to Julia.
All right, sounds good. Okay, so Julia is not moving on. Alexander Aja, another upset. The 40th seed taking out the 8th seed. Alexander Aja might be making a run. Because he also took out the 25th seed, so he's on a little bit.
He might be another one too, where it's like I don't know, like why like some of these like directors just like have like.
Well, again, it comes down to having high quantity, right? You have more chances to lower your bar because based on ratings. Like if you have 2 movies and you give them each an 8, well, what the fuck? And you got like 14
also,
movies.
One other thing that I noticed is people do not like the Piranha films, both of them.
Yeah, because those people are clowns. I don't understand why people don't want to have fun with their movies. Like people are like, "Oh, dude, those are just gore, titty, and ass movies, man. They're fucking awesome. They're so much fun."
I say the same thing about Pet Sematary too.
Super gory. Yeah, I just rewatched it.
Have fun with it.
It's actually not that fun though.
Oh my God. Okay, so next up here we have number 9 seed taking on number 41 seed. Number 9 seed is Mike Flanagan. Number 41 is Robert Zombie.
Again with the Robert
B. Cummings Zombie.
This is a really interesting matchup because they both have quite a bit of stuff. Like they're almost like full-time, I wouldn't say journeyman, but they've been around long enough to be probably called something like that. But obviously Flanagan not as long. But he's done a lot of shit though. It's crazy.
Especially when you count those miniseries.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, in the last like fucking 6 years, dude, he's put together quite the run of good fucking TV stuff. Like The Haunting of Hill House, very, very loved. People love that shit. The Haunting of Bly Manor, I've heard really good things about that. I don't know if he did all that shit, but The Fall of House Usher, which I did watch, which is fucking amazing. This guy's knocking out the park with the Netflix shit, though. But we're here really for the movies, though.
I believe it is Tyler.
All right. This one's actually kind of an easy call for me. It's going to be Flanagan for me. I think he's just shown to be the much more consistent director, and I think he is progressed over time. I think Rob Zombie kind of peaked and has regressed. That might have something to do with funding, enthusiasm, because he's taken a lot of shit for a lot of years too, and like that would probably
he never got to make his hockey movie, dude. The Broad
Street like I remember like people like he's Rob Zombie I think has taken a lot of like shit that he didn't deserve over the years and probably has dampened his enthusiasm a bit, but whatever the reason, I think Flanagan is just proven to be much more consistent.
All right, I think it's me next, or is it Moodz next?
It's me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there definitely is a peak with Rob Zombie. I mean, but he had such a great run, man, with, 1,000 Corpses, Devil's Rejects, Halloween 2, which people obviously argue against those ones, but I like them, so fuck off. Lords of Salem, even throw in The Haunted World of El Bistro. So we're talking from like 2003 up until 2012. Pretty fucking solid in my opinion.
And the first time we saw a dip from him was with 31, which
in 16.
Was also like a crowd-funded thing.
Yeah. And of course, 3 from Hell was a letdown just due to the fact that the quality wasn't the same as the first 2 films, and it was,
I do think 3 from Hell is like solid though. It's so lesser of the other 2 that you almost look at it negatively. But like just as a movie itself, like it's pretty fucking fun.
I agree. I actually really enjoy it. So like, I mean, for me, still haven't seen the Munsters because I just haven't got around.
Not interested.
Like I said, though, I'm a big Munsters fan and I've just heard nothing but bad things, even though I usually don't let other people's opinions sway me. I'm more worried about letting myself, like, I just don't want it to be bad. I just don't want it to be bad. And I'm afraid to watch it. I'll admit that.
Fellow contestant on here, Joe Lynch, actually has a Letterboxd page, and he gave the Munsters a solid 3.5 out of 3.5 out of 5.
So I mean, with that said, I mean, for the most part, Rob Zombie's filmography is pretty damn solid. Now, does it match up against the quantity of Flanagan? I mean, Absentia, Oculus, Hush, Before I Wake, not that great. Ouija, great return. Gerald's Game's okay. They need TV for a while, man. So I mean, it's kind of where it ends for me. Well, I guess Doctor Sleep though too, which is pretty fucking solid. But does his highs match up against Zombies? In my opinion, no. I'm taking Rob Zombie.
Yo, Moodz going for the upset. So this is an interesting matchup for me because I do agree with Tyler in terms of like Flanagan is solid all around. Like he doesn't really have that stinker that Rob Zombie does.
It's almost like a little bit uncomparable though, because Flanagan seems to he did start with making low budget films, but he's had budgets for a while. Like he's had this kind of level success where he wasn't the budget.
Kind of the opposite of Rob Zombie, where Rob Zombie
always had to fight
with budgets and ended up not having budgets. Yeah. And then Flanagan started without budgets and then got budgets. Okay. So Flanagan, I think like as a whole, because even like Origins of Evil, Ouija is like a pretty solid movie for just a director for hire, like shitty sequel gig. Like
I think that was honestly a really important moment in his career because, like the thing about Rob Zombie is, do you think Rob Zombie would have gotten the money to like just make these movies if he wasn't Rob Zombie? I'm not knocking him for this, but like he got that money because he's Rob Zombie. Whereas, like we said, Flanagan started off really small, and Oculus was one thing, and that was something like he had shorts on before. So he'd worked on that concept for a long time, but they probably gave him the studio movie, like, hey, do this director for hire sequel. And he was like you said, he was able to make a really solid movie out of it that was much better than the first one. They probably said, wow, all right, maybe this guy could be a really solid studio director. And I think like that was kind of the confidence move.
It is a really bizarre thing. Because the first Ouija movie like bombed and everyone hated it. It's funny that they even made a sequel to it and it turned out to be what it was, like way fucking better. Like
I think it made money. I just think critically it was bombed.
Yeah. So that's probably why there is a sequel. But I think this one was definitely. I think the second one was definitely better. It almost kind of feels like that was his like a walk-in tryout movie, and he kind of nailed it, and they gave him some confidence after that.
It's kind So Ouija had a $5 million budget and made $103 million at the box office.
Yeah, there you go.
The first Ouija did?
Yes.
Oh shit! I thought it bombed. Okay.
It's incredible.
It just actually bombed in terms of being good.
People love those just like stock like horror movies. Like those do really well.
Oh my god! I didn't realize it did that good, man.
That's how you will always see like these like Blumhouse style like stock like horror movies. They can make like under $10 million because they always
make money. Yeah, it's the marketing. I think. I really think it's the marketing.
So what did Ouija 2 make then? How did the sequel do? Because it obviously had a higher budget.
You know what's funny about the prequel is
the prequel,
is whenever you Google Ouija, the Origins of Evil is like the first thing that pops up, not the first one. So it made 81 million on a $10 million budget, so it still did pretty good.
But it's just kind of ironic though. It's a way better movie and does less in terms of
but you could factor that into
net worth.
A lot of people being like, I ain't fucking falling for that shit again.
Yeah, exactly. I'd expected it to make less money. Like making money isn't about making the best movie.
Yeah, but also people aren't overly that interested in prequels. I find though too. It's weird.
Yeah. I just watched Ouija Origin of Evil like a couple weeks ago for the first time for this challenge that I'm doing, and I actually really liked it. I wish I had seen his miniseries because that could be like the deciding factor that could push him over the like ahead. Um, but the what it really comes down to for me, although I agree that none of Flanagan's movies are necessarily bad, um, I think that like even though like Hush and Gerald's Game and Doctor Sleep and Oculus, four movies have made one of my top 10 lists. Um, Doctor Sleep, I think, is without a doubt his best movie there out of everything. Maybe Oculus is a close second. But for me, the big factor is the fact that four of Rob Zombie's movies are amongst my favorite of all time.
Oh, well, yeah, then. I would agree, though. I would at least, well, maybe not agree, but I would say I do think the best movie out of any of these directors would be The Devil's Rejects. And if I was going to grab,
I was literally going to say that next. But
yeah, and if I was going to grab any movie that I just personally would want to watch out of any movie these guys made, I would probably grab Lords of Salem.
yeah, and The Devil's Rejects, I think, is better than anything Flanagan's done.
Yeah.
I actually think that it's almost like a lightning in a bottle moment too for Rob Zombie because it took exactly like his style. He had the money to make what he wanted to make, and it fit with his style more than like Halloween, right?
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
I think even people did hate the Halloween movies. Like they look at Devil's Rejects like this makes sense because that's who these characters are.
Yeah, for sure.
And I think he created three iconic characters in his Firefly trilogy with Captain Spaulding. He relaunched Sid Haig's career essentially, and Bill Moseley. Sure. And I think Sherry Moon is actually incredible in Devil's Rejects as well.
She gets a lot more shit in general. I think she deserves. She's not like 100%. The greatest actress, but she's not like awful. Come on.
Oh, don't people use it such a stupid argument? You mean to say that like Rob Zombie's the first person ever to fucking throw his wife into numerous projects, man?
Dude, there's so many people that do that and they don't even like know that people are married. Like,
dude, Jess Franco put Lena Romay in probably like 45 of his movies. So dude, like, shut the fuck up, people.
Here's like a good example. Like, dude, like I bet you people watch all these Adam Sandler like Netflix movies and not realize he just puts his entire family in it. Paul Thomas Anderson's a huge fan of Adam Sandler, so that's why like his wife Maya Rudolph is in a lot of his movies.
Absolutely,
it's just how it is.
Yeah,
you put your friends in movies.
Something that speaking of like wives and stuff like that, I wanted to bring this up like in the intro but totally forgot. So Carly was listening to our apartment trilogy episode and we started talking about like obviously like Polanski and his history and stuff like that, and we brought up Woody Allen, but we never actually mentioned that Woody Allen was with Mia Farrow and like left her.
Oh, I forgot about
that whole thing.
Yeah.
So it like literally like was even more connected than we realized,
right?
Or realized to mention. And Carly pointed that out to me, and I didn't even know that. So
I knew that really like in the back of my mind, but like I
absolutely knew that because I'm actually a huge Woody Allen like film fan. So like some of that shit you just kind of know, like him and Mia Farrow, man. I mean, they did a bunch of stuff together, right? So
yeah, but that's pretty wild that like that all is like connected there,
right?
But anyway, so for me, like I think that like Rob Zombie at his height does more for me than Flanagan at his height. Although I think Flanagan is more consistent. I have to go with my boy Robert. Like I just have to, bro. Like I really do.
Yeah.
So
Rob Zombie pulling through.
Okay, next up here we have Luca Guadagnino. Taking on, he's the number 4 seed. How the hell did he do that? Taking on Scott Derrickson, of the Black Phone and Sinister fame, and Luca is of the Suspiria and Bag of Bones fame.
Yep.
I believe it. Is it me? Yeah, it's me.
Who did you say? I'm sorry. Who did you say was taking on?
Scott Derrickson.
Scott Derrickson. Okay, cool.
Yeah. So this is an interesting one. Like because Scott Derrickson has made some like pretty shit dog movies, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Like if we were just only talking about like who the best director is and not what we like the best, I think that's a different conversation.
This one is fucked to me, man.
If you're looking just at like director like skill, whether you like the movie or not, but just the way like this person sees film and puts things together, like he kicks his ass up and down in my opinion.
Yeah, it's very like it's a weird matchup because like Luca has done 2 films. Scott Derrickson has done a lot more films.
Which actually doesn't benefit him a lot because, like you said, some of them are pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, like honestly, like he's mainly known for his Black Phone Sinister movies. I would probably throw Exorcism of Emily Rose in there. I think people like Deliver Us from Evil. I thought it was pretty decent, but and this guy went on to direct fucking Doctor Strange, like a big Marvel movie. It's just so weird.
Which is so funny to me because it was coming off Deliver Us from Evil, and I thought it was pretty average. Like, you know, I think Sinister is a decent film. I'm not overly huge on it, but it's a very well competently made film and stuff. But then you go to Deliver Us. How do you get those roles, man? How do you go from those type of films to Doctor Strange? It's kind of mind blowing to me a little bit.
Didn't he make like another big action movie too? I think that just he was working in the studio system long enough.
Yeah, but then he went back and did The Black Phone, which is, you know, a straight up genre film.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And this is only a couple, like, you know, 5 years later. But
it's kind of like James Gunn. Like he did a couple like indie movies like Slither and Super.
Yeah, but doing Doctor Strange to go back and do something like The Black Phone, which I wouldn't say is like a, you know, I mean, I guess it's popular, but it's not like uber fucking popular status type thing. But it just,
I mean, it is Blumhouse, right?
It is Blumhouse, but I mean, the average person out there is not fucking going, yeah, I love The Black Phone. That's not really a big genre fan. You know what I mean? And then he went and did a segment in VHS 85. So he's kind of like doing straight up genre films again. It's weird.
He also wrote Urban Legends, The Final Cut, which is a really good Urban Legends movie.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I think a lot of directors do
the day that Earth stood still, though, man.
Everybody wants to just keep making straight studio movies forever. Like I'll take a year off and make a fun movie for myself.
Have you guys ever seen The Day That the Earth Stood Still, the remake with Keanu Reeves?
I haven't seen the remake. No, I love the first one, so I thought
it was
great.
I thought it was so bad. Like the original one's great, but like this remake, man, I thought it was horrible.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard a positive thing about it, and that's probably a reason.
Yeah, dude. And that was the movie that he had done after The Exorcism, Emily Rose, and just before Sinister. It's just such a weird filmography. Like he did a late Hellraiser sequel, then Exorcism, Emily Rose, which is, you know, it's average to me. But then this shit bomb remake, and then like he's got a weird filmography, bro. It's fucking strange the more I look at it. It's crazy.
Yeah. So this is like tough for me because Bones and All, I really loved, and I think that it's better than everything that Derrickson has done. But I didn't love Suspiria, and I am willing to give it another shot because, and I've watched it twice, and it still didn't do a lot for me. But I thought I liked things about it. Just was like it drug very.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how I feel next because I liked a lot of the things that people criticize about it, but I feel like at the time, like some of the stuff that like just some of the stuff that executed the horror is what I really didn't like, I guess.
I think we should do a remakes episode on the show.
I would do because it's like
a bracket of remakes would be amazing. Well, I mentioned that too. Like I would like to do a female directed one, and a remakes would be awesome because now there's a ton of really good remakes that I think could be a good battle.
Yeah. Okay. I also now have like a little implicit bias because I'm a Luca fan. I'm interested to see how I feel.
At the end of the day, I just like more movies by Scott Derrickson. and I give Black Phone like an 8. I give Sinister like an 8. I think I gave Exorcism at Emily Rose like an 8, and I like Hellraiser 5. Um, and so yeah, and Deliver Us from Evil. I don't have it rated, but I know I've seen it.
Yeah, but the thing is with Hellraiser Inferno though, man, it's just a hire for, it's just a director hire film, right? He has really nothing. Yeah. He's just kind of pushing the camera around. It's like he has nothing to do with this movie.
I'm going actually Scott Derrickson though, right? And Scott Derrickson actually responded to me on Twitter when I was talking about Hellraiser 5 before. He alleges that it was written as a Hellraiser movie. I am not sure if I've
literally read the polar opposite of that before.
Yeah, I've read the opposite of that too.
Me too. Everybody has, but he said that it was written as a Hellraiser movie. But
yeah, I call bullshit on that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Scott Derrickson. Might sound a little crazy, but
all right. Well, we already know what Tyler's going for, so
yeah, man, it's not that. It's not like a killing, but because I do really like I do like the Scott Derrickson like the sinister Scott Derrickson because I can tell he has a good grip on that material and really likes what he's written with like that story and that universe. So I really like those movies from him, but I just can't remove my bias from Luca. He's one of the filmmakers now. Like when I hear like there's a new movie coming out by him, I'm like legitimately excited. I wouldn't say I'm like hyped for the American Psycho remake, but I feel like
it definitely piqued my interest.
The thing about that is I feel like under most circumstances, if they were just saying there's an American Psycho remake or they attached like a director I wasn't a giant fan of, I would just go like, oh, Jesus Christ. But like because of him being attached to it and Austin Butler being attached to it, who I think is really coming to his own as an actor, it kind of makes me like, you know what? I'm okay with this.
I just don't see the progressiveness in that though. Like, I mean, you started with a fucking Suspiria remake, which, obviously not your thing.
You got to remember though, he made movies before this that weren't horror movies. So
right.
He actually has
kind of a black sheep.
But I'm talking about being a genre film maker though. Like he's obviously kind of leaning towards us now with Suspiria and Bones and all. But like kind of dipping back into the remake thing is kind of like making me a little bit weary on this guy. Like, does he just want to be that director that does genre films, but just not be that original with them?
I wouldn't necessarily say that because he had 2 movies that came out last year.
Hold on. It also could be that it's more about the source material and not the other film, because he did Bones and All, which is based on a book.
Right.
And he
Call
did
Me By Your Name is based on a book as well.
But I can respect an adaptation, though. I'm talking about Suspiria was a movie before, American Psycho was also. I mean, these are also. I mean, that's also an adaptation, though, too. But I'm just saying there is a movie before. So I don't know, man. This has got to be the most fucked up one so far for me. I just don't. I don't know what to do here. I mean, honestly, JP brought down Scott Derrickson a little bit for me because he just told me he's a fucking liar.
Dude, we don't know he's a liar.
Well, he literally said that Hellraiser Inferno was written as a Hellraiser. I mean, honestly, dude, it wasn't, but it's fine.
Okay, but isn't he the writer? Is he the writer on it?
Maybe the screenplay. I get maybe just I don't know, but it wasn't.
Yeah, he is the writer on it. I mean. Like, I'm not going to argue with the guy who made the movie.
Yeah,
if we've heard rumors.
I might not believe him, but I'm not going to call.
We never seen a concrete proof that was the case.
I mean, it could have been so they took the script that already existed and he changed a couple things, put a couple fucking scenes in there, and he's like, I get a writing credit, and that's really how it works, though, too. You can do that.
I know. That's what I asked him. I asked him, was it a reworked script?
Yeah,
and he said no, it was written as a Hellraiser film.
Yeah, I did. No, it's bullshit. Dude, this is so hard for me, man, because like I don't really like Scott Derrickson that much, to be honest. Like, I'll admit, Hellraiser Inferno is fine for what it is. I can have fun with it. It's not a great movie at all. I'm not the biggest fan of Exorcism and Emily Rose. The Day the Earth Stood Still, I think, is junk. Sinister, I'm not a big fan, but it is a competent film, and I will admit it is a good movie. It's just I don't personally like it. Deliver Us from Evil, pretty fucking average. Black Phone, I do like. And with that said, I mean, there's lots to talk about with Derrickson, but on the flip side, it's like, what do we got to go off here, man? We got Bones and All and Suspiria. You guys know my feelings on Suspiria. I personally don't like it. Is it a bad movie? Fuck no. No, it's a very competently well-made movie. It's just not for me. This is where I'm torn because I feel like Sinister is the exact same thing. I'm voting for somebody that makes competently decent movies that I fucking don't like. But Derrickson is JP did make. He dropped it down a little bit that he just admitted that he's a liar. So,
dude, we can't call him a liar, bro.
I don't really like
liars. You have no proof that it wasn't. Like, you can't just say he's a liar.
I need something to go on here. I need something to persuade myself here. This is a weird one, man, because I have a hard time voting for somebody that.
What is your favorite Derrickson movie? It would be.
Oh, The Black Phone, hands down.
Black Phone. Do you like Bones and All or The Black Phone more?
So this is where I was getting at. So is exactly where I was getting at. So if I have to pick which film tops their list and then decide which one is my favorite one, Bones and All is going to take it for me.
Okay, so Bones and All is better than Black Phone, but is Suspiria better than the rest of his filmography combined?
Like I said, it's so hard for me because I know in my heart that Suspiria is a good movie.
I think you're leaning Luca.
But I personally don't like it. And actually, I really don't like Suspiria, man. Like I tried twice with it and I don't like what he did with it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it since release night, so I think now I've had enough time away from it where I'm a little more warm to the idea of it.
But also knowing what's coming up from his genre films, and he's doing a remake of one of my all-time favorite movies in American Psycho. I love that adaptation of that story. I think it's fucking brilliant. I really don't understand remaking it. I can't wrap my head around it. Again, if we were talking about a foreign film that was being remade for, the North American audience, I can respect that. I just don't understand why you would want to remake a movie that is... I don't know. I think it's pretty fucking perfect. So
that's the big thing is like, it's like remaking Psycho or something.
That's what I think. Under almost every
it's a weird choice.
I'd be like, really? But I don't have that reaction with this one.
I'm going to take Scott Derrickson. I'm taking Scott Derrickson.
Scotty D.
Wow. Yeah.
Wow.
Because I just feel like he's a little bit more rooted. I don't know. I just don't like the progression of... I mean, honestly, if his next project was something super original sounding, I'd be like, okay, well, this guy's kind of into it. But I mean, honestly, we're talking about the director, and you still make choices as a director, right? You made a choice to do the Suspiria remake, Bones and All. You did an adaptation of that, which is pretty cool. I mean, it's based on.
Yeah, I think he's probably an adaptations person because I just remember. I think Challengers was an original movie. He did that last year. Queer is an adaptation from the same guy that wrote The Naked Lunch. And he did a movie called The Big Splash. That's his own adaptation of The Swimming Pool, which has been remade. That's at least the second remake of The Swimming Pool or Opposite. So I guess he is kind of an adaptation person.
Yeah,
like that.
And I mean, I'm not going to sit here and hate on, guys that, whatever for adaptations, because there's a lot of adaptations I love, but I just feel like there's kind of a method to his madness. And but like I said, though, with the American Psycho thing, I don't understand readapting that. I can't wrap my head around what the point of readapting that story is.
All right. So moving on here, we have the number 13 seed, Brandon Cronenberg, taking on a pair of French directors, Julien Murray and Alex Bustamante. So we have the Inside Guys versus the son of David Cronenberg.
Knuckleberg.
So who is up?
It's Moodz.
Oh, it is me. Who am I kidding? Who am I fucking kidding? I mean, this is actually harder than I thought it was going to be at first. Because I'm like, I fucking love Inside. I really, really do. I like the direction of a lot of their movies. I do feel like there's a lot of issues with some of the movies. Like, I really wanted to love Among the Living. There's so many good things in that film, but the script
it's like
so
they
poor.
almost make an amazing movie a lot.
Yeah.
Like they did with Inside, and then like a couple of their other films, like a couple tweaks in it could have been another Inside.
Right. Yeah.
You
Like,
could literally just take a couple things out of Inside, and it would be a better movie. Like a couple
I
seconds.
love Inside.
I think it's pretty much on point. I think there's a couple things that whatever, but I mean, for the most part, it's pretty bang on. Live It does have a little bit of script issues, but Among the Living like has a lot of problems. There's actually like a couple major issues with that movie, and the writing is actually pretty poor. I personally
What's
like
the best movie of the bunch?
for them Inside. And then I think
for both directors, all three directors.
ooh, well, obviously Inside is the best for.
I think so.
No. Inside is the Frenchie's best movie. So I think fuck me. I don't know. I that is so hard. I mean, Brandon Cronenberg's Antiviral, Possessor, and Infinity Pool are three movies I absolutely adore. I think they're all pretty brilliant in their own way. I am going to give Inside as the best movie, but I think Brandon Cronenberg has three definitively great movies where this couple doesn't. I think they've got two really great movies with a good, like really great and a good movie. Like Inside, I feel like is their best movie. And then The Deep House might even be their second best movie. And then I love Leatherface. I haven't seen Candisha or The Soul Eater yet, but
The Soul Eater's pretty good, honestly. It's like more of like a thriller, but it's pretty nasty.
but I personally like Levide. I don't think it's.
I was interested in it.
I don't think it's like perfect or nothing. Among the Living, I just feel like it was just, oh man, it could have been so much better. So many problems in the script. There's honestly major problems in that script. So it's kind of a big lull for me. But I love The Deep House. That was such a good return for me.
It's funny you say you haven't seen Candisha when you have it rated on Letterboxd.
Did I fucking oh my god,
it says you watched it back in 2020.
So I watched it for 2020.
2-word review was Graffiti Girls.
Oh shit, man, this was on fucking Shudder. Okay, I totally forgot I even watched it. But then again, when you're watching like 140 movies for each year, it's like for each specific year. You're right. I can't remember it for the life of me. So what did I rate it?
6 out of 10.
Okay, so I didn't really care for it then. It's competently made, but didn't care for it. That's kind of what usually when I give sixes. So, okay. So obviously it's not memorable for me. So apparently I've seen it. But I really like The Deep House. I think the premise is really great, but Brandon Cronenberg for me all day. Antiviral, I think it was such a great debut. Very original, very shockingly vivid in visual aspect, man. I thought it was really good. Possessor, I think, is phenomenal, and fucking love Infinity Pool, man. I think that movie is fantastic, man. Every time I watch it, I think I've seen it 2 or 3 times now. It seems to get better for me every time. I think it's great. It's great. But he's got 3 bangers against probably 2. So, and I think Cronenberg's progressively just might even be getting better. You know, like, I just can't wait to see what he's doing. Like Tyler talks about like directors.
Yeah, I think he's maturing at least.
You talk about directors that you get excited for. Mm-hmm. Well, I was excited for Possessor, and when it delivered, I was like, "Oh my god!" Yeah. Infinity Pool, I don't think is as good as Possessor, but it was still solid enough, and still very much in the Cronenberg realm of what you.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Possessor was like it's not as good as Possessor, but watching it made me like feel like okay, this guy's in the zone though.
Yeah, exactly, and that's kind of my thing, and I think that progressively, like he is going to be that dude, you know, and so. Yep. I give it to Cronenberg.
All right.
Who's
JP, I think you're next.
JP.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Damn. So the thing with Cronenberg is I really love Possessor. I think that it is his best movie. Infinity Pool, I feel like I haven't had enough time with, because after watching it, I wasn't like really into it. It didn't make my top 10 that year. But as time went on, I think I watched it like real close to when we recorded, like the day before or something.
Yeah,
But
I
as
don't
we
think
went
I would have
on-
been as high as high on it if I did that. I watched it like right when it came out, and then again before we recorded. And
So it's the victim of cramitis then, right, JP?
Yeah, but that doesn't always go against films because like
Yeah,
there have been
landmine goes
literally
quick. I get it.
movies-
Yeah.
I watched that the night before it was my last movie, and it ended up my number.
But I
one.
think Infinity Pool is definitely one of those movies that you kind of have to be. I feel like you need to be looking forward to watching. I feel like if you're going to cram that thing in, it's a lot going on, and I think to absorb it fully, like I appreciated a lot more the second time I watched it.
Yeah.
Really, I did because I got to see how the characters were, and I was like, "Holy shit, dude!" And just knowing what was going to happen, I was like, "Holy!" And the way it progressed, I was like, "Damn, dude, this is really good." I thought it was really cool. Visually, I loved it too.
I also appreciated it more just like sitting on it for a bit afterwards, and hearing other people talk about it helped a bit too. And then Antiviral, like that's the one where I'm just like it's a decent movie, but I don't think it's incredible or anything. I think it was like a decent start movie. But I probably like maybe like 4 or 5 of the other guys' movies more than Antiviral. I think Inside's my favorite amongst them all. And I really like Leatherface. I'm gonna go with the French guys. It's a pretty close battle, but I'll go with the French dudes.
Yeah, I just don't like Canada.
all right, so for
Oh
me,
yeah, I forgot he was Canadian.
No, you didn't.
I was thinking like
I totally forgot, yeah.
wait, they're French, not French Canadian. And I realized you were talking about
No, they're real French. They're from France. That's real French.
yeah.
Yeah. No, our French are fake Canadians or fake French.
Fake Canadians as well.
Fake Canadians.
We're canceled.
We're totally canceled. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Baby Cronenberg has one pretty good movie and 2 great movies. I would actually put Possessor and Infinity Pool over all the French guys' movies, with Inside at third. So it's going to be a Cronenberg for me.
I like how we keep referring to them as
figured
the
as
French
much.
guys.
Yeah.
Because we can't fucking say their names properly.
I know.
Julian Moret, was it Julian Moret and Alexandre Bastillo?
Dude, French
Something
names are
like
always the hardest to pronounce for me, Matt. Like, I just cannot do it properly. I don't know.
Okay, so the next matchup here with Tyler leading off, we have Edgar Wright, the number 5 seed, taking on Andre Overdahl. Of course, we know Andre from the Autopsy of Jane Doe, Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark, Troll Hunter, Last Voyage of the Demeter. And we know Edgar Wright from the Coronado trilogy as well as Last Night in Soho. What say you, Tyler?
All right. So, yeah, if we look at the whole Coronado trilogy, I think that kind of trumps Overall. But if I'm going to just zero in closely on the horror film specifically, you can probably make an argument Shaun of the Dead is the best film. However, I would definitely rather watch both Troll Hunter and The Autopsy of Jane Doe than those movies. And I do think both those movies are also better than Last Night in Soho. So, I haven't seen the Demeter. I heard it wasn't good, but I haven't seen it, so I'm not gonna bash on it.
It's honestly like okay, like it's fun.
Yeah, like it could just be fine, and like if it's just fine, like it's not a bummer. Like that's fine. Like that's cool. Like everybody, like
There's some actual
not everybody,
like,
and not every movie
moments.
is gonna be a banger that people make. But given that, if you really break it down, I'm gonna give this one to Andre and leave it open to a chance to upset.
It's actually a little surprising to me.
All right. So Edgar Wright, the highs, Shaun of the Dead, obviously. Is it my favorite? Fuck no. Last Night in Soho, I actually I would watch Last Night in Soho over Shaun of the Dead any day. I mean, my favorite movie by him is Hot Fuzz. I don't really know if it's does it really count? I mean, I don't know.
That's what I mean. Like it sort of counts. It's like half
Hot
a movie
Fuzz.
for me.
I think Hot Fuzz is more horror than you would think.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so well
It's
written.
like a slasher film, like Giallo.
In a sense. I mean, it's a comedy. It's like it's got all these elements going on. It's comedic. It does have slasher elements. It's got so many elements to it. It's crazy. It's really well written.
Yeah, that's the thing. He has horror elements in really all those movies pretty comfortably. But he's very much like comedy and jokes first.
I mean, I had fun obviously with The World's End too. But like we look at Andre Overdahl, and I fucking love Troll Hunter. The Autopsy of Jane Doe was a huge surprise to me. I didn't really know what to expect from that one. It just sounded kind of generic to me, you know.
Yeah.
But it kind of blew me. It kind of blew.
Yeah, I think I looked over for a long time, and then like one day I just read about it. I thought it was a really cool concept, and then I saw that like, oh, this is just like Brian Cox and Emil Hirsch in a room together. Oh,
with a naked lady on
that
a
sounds
table.
awesome.
Like this is kind of
like, Brian
cool.
Cox, what?
And then like the actual like reveal of like what's going on, I was like,
It's
wow,
cool.
that's actually pretty fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
If you can make like one of those, you know, a movie with like a one setting kind of work, and it really thrives on like dialogue and the intensity
like,
of that type of
those
stuff.
movies are good. You get into them. Like I think, for example, I think 12 Angry Men is arguably the best written movie of all time.
Well, that's what I'm saying, because when you have a one location film with a bunch of characters and you're really relying on the dialogue to like kind of sell you on the narrative and the story and stuff and kind of progress it in a good fashion without being boring and shit, we've seen these movies many times that really kind of don't work because people don't know how to write them properly. Where this one right here, it delivers, it sucks you right in, and then when they deliver like a twist, you're just like, what the fuck? Crazy. It's pretty fucking cool, man. I thought it was brilliant. But Troll Hunter was that movie, man. When it came out in like 2010, 11, it was fantastic to me, man. It was just, I loved it. It was such a cool film. But like the point I'm trying to make though, like you go from Troll Hunter to Autopsy of Jane Doe, it's like a total 180. They're totally different type of films, and I love that. But then here we go into like adaptations, Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. They're adaptations. I haven't seen The Last Voyage of Demeter either. I just, for some odd reason, didn't have a lot of ambition to see it. Unfortunately, I would have saw it if we had got it in the cinema when it came out, but my shit town decided to pass on it, so I never got to see it. So I really wish I had saw that for this, because it would kind of help my decision a little bit easier. But doing a head-to-head thing, man, like what do I like more and stuff? Oh man, I'm going with Andre Overdahl. I would rather watch, like, we're specifically talking about genre films, Troll Hunter and Autopsy of Jane Doe. I watch them all day, and I honestly like Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark, so I thought it was pretty cool. But yeah, that's what I'm going with.
Yeah, it's a real toss-up for me. Had I seen Troll Hunter, that could have swayed me. I would probably go Edgar Wright, personally, but I'm not mad at the Andre.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so next up, we have the filmmaker Jimmy Saulnier, who has directed Green Room, Blue Ruin, Hold the Dark, Murder Party, against the Mike Dougherty, who really did like 2 horror films and Godzilla, but he did 2 banger horror films.
Yeah,
in Trick or Treat and Krampus. Oh, I believe it is me to lead off.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, man, fuck, this is like a little tougher, but like, I love Green Room. I love Murder Party. Blue Ruin's pretty solid, but like Trick or Treat is fucking top tier, and Krampus is top tier. I'm going Mike Dougherty. It's tough, but I gotta go Dougherty. I wish he made more fucking horror films, but
yeah, but
It's actually beneficial him going up against a guy who also only made like 2 horror films
Yeah.
for me.
Right. All right. Tyler.
Oh, I thought it was the last one. So, yeah, actually, I'm not as high on Krampus as some people are. I'm gonna go Solnier. I'm very high in Green Room, and it just that edges is gonna edge it out over the influence of Sam.
Damn, is this the first time all show that I've become the swing vote? Like we have
No,
done.
you were the swing vote for the Scott Derricks and Luca one.
Yeah, right. I was. Okay. So we've talked about these, man. There's not a whole lot to talk about because there's not that many movies, but I'm also going with Mike Doherty on this one because Trick or Treat and Krampus for myself. I just honestly can't wait to see what he does genre wise after this. It's 2 of my all time favorites.
Did he make like a Godzilla movie or like a big budget movie recently?
Yeah, he did.
I forgot what it was. But I remember
Did
like
Godzilla
that,
vs.
and
Kong.
it was like, oh, okay, there you go.
Yeah. Or no,
Yeah,
no, it's King of the Monsters. I think he directed.
There you go. I'm checking.
I think
right
he
now.
actually-
I remember seeing his name recently. Oh, let's see. Godzilla King of the Monsters. Yeah.
Right,
I
because
remember seeing his name kind of recently and thinking like, oh, he made another big budget movie. That's pretty good for him.
no, I actually remember he actually wrote Godzilla vs. Kong, but he directed King of the Monsters, right? So
He has the special features on Trick or Treat on the Scream Factory. He has like probably one of my favorite like interviews I've seen like with a director talk about their movie. Definitely recommend people check that out if they have it.
right. This one was tough though, man, because I love Murder Party. I think is brilliant. Blue Room.
It's perfectly
is great.
reasonable to pick him to pick Doherty. I think I'm a big fan of Green Room.
Yeah, Green Room's great too, man. Hold the Dark. I mean, he's done great stuff, but I can't match it up. You know, I can't put it over 2 of like, you know, what he's done genre wise. So, but yeah.
42 shots.
All right, moving on here. We have the number 2 seed taking on the number 34 seed. We have Robert Eggers, the number 2 seed, taking on Ty West, the number 34
this
seed.
is an interesting one. Oh, okay, never mind. He's made like 3.5 movies. I guess that's a little closer.
So it is, I believe, whose turn? Tyler's?
Is it me?
Moodz?
All right.
Tyler?
Yeah, it's. I think it's Tyler.
Okay. Yeah, this is still pretty easy for me, but I do want to say I respect Ty West a lot. Ty West is another guy that gets a lot of shit for no reason. And I don't think he's really made like any movies that are terrible. He just does his thing. Ty West fans like him for doing his thing, which is kind of being like a reference machine and making like these like appreciative like genre films, and some people don't like that, and they can criticize him pretty fairly about it, but the people who like his movies don't give a fuck because that's just his thing, and there's nothing wrong with that. But man, Robert Eggers, he's the fucking man. Just even I'm looking at even not just contemporary horror directors, but directors in general. Today, Robert Eggers is pretty high up there for me. His influences are a lot of my same like favorite directors from the 60s and 70s. So it fits right in there for me. Pretty easy Eggers for me.
Yeah, that wasn't really overly that surprising.
I didn't think it was gonna be, but it's not like it's not like an easy Eggers because Ty West sucks. I think like I can even still see it going Ty West because he's made twice as many movies.
So when it comes to Robert Eggers, I mean, you know, he's done, I mean, I guess we could possibly say 4 genre films if you want to include The Northman. But, you know, The Witch and the Lighthouse are bona fide. I mean, those are pretty much Hall of Famers, you know, kind of thing. I haven't seen Nosferatu, unfortunately, because I never got it. So, you know, with that said, he makes undeniably great movies. Like legitimately, even if you don't like his movies, you can't admit that they're not great movies. But on the flip side, Ty West is kind of that dude that like, I've always had a special place in my heart for, because I mean, shit, like, I mean, yeah, say what you will about like low budget shit like The Roost. House of the Devil for me is like a classic film. I personally love The Innkeepers. The Sacrament's a great movie. He's done just a lot more that we can actually discuss. And then of course, he has this resurgence into the realm of genre films with this whole new trilogy, which I personally think is fucking phenomenal. Now, this is really tough for me because I think Ty West's best film isn't as good as, I would say, Edgar's worst film. It's kind of a weird thing. I mean, in terms of actual filmmaking, and I can see Robert Edgar's progression being, he's just going to keep making these top notch, these top shelf type films, where Ty West kind of had this roller coaster kind of, career. He's had his ups and downs, and I feel like he's even had, director hire type films and stuff like that. So two totally different paths, very, very hard to put up against each other. But when it comes down to like strictly filmmaking, and oh man, like this is where it gets complicated. Like, do I go with the obvious of Edgar's being probably a better filmmaker, or is it budgets? I have no idea, like, in terms of what you do. But who would I rather watch more? I would rather watch Ty West right now, just given what he's done with this recent trilogy with X Pearl and Maxine. You guys all know my feelings on that. And plus, he has this history with me too, where he's got a couple bangers in there also. But it's not to say, man, like I love Edgar's. I really, really love Edgar's. But am I revisiting The Witch in the Lighthouse, as much as the new, the fuck did they call the new Ty West trilogy? What is that
trilogy? The X trilogy?
Is it just the X trilogy? Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, because I guess
like there's no specific name for it. I just feel like there needs to be something like
the Mia Goth trilogy.
Yeah, I would say probably the Mia trilogy is what you have to call it.
But I would rather watch those, but that's just me. So I'm going to take Ty West.
Okay, so we're all tied up here with me as the swing.
All tied up.
Where do you guys think I'm going?
I actually don't even have a clue. And I didn't do this purposely to set you up. I actually don't know. And that's why, I mean, I'm always honest, but I'm taking Ty West for what I said.
I'm going to guess you're leaning Eggers because I know you have not been as hot on Maxine in some of his other films. But
okay, so good.
I don't remember how you feel about all of Eggers' films, though, so that is something.
So Ty West, he has an interesting career. Made a couple short films. He made like this fun little indie film that was put out by like Showtime DVD on DVD that I picked up years ago at Go Hastings called The Roost. I have such a soft spot for The Roost because it has such like a homegrown, like regional feel to it almost.
Mm-hmm.
And I like it a lot, even though it's like, it's definitely like shoddily made in a way, Cabin Fever 2 wasn't really his version of that film.
I never counted.
So many writers on that, but I do like it. I
don't honestly even think it's as bad.
It's got good gore. It does.
It's just like a turn your brain off stupid splatter movie. Like Winston, it's like starring Winston the Parting Deputy. Like, what do you think you were gonna get?
Giuseppe. The House of the Devil is a movie that had like a lot of love on the YouTube circuit back when it came out. Innkeepers, I watched for the first time in 2011. I liked it quite a bit. And then The Sacrament, which was my number one of 2013. I don't think it would still be, but especially if we rearrange the years. I actually have never revisited it since we reviewed it on the podcast, which was an early episode.
To be honest, I don't know if I've actually ever watched it again either.
Yeah, but it stuck with me. I liked it. It's basically Jim Jones,
Yeah, it's Jonestown, yeah.
But then you have the X trilogy, which I think was the moment that Ty West kind of got his flowers a bit because it was like a big deal. Everybody was looking forward to him. It was like the first two came out the same year or close to the same year, I think. and then we waited a little bit for Maxine. Had Ty West stuck the landing on Maxine and didn't give us like sort of this embarrassment of a final, I probably would go Ty West.
Fuck you.
However,
that's what people say when they don't understand the cinematic references.
Ty West dropped the ball so fucking hard on Maxine for me that I was literally in shock that it was as bad as it was. It was very disappointing to me. So with that said, Robert Eggers directed my favorite film of the last 10 years or so, in The Witch. I also think The Witch is one of the best horror films to ever come out in this last 25 years. And every single time I watch it, I find it more interesting and notice more things. The Lighthouse.
Maybe you should do that with Maxine then too.
Well, the big difference with that is I would just be fucking miserable the entire time.
Oh my God. It's like you guys are just a bunch of artards when it comes to Maxine. I swear to God.
Nosferatu was a bit disappointing for me, but I think it was because I was so fucking hyped for another Eggers movie after the first two that I loved. The Northman, I think it's good. It's just it's not like as good.
It's so A to B. Like there's nothing extravagant about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But this is one thing. I think that's aged a little better with me than when I first saw it. Because one thing about that movie is I only saw it once in the theater, and like I can still like remember like specific shots and like compositions from that movie like very vividly because how impressive I thought they were.
Yeah. And so I got to go Robert Eggers. For those reasons, but Ty West could have stole this one had he actually made a good movie in the trilogy, the third part in Maxine.
It's so funny that you keep focusing on that because you want to get me going, but you're not going to get me going because I've learned so much in my years of doing this that I am simply going to use the same tone that I'm talking in and say, I don't give a fuck what other people think. I love Maxine. I love that whole trilogy, and no one's ever going to persuade. I mean, no one's ever persuaded me on a film anyways, but I'm just saying this one seems to be coming back at me quite harshly these days. It's kind of funny. I don't care. I personally love it.
I might not be able to convince you that Maxine is not good, but I have eliminated your boy Ty West, so.
Fuck. Do you actually feel good about that? Because I know you like Ty West.
No, I do like Ty West. And I'm listen, my honest opinions of Maxine, I was very disappointed. I don't think it's a bad movie. I'm just playing it up because I'm trying to get under Moods' skin. It just was disappointing to me. And I did say that I wanted to revisit it before we recorded that last Top 10 show. Didn't get around to it, but we'll do the X trilogy on the show at some point.
Yeah, I was sure. Like thinking as you're saying, like, wow, I didn't think you disliked it that much.
No, I was playing it up for the audience a little bit. Next up here we have the number 50th seed Adam Wingard taking on Jameson Wan. So James Wan, of course, created 3 big franchises in The Conjuring, Saw, and Insidious. He also directed Dead Silence, which I think is a bit underrated. I think that movie's fun. Death Sentence,
it was actually scary too,
and Insidious too. Wingard has like such a wild career because he has he actually has like a higher percentage of like the indie stuff than a lot of these guys that have a bigger filmography. Like he stuck around in the indie scene for quite a while and made a handful of movies, including Homesick, which Moods mentioned, Pop Skull, Autoerotic. Then he sort of did some studio stuff with Blair Witch and The Guest and Tyler's favorite Death Note. And now he's making King Kong movies for millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah, it's so weird, right? He went from, fucking, oh man, like that indie scene to like making these multi-fucking billion-dollar films.
It's crazy. $100 million movie.
It's something crazy. It just fucking blows my mind. So
yeah, this one isn't honestly that hard for me. I haven't seen enough of Adam Wingard's like early stuff to have that factor in much. I think I only seen A Horrible Way to Die and Autoerotic, but I don't even remember for sure if I've seen Autoerotic. I just feel like I have. And Blair Witch, I actually really liked that movie when it came out, and I argued with Moodz on a show for fucking an hour about how wrong he was. And turns out I was the one that was wrong on that, because that movie is actually like pretty not good. Like, it's kind of a bad movie.
Mm-hmm.
You're Next, I like, but did not hold up as good as 2011. So I'm going my boy Juan. He has actually 2 10 out of 10s for me in Insidious and Saw. Plus, I really like Malignant. And I have a bunch of 8s for Juan, honestly. He's a very 8 guy.
Tyler?
Fuck Adam Wingard.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
For directing Death Note, you will never have my vote, James Wan.
Oh, right. He's stuck on the whole Death Note thing, but he seems to forget that he did some good films. Jesus.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's really strange to me, how you could be so hung up on one thing. But yeah, James Wan,
so
man.
Bad.
I mean, I'm personally not the most massive fan. I mean, I like stuff that he's done. I mean, Insidious is fucking fantastic. I personally, my favorite film by him might even be Death Sentence, to be honest.
The movie is pretty good. It was fucking violent too.
It's really, really good, man. Really, really good. I mean, he's mostly known for doing Saw and, of course, the Conjuring films, which, I mean, they're amazing. But, these directors have something in common. I mean, he ended up doing all these genre films, directing like Furious 7, which was so bizarre at the time. But then to make things even more bizarre, after he does that, he does fucking Aquaman. Like,
and then he came back to horror and did Malignant.
It's so weird. But it's like Adam Wingard too. Like, he came from this realm of like doing these genre films and stuff. And then all of a sudden he's directing Godzilla vs. Kong and then Godzilla vs. Kong, The New Empire. Like, they kind of went into this huge fucking realm. Both these guys starting off and doing.
I mean, there's actually a handful of guys, like James Gunn is another one. Who's,
I would say Wingard comes from a lower budget than Wan did. But the point is, they made lower budget genre films that ended up making these big budget fucking Hollywood films, which is really crazy.
Same thing with Doherty. Like, he did that huge Godzilla movie as well.
Right. And I mean, a lot of these genre directors that end up doing these big kind of budget films, it's really bizarre. Really, really bizarre.
Whenever I see that, I kind of just think good for them.
Yeah, well, yeah, because obviously Sam Raimi was like the guy that started that.
Yeah, he ended up doing the Spider-Man movies, yeah.
Yeah, but it's like you can eat forever getting one of those movies.
Well, of course. I mean, as a struggling indie, kind of genre filmmaker, like, if you can make waves and actually get a gig like that, why the fuck would you not take it?
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people be like, oh,
well, that's why I respected Juan, though, because he went and did his Aquaman movies, and then he came back and did something that he thought was interesting, which was like this weird giallo hybrid, like Henenlotter film Malignant. And
I mean,
cool.
we
weird,
don't,
like, genre mash of throwback.
We don't know that Wingard's not going to return to doing stuff like The Guest or, fucking even You're Next or, just lower. I mean, those movies weren't that crazy low budget, but lower budget genre films and stuff. I guess it remains to be seen. I do feel like Tyler's way off base with the Death Note thing, though, because it's totally a director for hire. He obviously got fucking, probably 6 figures to do it.
In Tyler's defense, bro, it's the same way I feel about the Dragon Ball Z movie. Like, the fucking thing is written for you, bro. Like, you have the story there. And it's like, how do you fuck it up that bad? And I do know that a lot of people.
But how is the direction ruining the narrative like that much to the point where if the story's already there, you're not, as a director, you're not writing.
They changed so much about like everything that went on to it. About everything that made the original Death Note movie cool, they watered it down to stuff that didn't even make sense for what.
But isn't that scripting like? Wingard didn't
just
write
the fact
that fucking screenplay, did he?
I don't know, but just the fact that he he directed it, he collected money for it. Fuck you.
But directing someone else's script is just like what Carpenter did with like.
I can. I can admit it's the most biased you could possibly be.
Yeah.
But he spit on something that I love dearly, that I think is truly a masterpiece in entertainment and cinema and writing, and produce and create a product that's so bad and strips everything out of it that some people will only ever see and think that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've heard other people say a lot of similar things. Like the fans of Death Note are fucking very serious about it. Like they were mad.
It's like it's not even like, oh, it's just a bad thing. It's like it's like an insult.
It's like insulting.
Everything that like that like Death Note philosophically and turned it into like some like little Netflix product for teens.
But I can't fault
and
you
I
for
do have a bit of a problem with somebody who is going to take a property that pre-exists and not know anything about it, or like not understand. Like,
I mean, that's a good point. That's a good point too. I mean, Wingard's one of those guys that really, the only things that he wrote genre wise was Pop Skull and the Godzilla Kong New Empire film. So most of his films that he actually directed, like, you know, the guests and stuff, he didn't write. So those were scripts that were given to him that he directed. Right. So, I mean, is it the script or is it the direction at that point?
Right. But I get your point still, though. Who are you picking, by the way, Moodz?
I'm going to go with James Wan.
Really? That surprises me because you did not vote for James Wan in the last round.
Yeah, but this matchup, I mean, I'm looking at it and I'm like, you know, I like Wingard. You know, he's done some things and stuff, but like, I can't deny the fact that I really do like Saw. You know, I mean, Dead Silence is great. Death Sentence, I think, is fucking phenomenal. Insidious is great too. And Malignant was a great return for me because I did not like The Conjuring 2 and I thought he was done. You know, I thought he was done. Insidious 2 was fine. I didn't like The Conjuring 2, so I was kind of on the fence with him. I thought maybe, you know, doing the Hollywood shit with Furious 7 kind of fucking ruined him. And Aquaman, obviously, because I would never watch some bullshit like that. Never subject myself to that. So, but Malignant was a great return. And of course, you know, he went back and did another Aquaman movie, which I don't give a flying fuck about. But, you know, as long as he's doing great genre films, I'm cool with that. So James Wan.
All right. So next up here, we have the 58th seed, Frank Calfon, taking on Steve Kostansky. Maniac for Frank, P2, Amityville, Night of Hunted Prey, I Livid, and Wrong Turn at Tahoe. And then Kostansky, who kind of oddly looks like Jeremy on Letterboxd.
He completely fucking
noticed that.
He completely does.
He did The Void, VHS 94, PG, Psycho Gorman, Leprechaun Returns, Frankie Frico, Father's Day, Manborg. I believe it is Moodz lead off.
All right, yeah. So Frank Calfon. You know, his highs, obviously we mentioned before, which is Maniac, big time for me. I'm a big fan of P2. All the other work that he's done is, you know, decent. You know, he's never really, you know, totally shit bomb for me. But on the flip side, man, I mean, and again, this is not coming down to the fact that I'm Canadian like Steve Kostansky. I cannot fucking say his name, man. Kostansky. Kostansky. Is it Kostansky? I guess that actually Kostansky makes a little bit more sense.
Break it up into 3 syllables. Kostansky.
Kostansky. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. It kind of how it reads, right? But I'm just a fucking big fan, man. I mean, I loved Astron 6 from the moment I saw like all their shorts and stuff, and it's just crazy. But you know, he did shit like Manborg, Father's Day, love it. But again, you know, a guy that's, you know, branched out and done kind of bigger, I wouldn't say Hollywood films, but I mean, Leprechaun Returns is kind of, you know, it had a budget. It really did. Which I think he did a really good job with that. And it kind of shows his chops, man, you know, coming from stuff like Manborg, which is super low budget, and it shows the comedic chops and stuff. And then Father's Day, which is comedic, but it's over the top gory and it's a crazy fucking batshit story. The Void, which is kind of like The Thing in a sense, it's kind of got that vibe to it, but I think it's done really, really well, which really kind of surprised me, coming from Father's Day and stuff. It was kind of a different thing because the movie was more serious. It didn't have that Astron 6 comedic vibes to it. It was played dead serious. It was kind of crazy. Leprechaun was cool. Psycho Gorman, one of my favorites. I mean, everything, Steve is doing, I'm just going to say Steven, because it's a lot easier for me. Kosintowski, whatever the fuck his name is. I'm going with Steve. I really am. As much as I love Maniac, man, I would rather be watching some Steve films. Astron 6 all the way.
Yeah, I believe who's next?
You're always after Moodz.
Okay. Okay, so for me, Maniac, best movie out of the bunch, I think. P2, I really like. The other ones are okay. They're good, okay to good. Kostansky, I really like Leprechaun Returns, tell you that. I like The Void a good bit. Psycho Gorman, it might be my favorite of his in terms of enjoyability. Frankie Frico was pretty fun. Not a big fan of Father's Day and Manborg, but I'm going to go with Kostansky as well. I just think that he has a bigger filmography that I like, even though Maniac is the best film of all these films, and P2 is pretty solid. I think there's just more to enjoy with Kostansky, so I'm going.
How are you not a fan of Father's Day? That's fucking crazy.
It's just like it's like gutter balls. It's like just too much. It's like too silly.
All right. It's going to be a Stevie K for me as well. I'm definitely the biggest fan. I'm definitely the biggest fan of his Astron 6 stuff in his filmography and his films that are just directed by him that are basically extensions of Astron 6 movies. Especially those first three Astron movies, or the only three Astron movies, and the shorts they did, those are just some very near and dear films to my heart. So, Stevie K.
Did you like Psycho Gorman?
I actually haven't seen that. That's like my own. That's the only.
That's kind of interesting.
I'm sure I will though, because it's like an Astron 6 movie, right? It's kind of like what I was kind of referring.
Kind of like goofy, but have you seen?
Yeah, I mean it's Adam Brooks and all. Half the guys.
That's what I mean. It's the extension of them.
Did you watch? Did you watch Power Rangers growing up?
Yeah.
Okay, you'll probably.
Yeah.
So speaking of this, man, I just realized something. Unless I'm not remembering correctly, but what the fuck happened to Ryan Nicholson in the fucking bracket?
Oh shit!
Because he was on the list I sent to you.
I don't know. I must have missed him.
Yeah, you quite obviously did, because when you said
that was actually not intentional at all. I don't know.
I just realized because I sent you a list, and I think there was like, when you said you needed a couple more, I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, there was enough there, even with the fuck ups with the doubles. There still was enough.
Well, you also had Joe Lynch on the list twice.
Okay, but whatever. But Ryan Nicholson was still on the list, though.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I'm going back and double checking just to make sure that
I even told Tyler that Joe Lynch was on the list twice. Ryan Nicholson's on the list. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those, because people in the chat were just firing stuff out.
Yeah, no, he's on the list because I wrote him in personally. So that's interesting. That's kind of a fucked up thing. I just realized that he wasn't in the original 64. I was like, when you mentioned fucking gutter balls, I was like, oh, what the fuck, man? There's no Ryan.
Yeah, you know what? He was right before Joe Lynch. Maybe the fact that Joe Lynch was on there twice, it messed up my count or something. Because it was Ryan Nicholson, then Joe Lynch for the second time. Maybe that threw me off. I don't know. I did legitimately just accidentally forget him.
Damn, dude, that's so savage.
Well, he would have got fucking first rounded anyway.
So? At least he should have been there.
You're right. He should have been there. I agree.
This
My
reminded
bad.
me of something funny. So there was a night a couple weeks ago that me and my girlfriend was hanging out drinking and like watching random YouTube videos, and we stumbled onto Jeremy's channel.
Oh, nice.
Um, and
Did you
and
go?
like
All right.
yeah, well, one thing we noticed that he must have just done a bunch of videos like the same day in a row because he does the same thing. He was like, all right, he walks in front of the camera and he's wearing like the same shirt like seven
Oh no,
videos in a row.
was he doing reviews?
Yeah.
Yeah, because he
And
used to
then
do that. He would record like
then
4 or
we
5 in a
watched
row.
some stuff.
Yeah.
So we watched an we clicked on an Out and About like from like 2016 or something or 2015.
Those
And
are
then,
his
like,
best ones, like those old out and about videos.
and then we clicked on a couple of newer ones that came out like a year or two ago when he was like he must have been getting like Warner
Screeners.
Brothers
He was
screeners or
getting
something because
screeners,
that's all he was reviewing. But we noticed he's been wearing the same Gutterball shirt for like literally 10 years.
I'm surprised it would still fit him because he gained a lot of weight, man. Because he literally
Yeah,
gained like
Unless
50,
he-
60 pounds.
Unless he bought the same exact shirt again in a bigger size, he's been or a different size or replace it or whatever. Yeah, he's wearing the same shirt in his videos for 10 years.
That's crazy.
When he was at Wasteland, I should have made it awkward and been like, "Do you know Tyler, your replacement?" He's Jeremy version 3.
When I did that Fred show with him, he was like, "And we are
Oh, yeah,
Tyler,
you've
the guy
done
that
stuff with
replaced the guy that replaced me on 22."
Did he say that? At least he's funny about it.
Yeah, he said the guy that
That's
replaced me.
We mentioned Jeremy. Now we're gonna get flooded with people saying like,
Oh,
"Bring back Jeremy."
Yeah, exactly. All right, next one.
Okay, next one here. We have Fetty Alvarez, the number 10 seed, taking on Justin Benson and Aaron Moorhead. Benson and Moorhead, of course, the directing duo behind Resolution, Synchronic, The Endless, Spring, and also another Marvel property in Moon Knight, which is pretty.
yeah, I've heard that's pretty good. But
Yeah,
that's
it's
another
pretty-
another one I saw that like from where those guys came from. It just made me say like, "Ah, good for you guys."
Yeah, like it seems to be a thing. And then we have Fetty Alvarez, who directed Alien Romulus, Don't Breathe, and Evil Dead, the remake.
All right, so maybe this one starts on me.
Yep.
Yeah, I like Fetty. I don't love him, but I think he had a bit of bracket luck the first round. I don't remember who he lined up against, but like I said in the first round, I'm a big fan of Moorhead and Benson. Really like The Endless, really like Spring. Gonna go Moorhead Benson.
Yeah, I don't really have much to go on with Moorhead and Benson because I've only ever seen Spring. I'm not sure if I've seen Synchronic yet. I don't remember. Maybe do a quick little search on that one. I can't remember if I watched it or not. But yeah, I have unfortunately not watched The Endless and Resolution, which I actually intended to do that for this, but I do love Spring. And so going against Fetty Alvarez, man, I'm not a big fan of The Evil Dead.
I think he's like the king of decent.
Right.
Don't Breathe. Like people love these movies. Alien Romulus made so many top tens. There's
Yeah,
a-
no,
All three of
for an
all three
Oscar.
of his movies have made my top tens.
Don't Breathe was all right to me. I
Oscar
fucking
nominated
hated the
film,
beginning.
Alien Romulus.
One of my biggest complaints of that movie is the way it starts. It's like I hate those beginnings to the movie where it shows the end. I fucking hate that. I don't see any point in doing that. It always drove me nuts. It's not the reason why I don't like it. I think it's okay. It's fine for what it is. But again, he's very, very much that dude that like all these movies are well made, but not really my love. So I'm going to go with.
He also wrote the 2022 Chainsaw movie, which I didn't even know.
Yeah. Which is kind of cool because it actually had a Chainsaw Massacre in it, which is, he kind of got that. We finally got a Chainsaw Massacre in a Chainsaw movie. But I'm going to go with Benson and Moorhead because I love Spring. I think Spring is the best movie out of there. And, obviously I've heard good things about the other ones. So, but yeah, I'm going to go with them.
Honestly, Fetty had a pretty good run there, but I'm going to have to go with Moorhead and Benson as well. I just think they're the stronger directing duo there. And I actually think that, like, although Synchronic was not as good as like the other stuff, I think Spring is legitimately like a phenomenal movie, one of the best romance horror movies out there.
Yeah, and I even like it.
Wouldn't be a bad movie to do on next year's Valentine's Day romance horror volume 2. So yeah, I'm gonna go Moorhead and Benson as well for the 3-0 sweep.
I mean, I'm down. I mean, it's stepping out of my comfort zone doing romance shit. So, but I'll do it.
All right, and then we have the number 3 seed Ari Aster taking on the number 35 seed Lucky McKee. I believe I am up first. I'm not going to go too in depth on this. Aster's just way better for me, so I'm going Aster.
Yeah, it's going to be the A train for me. Ari Aster for sure.
Yeah, you guys. Well, I mean, I'm definitely going with Lucky McKee because May is my favorite movie out of all of them.
So that's wrong again. We mark that.
No, I mean, down. I love Hereditary. It was my number 1 film of that year, but I mean, May was also my number 1 film of 2000, fucking whatever it was. So, 2.
Yeah. All right.
And I don't like Midsummer, so, and I like Lucky McKee. I mean,
I believe it is called Midlamer.
Midlamer. I would rather watch All Cheerleaders Die than Midlamer.
Dude, you're so lame with that one, bro.
Dude, Midlamer, it's lame. That's the point. It's such a lame movie. Like, it's fucking lame. Yeah, it looks good and it's all fucking, it's all.
Have you ever like heard Ari do interviews? Because he's like literally the funniest fucking person. So like he was doing like a Q&A after Midsummer, and someone was like, and someone like says something about the movie. He's like, I don't know, it's just a movie about some dumb kids going to get killed in a different country.
But even Lucky McKee's episode of Masters of Horror when he did Sick Girl is better. Fuck it, man. Taking McKee.
Get out of here. You're fucking on something tonight.
Nope. Just being honest. You guys are tripping.
Next up here, we have good old Alex Garland, 19th seed, taking on Jane Schoenburn. Jane, I saw the TV Globe, made a big impact on me, but that's all I've seen from them. And then Alex Garland, Annihilation, Ex Machina. Oh, that's his writing credits. I was about to say, is he doing the new 28 Years Later? Yeah, that's his next movie, I believe.
Okay, that's cool.
And Men. So I believe it is Moodz.
Yeah, this is a weird one. There's like not much to go on here for me. I mean, Ex Machina, whatever you want to call it. Machina. I can't pronounce it. Annihilation, I thought was really cool. But I mean, I saw the TV Glow. I would probably take over anything. So, and I just see this become like, I think this is the start of something pretty good. So I'm going to go with Jane.
I just honestly like, it's just the quantity. I have not seen Jane's other movie, At the World's Fair or whatever. And I like the 3 movies that I saw from Alex Garland, and and one of them I loved, which was Annihilation. I think I saw the TV Globe might be the best out of all of them, but he also has another 7.5 and another 8 in there for me. So I'm going to go Alex Garland. Tyler with the swing.
Okay. So obviously I don't like Jane's first movie. As I said in the previous round, I'd be willing to give it another try, but I really did not like it. So I'm not just going to like flip my opinion on that. But obviously I've talked about enough about which I saw the TV Glow has had an impact on me. Look at Alex Garland. It's hard to say he's not a good director. Even though his movies have not been as high with me. Men is probably my favorite movie, and I still only give that movie like a 7. I think his newest movie, Civil War, fucking sucked, and it was extremely ham-fisted in its commentary, and I did not like it. And he really dropped the ball on getting $50 million to make a movie, in my opinion. So I'm gonna go Jane.
All right, so that is 2-1.
Holy shit, did he
James.
disagree with me? That's the first time I think all show where it was up to him and he actually swayed the vote. And
I think we actually had one earlier. We just
wow, because there was like 7 or 8 times where it didn't go that way. Actually, probably more than that.
All right, so next up here we have Coralie Farget,
Farget.
who did The Substance and Revenge, taking on Mr. Adamson Green, who directed 3 of the 4 Hatchet films, as well as Frozen, Spiral, and Digging Up the Marrow, also Chillerama. I believe it is Tyler.
Okay. Adam Green, I think, has a really solid filmography, and he's been really consistent. There's not any of his movies that I like just really dislike, or I think is straight up bad.
What is his movie that you dislike the most?
After he says there's not even a film that I really don't dislike.
really don't
That's a weird
dislike
question.
I guess if like I had to pick I haven't seen the newest Hatchet movie.
Coffee and Donuts.
Doesn't count.
I'm interested to see that. I even like Holliston.
We didn't even mention Holliston. But
Man,
yeah,
I love Holliston.
I just remembered it now because it's Coffee and Donuts, because I've heard Coffee and Donuts is basically like Holliston, pushed into like.
I've actually never seen it before. I was just joking.
Yeah,
but
it's very hard to see because it's just like it's an indie, no budget film that had a bunch of like copywritten music in it.
Yeah, exactly. It's like we had no idea what we were doing.
Yeah, I love Holliston, man. Like the 2 seasons that they put on Blue. I think there was supposed to be a 3rd one, but
it just never happened.
So,
yeah, I mean, obviously, Odorous Euron.
He doesn't have that one that's like a straight banger to me, but I think all his movies that I've seen are good. But the ceiling on Coralie is just so high to me right now. I think I'm gonna go leave it open to you guys on this one. I'm gonna go Coralie.
All right. Yeah, Adam Green. I'm a big fan of him. I love Adam Green. I think he's great. As a person, I think Hatchet is good. I think Hatchet 2 is not good. I'm not really the biggest fan of Hatchet 2. I think it kind of sucks. Digging Up the Marrow, I think, is way better. And Frozen, I think, is a great film. We just covered that. But as for Caroline Farget, bro, like Revenge and the Substance, Adam Green's never come close to anything like this.
Yeah.
And I love both these movies. And I think this progression, I think that she's just going to keep doing bangers, man. I'm going with Caroline Farget.
I agree with you too. I also am going Caroline.
Oh, I'm actually quite surprised about that.
No,
I can see either of you going on Adam, just because like obviously there's way more movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I have come down on Adam over the years a little bit, but I really love The Substance. And Revenge is really good as well. But yeah, so going Coralie. Dude, I'm the worst.
Coralie Farget.
It's actually funny that Tyler's better at pronouncing stuff than us.
It's Farget or Farget. I don't know which one, but it's one of
I think it's
man.
Farget.
Now we're dealing with a lot of foreign names here and shit. I don't understand.
Like, I know like how like these like letters are like pronounced.
This guy can't even say Kostansky.
Kostansky.
And
sometimes they have.
Because I always want to call him something else. I just can't say the word Kostansky properly. It's weird. Like I just
I'm Polish,
now that I think about it, I can. But
that's a classic. That's a classic Polish.
I think it's because I want to say Costanza. From fucking Seinfeld. It's weird. I don't know. But anyways.
All right. So this is our last matchup of the round of 32. We have Science Sano versus Paco Plaza, the 11th seed versus the 22 seed. Paco Plaza, Rec 2, Sister Death Veronica, Rec 3, the better of the Rec spinoff things. X Miss Tail and the grandmother, of course. We have Science Sano, who did a bunch of stuff: Suicide Club, Cold Fish, Why Are You Playing Hell Tag, Noriko's Dinner Table, Guilty of Romance, Strange Circus. This dude got a big ass filmography. So I believe it is me. I think that Paco Plaza has the lesser filmography out of his co-director there. Science Sano, I admit that I have not seen a lot of his films. I've seen Cold Fish, Noriko's Dinner Table, Guilty of Romance, Strange Circus, and I believe that might be it. But yeah, damn if I don't love Cold Fish, and Strange Circus is another one I really love. Suicide Club, I'm okay on. Guilty of Romance was good. Noriko's Dinner Table was good. I'm gonna have to go Science Sano on this one. I think he has the stronger filmography.
This is going to be a pretty easy Science Sono for me. He's exactly the kind of chef I like. And as much as Paco Plaza has a strong film in Rec, I would probably still take multiple Science Sono movies over it.
All right. And Moodz, who are you picking?
Well, since I didn't hear what you guys went for, this is interesting. I'm going to go with Science Sono.
Sono sweep.
Sono.
Oh, it's a sweep. Okay.
Yeah.
I just feel like he has way more, not only just because he has more, quantity, but his quality is there with the quantity. You know what I mean?
And it's so unique.
And just very interesting. And yeah, Science Sono is he's amazing. He never ceases to amaze me with the shit that he's doing. So he's one of the best.
All right, so we are into the Sweet 16. We only have 16 directors left. Actually, 17 if you count the directing duo of Moorhead and Benson.
Wow, so they're the top duo.
Yeah, they are the top directing duo. Okay, so the matchup here is number 1 seed Jordan Peele taking on Wame Bulgario, who is the other director of the Rec films, as well as Sleep Tight. And we also have Jordan Peele, Us, Get Out, and of course Nope. So in Moodz, it's on you.
All right. Yeah. Again, we already concluded that the Nameless is eligible for this. Oh man, this is tough. This is tough because it is Jordan Peele. He's got 3 films. I really love 2 of them. Bulgaro, however you want to pronounce it. Dude, fuck man, this is so hard. Rec 2, Sleep Tight. If I was to stack up his 3 best films against Jordan Peele's best 3 films, Jordan Peele's 3 films, I should say. I think that Jordan Peele definitely probably has maybe the edge, but does he? Fuck me. I'm going with Bulgaro.
For me,
he's got 3 bangers. Peele's got 2.
I agree that I think that Sleep Tight and Rec are man. This is actually tough.
This is it doesn't seem like
I didn't want to overthink it, but I broke it down to the great films versus quality and quantity. But this guy's got 3 really banger films.
This is closer than you would think it is if you just hear the 2 names. This is a lot closer than you think.
But I think Sleep Tight is better than people actually give it credit for. Like even what Peele does with his films, he kind of did with Sleep Tight a little bit too. It's kind of a good commentary on that character study. And Rec is progressively amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's really good for what it did.
Rec is so influential too.
Yeah.
And it really is. So for me, Jordan Peele. So if I was just taking Rec 2 and Sleep Tight versus Jordan Peele's filmography, I might go Yame. But Rec 4 is not good. Darkness is not good. I haven't seen The Nameless. Fragile is okay. I think I'm gonna go with
The Nameless is good. It's honestly good, but I'm taking, like I said, like I took his 3 best against Peele's 3 films.
I think Peele's 4th film will be better than any of those ones we mentioned, based on the talent I think he has.
But you can't forecast though, right? Can we really forecast? I mean, it's about what's on the table though, too, right?
I just did.
Okay, fair enough. You're a fucking that's fucked, but
this guy forecasted about American Psycho and then is yelling at me about
That is true. You did do that.
You totally forecast.
I never used it in the decision though. I'm just confused on why.
Literally said I think
that was kind of what the decision. Yeah,
no. I said I'm confused on why somebody would actually remake this for like a Western filmmaker would remake this for.
I think you literally said based on that, I'm gonna go with the other guy.
Well,
yeah,
it's just
it seemed like the decision was because
it's kind of like it's
another remake.
It's just another part of the reason. It wasn't the reason why I went with them. I mean, it's just I'm very confused by American Psycho, but I was basing it off of the actual films, anyways. But I think yeah. So
we have a swing vote here for Tyler.
All right, so this is a lot closer than you think. You really do. I think these are
when I first heard the names, I thought I instantly was going with Peele, and then I started looking, and I'm like, honestly, man, I mean, Sleep Tight really brings the filmmaker.
I think there's a fair argument on both sides, and sometimes there's some bracket luck that happens, and one of the directors is going to benefit from maybe not having seen their worst films. And is also going to benefit from I straight up just don't like Us, and I think I do think Get Out is the best movie of them all, but I think Wreck and Sleep Tight are the next 2 for sure, and I think there's like a gap after that. So it's good, it's close, but I'm actually gonna go Bulguero on this one.
Okay, so that's interesting. I did not expect that from you, but I will take it. The thing, like with Us. One of the things that sold me on that movie is the very final scene. And I'm just like, man, that was directed so well. Because what you're seeing in facial expressions is kind of like, just like, whoa, that's fucking wild. If you've seen it, you know what I'm talking about, but I don't want to spoil it. So, okay. I have to actually... I thought Tyler was going to go with Jordan Peele. So, see, Moodz, he doesn't always just, we're not a pair. So yeah, Wame Ball. So the number 1 seed eliminated. Jordan Peele is eliminated, and Yami, the 16th seed, moves on.
In the Sweet 16, yeah.
Next up, we couldn't have like a tighter matchup in terms of seedings. We have the number 40th versus the number 41st seed. We have Alexander Aja taking on Robert Zombie.
Ooh.
Tyler.
This is an interesting matchup. I think Aja has the more consistent career, for sure.
For sure?
Yeah, I think it's one of the most consistent career. And I think the worst movies come from Rob Zombie, but I also think the best movies come from Rob Zombie.
Did you like Never Let Go?
I didn't see that one. but I don't like.
You can't
31.
persuade him either way here, man. Let him.
I don't like 31.
No, I'm
Let him tell his
genuinely
tale.
curious. No.
I just
because
that's one of the movies that like I did want to see because it was him, but I just never got to it. I think I've seen all his movies except that and Oxygen.
Oxygen is really good.
Yeah.
Have you seen Mirrors?
I've
The
seen
reason I
Mirrors.
say that is because I don't think that the lows are that different. Like, I think that the lows are
I've seen. I
equal.
really don't like the two zombie films I named, and I really don't like Halloween. I do like Halloween 2 more, but I really don't like Halloween.
Yeah, see, the
and
thing is,
it's not for the backstory that that people usually complain about. I don't have any issue with that. I think he tried to put Devil's Rejects into Halloween for me, like that, like thing that like the thing he's really good at, and it didn't work for me at all.
yeah, that's pretty much what worked for me.
But having said that, if I'm like looking at this like these filmographies and a random night and like, do which movie am I gonna watch? I think my first choice is Lords of Salem, and my second choice is probably Devil's Rejects. And there's nothing
What's your third
from
choice?
Alex. I have to think about it. Maybe High Tension.
Okay.
But yeah, I think the highs are just gonna edge out Aja for me, and I'm gonna go Rob Zombie.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's an interesting matchup here because both directors actually directed a remake of a bona fide classic film. And I will give possibly Aja the edge on Hills Have Eyes, maybe over Halloween. I'm not sure. It's
I would
very,
definitely
very.
take Hills Have Eyes. Honestly, I forgot he
Aja
directed that for a
directed
second.
2 remakes.
Yeah, I forgot he
Of
directed
course,
that for a second.
but I don't put Piranha as in the same class
It's not
as.
a bona fide classic. Yeah, I get
No.
it.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying the Hills Have Eyes versus Halloween in terms of remakes, but like the way they did the remakes, the Hills Have Eyes is right. I mean, Halloween for me is up there too, but they're very, very close. It's very, very close. So that's very interesting. Now, Aja's highs are very early in his career for me. He's got solid films later on, of course, Oxygen, but then he's got some shitballs though too, man. Like Never Let Go is the latest thing, and that's The Last Taste in My Mouth, which is not good. It's very, very salty. It's very, very salty. The fucked up thing about Aja that I thought was really weird is that, he did High Tension and Hills Have Eyes. He was like on this fucking streak, and then he does Mirrors. Total shit bomb. Is Mirrors as bad as like Zombies 31?
I think
Yeah.
it's worse.
Yeah, I think so. That's the thing. I
I
think
would rather watch 31.
Me too.
Yeah, see, I would rather watch Mirror. I'm not saying Mirror is good, but I like that more than like the worst zombie movies, or the ones I like the least, in my opinion.
But putting the top shelf into perspective, it's like Rob Zombie, House of a Thousand Corpses, The Devil's Rejects. I mean, he had this streak going, man. Like, Halloween 2, like Lords of Salem. I feel like all those movies are things that I would rather watch than, I like Horns and the 3D remake, or the Piranha 3D remake and stuff, but I would rather watch all those movies. So I just feel like his is a little bit stronger, where Aja's downs are even worse for me. Never Let Go sucked, man. Mirrors sucks. They both have misses. They both have hits. It's very close. They both had hits on remakes, in my opinion, where Tyler disagrees. I'm taking Rob Zombie.
All right, and for me, it's pretty close. I think that the best movie out of the bunch is probably Devil's Rejects, followed by High Tension, followed by Hills Have Eyes, maybe. No, I really love Halloween and Halloween 2.
It's so close. Like the Hills and Halloween as remakes are so damn close in terms of like.
I could probably go back and forth on the order on them, but I think the top 4 films in the bunch would be definitely Devil's Rejects #1, and I'm not sure what order, but it would be like Hills Have Eyes, Lords of Salem, and High Tension. So he's competitive. Like,
So JP, do you think The Hills Have Eyes is Oj's best film or High Tension?
I would actually go Hills Have Eyes
Because it's kind
Dude,
of it's kind of a
honestly-
deal breaker. It's kind of a deal breaker because if you put Halloween up there, like, and you put Devil's Rejects above, say, High Tension, you would probably have to go with Rob Zombie, right?
Maybe. But I think here's like the swing for me. Like, fuck.
Yeah, no, it's really hard because there's shitballs and there's so many good films without these massive filmographies and some shitbombs.
Okay.
So it's like really hard to like focus on. Yeah.
Again, I think that like, so House of a Thousand Corpses has come way up for me every time I revisit it.
Mhm.
I legitimately love that movie now. The two Halloween films I think are just like such a fun pair. I like that in Rob Zombie's Halloween, it's about nurture, and in the original Halloween, it's about nature. I just think that it play off each other so well.
Mhm.
And you get like the same movie but completely different, just changing that aspect of it. And then Halloween 2 has literally grown so much for me because of the fact that it's like essentially the hangover from a slasher film. Like, what happens to the people that were involved in this, and they all have trauma and they all deal with it in different ways, which is much like people. And that movie is really about trauma, and I really love that about it. And Devil's Rejects is just the best, so I just convinced myself. Rob Zombie.
Well, yeah, because the opening 25 minutes kind of showcases what the film's about, right? Even though it's kind of gut punch, even because it's like a dream sequence, but you get past it.
Yeah. Okay, so moving on here, we have the number 36 seed, Scott Derrickson versus the number 13 seed in Brandon Cronenberg. I believe it is Tyler's turn.
Okay. Oh, I try to eliminate Scotty.
No, wait.
D.
It's me. It's my turn.
Yeah, I opened with this one, so yeah, it should be you next.
Yeah,
time,
it is.
Right?
It is.
Yeah.
JP.
Must be Moodz.
So, no, wait, what? No, because I went last, so I.
No, you're right.
How is this so damn difficult? There's three of us.
I know,
Yeah.
but we keep it swaps every round, so it's like weird. I don't know.
Yeah.
This is going to be a very quick one for me. It's just Brandon Cronenberg, I think, is better. So I'm going to go Brandon Cronenberg. I think it's like surprising Scott Derrickson made it this far. He had the luck of the bracket a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
But his time ends here. I think I imagine you guys feel the same way, but
Well, I'd be surprised if Tyler went the other way. That's what.
I tried to get rid of him last time.
It's your go.
Oh, it is my go. Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm stupid. Scotty D. Like I said, tried to get rid of him last time, and Baby Cronenberg, I think, is just that guy. So I'm gonna go that way as well.
Yeah, quite obviously, I'm going with Scott Derrickson on this one. Fuck Cronenberg. I hate Canadians.
Fuck him.
No, obviously Cronenberg on this one. It was not even a question. This was probably one of the easiest brackets I've ever actually had on here. So,
yeah, sometimes people make it far just based on the luck of the draw.
Say, you need bracket luck.
And then next up here, the next matchup, we have Andre Overdell taking on Michael Doherty.
Tyler.
Oh, okay.
Actually, it's fuck. I don't know how. Like, I feel like I keep getting skipped. I feel like I've been skipped a couple times. Actually, I think we fucked up this order.
Yeah, no, it was supposed to go me, then Moodz, then Tyler.
Yeah, so it goes Moodz next. That's what I thought. Because I went first break before you, so it'll have to be Moodz.
Because if I was the swing vote,
yeah, we just messed up the end order of the last one. It should have been.
okay.
I don't fucking know, bro.
It doesn't really matter. I mean, votes are votes, right? It doesn't really matter what order. But so Andre Overdell versus Michael Doherty. Man, I got to go with Doherty on this one, man. Like I said, he's got 2 bona fide classics. I like Overdell's films, but I mean, his best matching up again, Troll Hunter versus Autopsy of Jane Doe versus Krampus and Trick or Treat. It's kind of no contest for me. So Doherty.
Yeah, I concur that Doherty is the better one for me. So I'm also on the Doherty train.
I'm gonna throw Andre a vote there to avoid the sweep.
All right.
It doesn't really matter because it's not like they're getting fucking participation. Fucking.
Nah, but
it kind of does for my scorekeeping that I've been doing.
I was wondering if you're keeping like things like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just think he doesn't deserve a sweep, so I'll give him a vote there.
Yeah. All right. So moving on here, we have the number 2 seed, Robert Eggers, taking on the number 18 seed, James Wan.
Ooh. This one could go to this one. I could see going either way. James Wan's been around a long time. He's got 20 years of making movies, and he's never really made one that sucks. And he definitely has a lot of influence in the genre, and definitely has some highs. And literally created 2 franchises. Extremely impressive resume. It's really hard to compete with something like that. Eggers is still the new guy. Really has like 3.5 movies. I think Eggers has the best 2 movies, but
again, it's like completely debatable.
It's tough. It's close. It's close. It really it's again, it's the longevity versus the flash in the pan, the hot start days.
It's also a guy who has like more artsy movies versus a guy who has like more popcorn horror movies.
What it comes down to me, man, is like James Wan. I always want to call him Wan. James Wan. You take Saw, which is like incredibly, not only really good, influential. It's a bona fide great film. And he even followed that up with Insidious and Conjure. Like he just kept going on that kind of level, right? So is Edgar's, The Witch, say if The Witch is his best film, is it better than Saw? If we're assuming that, that's Wan's best film.
I think it's debatable because I think Insidious is up there as well.
But that's what I'm saying, because like Wan's got like 3 films that are pretty solid in terms of like being very, very top shelf.
Has Wan made a bad horror film?
I don't think so.
I mean, I wouldn't say The Conjuring 2 is bad. I personally don't like it, but I wouldn't personally say it's a bad movie at all. It's not a bad movie. I just didn't really care for it.
I don't think he has any like serious like blemishes on his record.
I only like The Conjuring really in the entire Conjuring universe. So
I think The Witch clears him. But I also think The White House is his best movie. Okay. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Interesting. Yeah.
So did you vote for Edgar's then or Vaughn?
It's tough. The Lighthouse is going to take it for me. It's one of my favorite films, period, of like the past like 10 years. I've watched it like 7 times. It's basically a remake of Hour of the Wolf, which is another one of my favorite movies ever made. So
you love your Bergman, man. You love your Bergman.
I'm gonna go Eggers. He put a reference to a Bergman movie in the opening shot to Nosferatu. The guy, he sees what I see.
I mean, it's fair enough. It's fair enough. I mean,
it's very close.
I mean, I've admitted on the show multiple times, I'm not like the most massive James Wan fan. Like, I mean, I think his movies are great. Do I want to revisit these movies all the time? Not particularly, but I understand like his vision and what he's done through many, many years. He just keeps doing kind of like bona fide modern classics and stuff. It's pretty wild. I feel like Edgar's throughout time could be the same status. I mean, he's been around for such a short period of time, but he's already made a huge mark with The Witch and The Lighthouse, in my opinion. Nosferatu, like I said, I haven't seen,
there's
but
also the idea that he declining?
Yeah,
I mean,
fair enough. I mean,
you could say
Nosferatu.
that because I do think his first two movies are his best two, and by objective measure, that would mean he's declining.
It's a
But-
fair argument because with James Wan, like I wasn't sure if he was going to return. I mean, I would like after he did the Fast and Furious movie, I was like, oh my God, this guy's fucking done. And then when he returned with The Conjuring 2, I was like, he is done because I really didn't like the movie. And then he got away from horror for a while, right? He went on to do fucking Aquaman. And I was like, okay. And then I completely lost interest. And I wasn't excited to see Malignant. And that shit blew my shitter out. I thought it was great. It was a fucking phenomenal return. So this is why I'm giving it to James Wan, because this guy is a horror master. He's a modern day horror master. And I mean, honestly, you can't deny the fact what he's done and he keeps kind of doing, even though he's returning and doing his love him or not, man. James Wan all day for me. Not all. Yeah, it's close. But
The next two movies he's slated to direct, whether they happen or not, they're both in pre-production, is The Call of Cthulhu and a
H.P. Lovecraft,
Creature from the Black Lagoon reboot.
It's interesting. Another lagoon. Oh my God.
Okay, so for me, I'm the swing vote here. I think that The Witch might be the best of the bunch. But I am a massive Insidious, the first film fan, and I love Saw as well. The Conjuring movies, like, they're good. They're not my favorites. I think Dead Silence is a nice, fun little popcorn movie. And then Malignant was, it made my top 10. I think that the fact that Juan has just made more really helps him out here. More movies that I like, even though the highs aren't as high as his first couple. So in essence, they've both kind of declined a bit, but Juan has brought it back a couple times. So that's kind of interesting. I'm going to have to go James Wan here, which is a little surprising to me, but had Edgar's made maybe another couple horror films, I could lean him. And had Nosferatu been as strong as The Witch and The Lighthouse, I think it would have probably been a slam dunk at that point. But I'm going to go Juan.
Interesting.
Yeah, because the thing that kind of sold it to me on Eggers that doesn't really necessarily have to do with horror all that much. If you think of it, I guess in the argument I was making, I would say like in the 10 years that Eggers has been around, he's been one of the best directors, period. Not just horror directors. And I do think, let's say if you took like the Wan 10 years prime, he would be one of the best horror directors, if not the best. But I don't think any year he had a 10-year prime where he was like one of the best directors.
But James Wan hasn't really directed any bad movies, though.
No, I'm not saying that. I think
that's the thing. For somebody that has such a,
that's where it sold to me. I was like, if I look at like their prime and put in any window, there's like in this window that Eggers has been around, I could rationalize that he's like a top 10 director, period.
Yeah.
And I don't think I could ever say like James Wan was ever a top 10 director, period.
Yeah, it's interesting. I would put James Wan pretty high, to be honest, and I'm not even like like when I
if you
randomly
take like
want to watch a film
to 2010, when you're talking like the best horror directors, I think
I'm saying just director, period, because I think they were both like, I think they're both like,
see, that's hard for me to judge because I just don't watch enough of like other cinema to
okay. Yeah.
See, what I'm looking at here, man, is like James Wan is like one of those dudes where I respect as a filmmaker and I know that he makes good films and stuff, but like me personally, I'm not going to my film vault and being like, yo man, I'm gonna watch The Conjuring today. But I understand from a filmmaking standpoint what he's done. So there's many different factors. There's many different factors in, and that's kind of the beauty of these arguments is like sometimes, the personal preference really comes into play, or you're factoring in maybe influence, or you're factoring in actual filmmaking, where Edgar's is really top notch in that aspect. He just hasn't done enough to match up for me for Juan, who has done an abundance of really, really great cinematic films, which and also, personally are mine taste, but it is what it is.
I think like sometimes also like people forget about how like good of a actual like story the first Saw is because we got so many like Saw sequels.
Mhm.
Like it's kind of like was fucking pretty dope at the time. You know what
Well,
I mean?
that's what I was trying to say. Like Saw is kind of like one of those films where it is lost in translation now. It is definitely in the Bill Murray realm because it's definitely lost in translation because of actually speaking of Saw, they just announced today that the new one got canceled.
I know, which made me
Yeah, I
sad.
saw that.
But again, when you have like 9, 10 sequels, it does get lost. It gets lost in translation, and it's kind of a shame. People kind of forget that how good the first one really fucking is. Because let's face it, the sequels, the first, Saw 2 is fine. Saw 3, I mean, there's highs and lows in that franchise, but you lose the perspective of where it came from. You really do. Where I feel like with Insidious, though, it's just kind of weird because there's 5 Insidious films right now, and I think they're all pretty solid. That's a solid franchise.
Yeah, I do
It's
think
a
that's-
very
I mean,
solid franchise.
Yeah, dude.
Like, granted-
there's not one film in that franchise I have disliked, which is crazy
granted,
for me.
What was it? 2023 was a really weak year. Like that Insidious movie was like literally like my number like 14.
Yeah, I think it made my top 10 actually. Okay, so moving on here, we have Steve Kostansky taking on the directing duo of Justin Benson and Aaron Moorhead. So I believe that is me.
Man,
And yeah, this is a bit of a tough one.
this is
But
Fuck.
this is a good one.
Fuck.
Jesus.
Damn it.
it's actually kind of tough for me.
I like that I'm the swing vote here, but fuck.
Okay, so what do we have here? So the thing about both of these filmmakers, if I combine all their filmography, I think the best film is Spring. And I don't actually like none of the other films are my favorite films ever. They're just a lot of them are really good and solid. I think that, oh man, shit. I hate it. I wish I didn't go first on this one. Oh, maybe you guys would have influenced me one way or the other. Does anybody have anything to say right now while I think about this?
No, I want you to
I'm
play this
still,
out
like,
on your own
and
fucking merit.
Honestly, I'm still processing this all in my head to like comparing these people.
I mean, I get why this is a little bit complicated, but at the same time, I completely understand why it's not complicated. I have my answer, and it's straight up. And
I don't, man. Okay, I'm gonna go the directing duo with Benson and Moorhead on this one.
All right, so
why? I want a reason on this.
So I think that Spring is the strongest movie of the bunch, and I think it's the strongest by a good bit. Whereas like Leprechaun Returns, as much as I love it, it's like a 7. The Void is like an 8. Psycho Gorman is like an 8. I think I gave an 8 to 8.5 to The Endless. Resolution is like a 7.5. The Spring vote and Synchronic's like a 8, maybe 7.5, 8. And I don't like Father's Day and Manborg that much, so that was kind of the deciding factor there, I guess. There's no films that I dislike from Benson and Moorhead, and there's a couple I dislike from Kostansky. Plus, his highs aren't as high. So yeah, I processed it. I fucking figured it out.
so
fucking lame. Tyler, just shut up. Just move on.
I thought I was
so
going
stupid.
one way.
So fucking stupid.
I thought I was going one way when these teams shot out, and I was basically going through it looking for the confirmation bias why this wasn't even like that close, and then I just kept breaking it down. It's tough because both of them have movies like I really really like, and even like something like both like Father's Day and Manborg. I've seen Father's Day like at least 20 times. Like I really,
So you must like it then if you've seen it 20 times. It's fucking crazy.
I watched it a lot like 10 years ago, but I still have watched it probably like 4 times like the last like 4 years. Manborg that's another good one. Like the editor, I really like the editor.
He didn't do the editor, right?
Oh, he's not in the editor?
No, it's funny. It's the one movie where Steve was not really associated with it. It's kind of weird. Pretty much like all the Astron 6 films always have everybody. That was the one movie where he wasn't. It was more Adam Brooks and I think Matthew Kennedy and stuff, right? So.
But so even without the editor, it's like you can stack those up.
But it's a collective thing, right? Like every once in a while, people branch out. Like Kinskowski, like he's done his own kind of thing. He always has his Astron 6 guys in there.
I also really like the Endless. I also really like Spring, like Resolution, just pairs them well with all those. They seem to really have even the same limited resources in some of their films like Resolution and accomplish I think just as good things as well. So it's not even a resources thing to me either. Both direct and act in their movies. It's pretty close, but once you get away from the more Astron 6 associated stuff, I really kind of don't care as much for the Stevie K movies where I think the Endless is super, super strong, and so is Spring. I'm going to go Moorhead Benson.
Dude, this is fucking bullshit, man, because all his movies are Astron 6 movies, though. Like, Psycho Gorman has fucking Adam... Like, all these movies are starring Astron 6 guys.
Well, I don't really like The Void, and I don't really like Leprechaun.
You're a fucking bitch.
This is fucking bullshit, man. This is fucking bullshit. This is the one time where I'm legitimately not happy about this because I don't understand. I love Spring. I love Spring, but I would never watch Spring over anything that Steve has done, man. But I think or Astron 6. I think personally,
I think the Endless is the best movie though out of any of these.
These guys are so damn creative and so much fucking fun.
2 of the fucking movies.
Yeah, of course. But you guys, I mean, you really
arguably their best one you haven't seen.
But I've seen everything that Steve has done, man. So I just like the variety. I like the humor. I like how these guys are always creative. It just seems so inventive. Like Spring is fine. It's great. It's fucking awesome. And I'm sure Endless is good. It's probably good. But is it something I'm going to go back to? And like, I mean, we are talking in terms of filmmaking and stuff like that. So, I mean, Spring is probably the best movie out of these, but it's not something that I'm really going to return to. And you're probably not either. You'd probably rather watch fucking Psycho Gorman than fucking
I can tell you right now, Leprechaun Returns is the one out of all these movies I return to the most. And like, it's definitely not the best one.
No pun intended. I returned to Leprechaun.
Yeah. Unfortunately, your boy's packing his bag, heading back to Canada. So
fucking bullshit. That is some horse shit. That's some horse shit right there. You guys are so fucking unelevated.
Okay, so next up here we have Ari Aster taking on Jane Schoenberner. So Jane did I Saw the TV Go. Ari Aster did Hereditary as well as Midlaymore, if you're Moodz.
Yep.
And Beau is Afraid. So Moodz, lead us off.
Ari Aster. Hereditary is by far my favorite movie out of like anything here. And I really like Beau is Afraid. Midlaymore can fuck off because that movie does suck. But in terms of like, you know, his other films I think are really good. Beau is Afraid is actually incredibly brilliant. I think it's really good.
All right, and I'm going to follow that up with an Aster vote myself. Unfortunately, I've just seen the one film from Jane, and it's not as good as the 2 from Aster.
That's, yeah.
I think Jane definitely had some bracket luck, despite how much I I saw the TV glow because this is a big old squash match for me.
So 3-0 for Esther, not 30.
And that's coming from a guy that loves I've seen the TV glow like 14
It's
times.
like, okay, like you make one movie like it, like I don't like, and like, well, that's incredible, sure, and I'm very optimistic on their future, but it's like Aster's is proven to me at this point, and then he also produces good movies.
Right.
All right. So next up, we have the final match of the Sweet 16, and that is Coralie Barget taking on Cyan Suno.
Damn.
I believe it is Tyler.
Yeah, is me. All right, good. All right. Here's another. This is gonna sound insane, but despite how insane like the substance is and how good Revenge is as well, this is kind of a squash match for me too. John Stone was extremely consistent, and he's proved he can make movies just as good as Coralie. It's not a horror film, but I think Love Exposure is the best movie directed by either of them. So it's a pretty easy squash Sono for me.
Yeah, I mean, when I looked at this matchup, I was like, shit, bro. Like, I'm loving these two fucking movies from Caroline Farget, and I think that she's going to be doing big things. But unfortunately, this bracket is taking place when she's only got two, and Cyan Sono has. This guy has been doing films for 20 plus years at a level where I don't think people even realize. He's very consistent. He's very progressive. He's very accurate in his shit. And he is always doing different things. And it's just, the guy's amazing. Great storyteller, great filmmaker, always visually amazing and satisfying. But, unfortunately, she's the product of just being so new, going against a seasoned veteran that has proved himself time and time again that he's very competent of making films throughout 25 years. Cyan Sono.
He's been around for a long time.
Yeah.
At least 20.
I mean, there's not too many guys that do it like Cyan Sono because, when he's one of those names where if I hear that he's putting out some, you get excited. Mm-hmm. You really do. And that's been a long fucking time for him. So.
All right, so that is a 3-0 sweep. That unfortunately eliminated our last female director that was still in the competition. But I do think that the females showed up on this bracket here, and I think we even said at the end of the year last year that we're very excited to see what the female directors are bringing because they've kind of been finally getting their real opportunities to direct films, and it's pretty cool. So with that said, let's move on to the Elite Eight, round 4. First up here, we have Awame Balgaro taking on Robert Zombie. And I believe it is my turn.
Yeah.
I'll make it short and sweet. I'm going with Rob Zombie. And the reason is because I actually voted for Jordan Peele in the last round. So yeah, I think Rob Zombie has. They're more of my favorite films. To use Moodz as like example here, I would more rather revisit Rob Zombie's movies than Balgaro's, even though they are pretty good. But I still think Rob Zombie made the best movie out of those.
I do think we're actually made the best two movies out of them. But Rob Zombie's been around for a while. I think Rob Zombie is very cemented in horror, and it's not like Balgaro is without sin in his filmography as well as Zombie. And despite him might being the top of the totem pole for me, I don't think it's drastic. He's drastically above him. So I think Zombie is gonna push our boy Balguero out with his overall filmography.
Whoa.
Yeah, I got Zombie too.
Holy shit. I did not expect a sweep. Which
Zombies had
that
some really
makes-
good bracket pairings too.
Dude,
Like this low seeding is working for him.
he had some good bracket pairings, but he also like he is the lowest seed left.
Yeah.
41st seed. Like
Who did he
that's
knock
crazy.
out?
So Rob Zombie took out Alexander Aja, Wame, who he just took out, and also Mike fucking Flanagan, bro. Like that was not
Oh,
the
yeah.
luckiest draw.
No, Cronenberg's number 13 right now.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you said he was the lowest one?
Yeah.
He's the lowest seed. He's like 50 something.
Yeah, highest seed would be 1,
Yeah.
right? Isn't that how that works?
Right.
But I guess high
see-
number.
I see what you're saying. Yeah,
Technically,
yeah.
like numerical, a higher number is 40 or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, so next up here we have Brandon Cronenberg taking on Mike Doherty.
Fuck me, man. Oh my God. Oh, how can I do this? It's literally making me fucking squirm in my seat, dude. I don't know how I could possibly vote against my Canadian brother.
The Canadian bias showing through.
No, but you know how much I love his movies. I mean, it's not just that he's Canadian. I just happen to love his movies. But I mean, here's my argument with this one. Doherty has done 2 bona fide classic genre films, right? We're not arguing this. Cronenberg is strictly a genre filmmaker right now. Are his 2 best films as good as Doherty's? Probably not. But he has 3 great films, in my opinion. This is where I'm torn. Because personally, I would rather watch Doherty's films. And I do. I actually watch Trick or Treat like every Halloween. I watch Krampus every Christmas. Do I watch Possessor on a regular basis? No, because it's a mind fuck and it fucks with your head. Antiviral, no. So I'm going with Doherty here. It really pains me to say. Yeah, dude, I might even be having regrets already.
All right. Me, it's not as difficult for me. I think that Doherty, although he only made like 2 horror films, they are like 2 of the most like classic of this era of horror films. Like they are watched by thousands every year. I mean, it helps that they're holiday films. It really does. Cronenberg, to me, I think Possessor is like fucking amazing. And I think that that movie really shows what he's capable of. And maybe on an artistic level, a little bit better showcasing than Doherty's 2 films. But I have to go with Doherty because they are 2 of my favorite movies, especially Trick or Treat. And Brandon Cronenberg's movies, none of them are my favorite movies, even though I like them all.
Squash Match Cronenberg for me.
So you're going Cronenberg.
Yeah, Cronenberg Squash Match. I think Possessor is something I'd watch over and over again. I love Possessor. It's like a relaxing watch to me. It's just a fucking awesome, like sci-fi, like violent movie with lots of adult stuff in it, and I fucking love it. I think that and Infinity Pool are just like levels above anything Doherty's made. So it would be Squash Cronenberg for me. I'm actually pretty surprised it turned out this way.
Yeah. I'm actually a little shocked that Moodz went with Doherty. I really am. I did not expect that. Okay, so next
Yeah,
up
it's just because
here,
he loves antiviral too.
yeah. So next up here we have James Wan taking on Benson and Moorhead.
Okay, so it's on me. Benson and Moorhead have had a pretty tremendous run, but now you're lining up against someone with a long and storied filmography that is gonna overcome the strong small selection size by comparison. So it's gonna be a pretty sound one for me.
Moodz.
Was that last one a sweep?
Actually, it was not.
It was
Wow.
last week, but Doherty won.
Juan versus it's James Wan, hands down.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that Benson and Moorhead went and fought it out with Steve Costanzi just to get eliminated in the very next round.
Squash.
It actually kind of fucking pisses me off. It really fucking pisses me off because it was like a no fucking brainer. Went, dude, come on, man. So what happened in the who voted for Cronenberg?
Tyler.
I did.
Of course it did.
It was a squash Cronenberg.
You know, that actually kind of pisses me off because I was going to go Cronenberg. But I mean, to be honest, like,
It wasn't even close for me.
Do you not like Trick or Treat, bro? Are you
No,
not a
I don't
fucking
like.
horror
I don't
fan?
like Krampus.
Oh,
dude, Krampus
And I
is
think,
so,
and I
dude,
think like Trick or Treat,
which is
like,
kind of
very
funny because
good.
Moodz did not like Krampus when he first seen it. And
I've
this
seen it
guy's
3
done a
times,
full
and it gets worse
180
every
on it.
time for me.
it literally gets better for every time I see it, man. It is there's no
The
movie out there
atmosphere,
that
dude.
that captures the atmosphere like that movie, man. It's crazy.
Yeah. Okay,
American
so
cinema.
The final matchup of the Elite Eight, we have Ari Aster taking on Cyan Suno, which is a pretty tough matchup, if you ask me. I think that it is whose turn?
I think it should.
I think
be
it's
Moose.
mine. Is it
Yeah,
mine?
it's your turn. Yeah, it's your turn because I went first last time.
Man, I mean, again, this is one of those things where it's like Aster only has a couple movies. And you're going up against someone that's just bona fide, such a fucking, you know, I love Hereditary. Like I said, Boys Afraid. But I mean, the strange thing about the Johnsons, come on, man. Shit's amazing. But I can't put Cyan Sono in the basket against Ari Aster, even though I love Aster's films. I'm going with Sono. I think Sono has it in all. I think he's still producing and directing great films. So I'm going with Cyan Sono for sure.
For me, I just have more love for the two Aster films than I do for Cyan Suno's work. I do think that it could have changed if I had seen more of his films. There's a handful that I have not seen. So I'm going Ari Aster.
So, for the sake of this, I'm going to grant Ari Aster the rich thing about the Johnsons. I'm going to grant him Beau is Afraid. I'm going to grant him even his producing work. I think he's one of the most interesting directors working today. I think he's been one of the best directors of the game since he's been directing. He's like literally some like sick fusion of like Kubrick, Bergman, and Peter Greenaway. I fucking love Ari Aster. I'm going to grant him all that. And Ari Aster still does not overcome Cyan Sono. He is a veteran producing movies just at this level for a long time. And if I'm going to grant Aster all those, I'm also going to grant Cyan Sono Love Exposure, and it's the best movie I've seen made by either of them. So it's going to be Cyan Sono for me.
Alrighty, so Cyan Sono moves on.
Sony.
Okay, we are down to the final four. We have the 41st seed, the 21st seed, the 18th seed, and the 11th seed. The matchup is Rob Zombie versus Michael Dougherty. Both directed a film set on Halloween. And yeah, Tyler. You're muted.
This one's actually really not that difficult for me.
How did you fucking mute yourself? Like, what the
I'm eating because I'm eating.
Eating that dick.
Rob Zombie is I think this guy has had some tremendous bracket luck. I would have never thought Rob Zombie making it this far, but he's gonna get my vote for the finals.
Dude, that is wild.
Dude, I was actually like very, very shocked at how this went too, because I didn't realize that Tyler would ever vote for Zombie. So I thought he was probably, I don't know. But again, bracket luck, maybe kind of works, but I'm not going to call luck too much with Zombie because I think that he's here for a reason.
He had that first round tough matchup against Flanagan. I think that gives him some credit.
Right. And I mean, as much as people hate on him, man, he does have he has more of a solid filmography than he has bad. So, again, this is going to be a weird pick because Zombie has so many more films than Doherty, which of course everybody really does. He only really has 2 genre films, but I'm going with Zombie here, man. I mean, I love Doherty, both his films, but I mean, if I'm looking at, the bigger picture here, Zombie has like 6 films that I love. So, I mean, I'm taking Zombie here as an overall director.
Shit, dude. I mean, at the end of the day, it just comes down to me that like, I like more Rob Zombie movies than I do Mike Doherty films because he only made 2.
Exactly. Yeah.
But I will say that like I am absolutely shocked that Rob Zombie is going to the finals. I did not expect that. I think people are going to be fucking mad at that.
You do realize if Zombie by chance wins this, it is going to be the death of 22 Shots. Everyone's going to hate this show because
I voted for him the last 2 rounds, right?
Yeah, I think it's bracket play. I mean, I think if Zombie was up against maybe some of the earlier directors that got eliminated.
Interesting. Yeah,
he rolled against 2 guys with the way smaller filmography in a row, like in this 8 and 4. That's like where he really got some bracket luck.
A lot of directors did, though. A lot of directors I feel like got bracket luck.
Yeah, but it's like... Yeah. I don't think like running up against like Astor or Eggers is the same thing running up against Moorhead with like Benson with 4 movies.
Here's an interesting stat. So round 1, Rob Zombie 3-0. Round 2 was the Flanagan round, 2-1. Round 3, 3-0. Round 4, 3-0. Round 5, 3-0.
Damn, he's only lost 1 vote.
Yeah.
It's pretty fucking
what
wild.
Was the first round?
But then again,
Bruckner.
But then again, let's break this down in a minute when we decide who's going up against him and see how that plays out, because we got James Wan against Cyan Soto.
Yeah, so speaking
that's
of
fucked.
which, let's get into James Wan, Cyan Soto. Whose turn is it?
I just went, so who's ever after me?
Moodz.
All right. Man, dude, this is a really tough one. I mean, we stated our piece on James Wan, Cyan Soto. I mean, what does it really come down to? Both filmmakers have tremendously great films, an abundance of them. So does it come down to personal preference for myself? Which ones do I like more? Does it come down to more influence? What does it really come down to at this moment? Because it's not 2 against... I mean, the last battle was 2 films against Rob Zombie's probably 6 good films. It was kind of a no-brainer. I mean, relatively speaking. But these guys this is a great matchup. I think that you got to play a little bit of personal preference and you got to play a little bit of everything in this. Fuck, this is hard. This is really, really hard because they're totally 2 different filmmakers. One has had a lot more mainstream success, where the other one has got a lot more world love, underground, whatever you want to call it, who's made tons of different type of films that have kind of all worked. Damn, dude, but they're both in their own regards great filmmakers. There's nothing to shy away from, the filmmaking aspect of these filmmakers. Oh, fuck me. This is so hard. I mean, I'm gonna break it down to personal preference. What do I want to watch? Because I understand James Wan as this international sensation director who's created these franchises. He's created these great fucking films. He's a brilliant filmmaker. What would I rather watch? I would rather watch Sion Sono films. So I'm going to go with Sion Sono on this. That's who I'm going with.
For me, I love Sion Sono's stuff, the stuff that I've seen, minus I'm not the biggest fan of Suicide Club, even though I do think it is a good movie. It just doesn't hit right for me for it to be like one of my favorites. I had trouble in the summer series bracket where I was trying to argue against that one being the best film of 2000, whatever. James Wan, I mean, I watch Saw probably every year, if not like every other year, maybe. Insidious is one of my all-time favorites. The Conjuring is good, even though it's not one of my favorites. Sion Sono, Cold Fish really knocked my socks off. Like when I first seen that, we covered it on the show, me and Moodz. I was just like so invested in that movie. I was just like, this movie's awesome. These titties are amazing.
Yeah.
Which is one of the most memorable aspects of that movie isn't it his wife?
Yeah, it is.
Well, it's his wife. I don't remember if it's it's his wife in that too, and it's his wife in Love Exposure too. That
she's hot.
Oh, super fucking hot, man.
He's like, I'm just gonna show her off.
The biggest negative for Sion Sono for me is simply the fact that I have not seen much of his non-horror, and I've not seen some of his horror, which is a factor. At the end of the day, the thing I love about horror that is underrated and underappreciated is the scare factor. And James Wan has made a couple scary movies that, Insidious, I think, is one of the scariest movies out of the last 25 years. I think The Conjuring has some really good scares in it. Even Conjuring 2 has a couple. Saw, I think, is brilliant. And I'm a huge fan of the franchise as well. I've grown to love it over the years. I'm going to go James Wan. It is tough, but I think if I had saw maybe more Sion Sono stuff, I might have voted for him. But Wan is just super consistent with me. I pretty much like everything he's done to an extent.
Another swing vote here, man.
So you got two directors with pretty extensive filmographies with really, both with their own highs. I think James Wan is a household name. Like every horror fan has seen like the majority of James Wan's filmography.
Yeah.
Been watching movies the last 25 years.
Yeah.
And his influence on the genre is obviously greater from James Wan's. I think that's like kind of inarguable. They're both good at what they do in their own way. But what it comes down to for me, I think one of these directors has a lot more interesting things to say. I think they have a lot more unique movies. I think they have the highest highs here, and I think that's why this person is much more renowned around the world than. Well, I mean, Juan probably is too, so that's kind of not really the same thing. Why this person, despite not having the same mainstream exposure, has this worldwide appreciation. So, having said that, that man for me is Sion Sono.
Alrighty, so Sion Sono moves on to the finals. So we have here Rob Zombie versus Sion Sono. I don't think any of us would have predicted this as the number matchup.
41 versus 11 seed. Like, could you imagine this in fucking college basketball? This would be unbelievably. It would never happen. It would just never happen.
Yeah, pretty wild. So,
you would never have a number 40 seed, and that's crazy.
Yeah, that is wild.
Dude, number 40 seed jerseys would be selling out.
41.
Oh, hands down. But no top teners in the final two, in the final match is crazy.
4.
In the final, yeah, you're right. That's fucking wild, man. It's really wild.
Ari Aster was the only one in round 4 of the Elite 8. So,
but I guess it is a matter of
the filmography thing definitely factored in how
that's the thing. Like some of these guys can push can overcome people if they're small filmography, but when you stack up against
really deep in it, yeah. Like you look at both of these guys in the finals, and they both have I would say above average filmography in terms of the amount of films. If we averaged out the entire tournament, I would think that these are above average in terms.
Yeah, for sure. Amount. Like they've definitely. That's something that's definitely carried both of these guys.
Right.
So let's go back through the bracket real quick and just see how we got here before we vote on the final. So we have Rob Zombie, who was the number 41 seed, and it's kind of wild, but he took on David Bruckner, the number 24 seed. He won 3-0. Mike Flanagan was his next matchup. He won 2-1. That was his closest fight. Then we have the 40th and 41st seed against Alexander Aja. Rob Zombie won 3-0. Then we had Wame Balgaro taking on Rob Zombie. Wame was the 16th seed. And then we had Rob Zombie versus the 21st seed, which was Mike Doherty, which got him to the finals.
Dude, we're getting canceled.
Dude, I know. And I kind of love that about it too. So Science Suno's run was a little bit different. So Suno had the Soska sisters first up. That was a 3-0 sweep. Then he had Paco Plaza, which was a 3-0 sweep. And then he had Coralie Farge, which was a 3-0 sweep.
Man, he was doing pretty good though, man.
Yeah, and then he ran into Ari Aster. It was 2-1. And then James Wan, it was 2-1. So he had a little bit more trials and tribulations throughout.
Harder.
So Rob Zombie only has one extra vote, basically.
I actually agree with you, Tyler. I think Science Suno had a harder run for sure. I mean, he took out Juan, Aster, Farge, Paco Plaza, and is
this foreshadowing to the way we probably should be voting since he had a harder route? Should it be that since he took out these guys?
I don't know what's going to happen here.
So that is, I believe, Tyler is up.
Oh my God, JP's the swing vote on this one.
I'm not going to be dramatic here because.
Maybe.
I'm not going to be dramatic here because I just kind of gassed up Sanso and the reason why he beat the last couple people pretty hard. And for me, I've been saying Rob Zombie had some good bracket luck. So unsurprisingly, it's going to be Sansono for me. He's got the longevity. I will say, if you look at the comparison we just had with James Wan, I think what Rob Zombie does maybe have in his favor, even though I don't think his overall filmography is as good as James Wan, is I think he might have more of a unique or auteur's voice, but I think Sansono also has that, and maybe more unique to some degree. I guess you could argue that. But yeah, he just knocks it to all parks. He just hits all the check boxes I'm looking for a champion, and it's gonna be Sansono for me.
Man, as much as I want to give it to Sansono here, man, I can't. I gotta vote Rob Zombie because he is my boy. I mean, honestly, the first, like I said, the first 6 films I love that shit. I mean, I could watch Lords of Salem all the fucking time. It's shit. It's like comfort movies for me. GP, I'm not doing this purposely. I'm actually legitimately voting. I'm not trying to put the all the dread on you. I should not even pressure. It's dread right now because you do realize at this point we're already canceled, right? So
people are gonna flip that Rob made it to the finals.
I tried to stop this, everyone.
And I love Science Sono, but when I mash up or compare the filmographies to what I want, I'm going Rob Zombie. I'm sorry, but
holy shit, dude, that is pretty wild. I think that people probably would suspect me to go with Rob Zombie at this point based on the things I've said. And you are correct. I have to go Rob Zombie. I haven't even really talked about Lords of Salem that much, but House of a Thousand, Halloween, Halloween 2, and The Devil's Rejects is such a good run of films for me. And let's not forget, before Rob Zombie ever made 31, when Lords of Salem was his last film, people legitimately talked about Rob Zombie like he was one of the best directors in horror.
But then on the flip side, the other half of the argument was everyone talked about how shitty he was, though, too.
Yeah, but those people don't count because they were just biased because they didn't like his filthy mouth.
Yeah.
But even those people
or didn't like his music or him.
Rejects.
I think a lot of people didn't like Rob Zombie, and when they figured
they didn't like Sherry Moon Zombie more.
Yeah, when he transitioned to making films, but like a lot of people seem to forget that like he always stated in interviews that he was always a film fan first, and he got into music because he figured if he made some money making music, he could make some films. So his actual agenda from the start was to actually make movies. He's always been this huge fan. He's a big fanboy. So that's what I respect about Rob Zombie is like when he started making films, he wasn't just like this rock guy that, I can make some fucking movies. It wasn't like that. His objective from the start was to make movies. He
right.
did music
And he also with his first film, like, yeah, he might have had like a bit of a budget, like, and had, a little bit of a leg up on some people because he had a name. But at the end of the day, man, he showed talent in House of a Thousand Corpses. Like he did some really creative, interesting stuff for what should have been just a backwoods chainsaw ripoff.
Yeah.
He made it really unique, and he made icons out of that film. Baby, Captain Spaulding, Otis. Like these are horror icons at this point. He revitalized Sid Haig's career and Bill Moseley's career. He also had some really cool, and again, with him being a fan of films, there's a reason he cast Sid Haig. He was a fan of Spider Baby.
Right.
Like there's a reason why he, cast different people in like Ken Foree and stuff in Devil's Rejects.
Devil's Rejects has nothing but cameos in that film.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
He Michael Berryman. He also sort of almost had like that Quentin Tarantino type of vibe with the way that he was like casting and bringing back like these stars from the 70s and 80s like into his
did
movies.
This throughout all his films, man. I mean,
look at
Thousand Corpses, Devil's Rejects, right up to like Lords of Salem too. Look at the cast in there. There's tons of people that are fucking genre film. There's genre actresses and actors and stuff like that. It's pretty crazy. Yeah.
And with the caveat that I also, haven't seen as many San Sono films, so that could have changed some things, but I had to go with my heart. My heart was with Rob Zombie. I mean, I love those films. And I also love that he basically made Halloween 2 like very fucking different as a big fuck you to everybody that was like mad, and especially like the Weinsteins who like basically made it such a difficult shoot, and even with Halloween, the first one. So that was kind of cool as well. I think it's pretty awesome to see Rob Zombie because I truly didn't even think he was going to make it to like the third round or something. I thought he might be able to get like a couple in, but pretty surprising. People are going to rage at this, which I find even better and more exciting. But let's not pretend. We've always on this show been a big fan of Rob Zombie from day one of this show. He made 31 and a couple of stinkers and stuff like that. But his highs are really high to me. So I did want to also say before we move on and end the show here, it would be fun to put this bracket out and let and do a vote version of this bracket in the group page and see where the listeners.
We will obviously do that after this has been out for a little bit. So people can.
Why don't we save it till like the last one? We'll just rapid fire them. So if you're not, if you have Facebook and you're not affiliate already on our group page, you want to go join that, and let's say like the last few days of the month, we'll make it work.
I'll probably put out like 8 at a time for like a day, and then do 8 more or something, or maybe even 10. I don't know. We'll do it fast though.
It would be interesting to see how it actually breaks down through a majority vote to see where it goes. Like, I bet you it's completely obviously Rob Zombie's not making anywhere near, but it'll be interesting to see where the other guys lie out for sure.
So the statistics, essentially, I only did a brief like stat thing. So Tyler and JP, which is me, agreed. And these are only in obviously where it's a sweep. I didn't count those because we all agreed. Tyler and JP agreed 11 times in the swing rounds.
Damn.
JP and Moodz agreed 11 times in the swing rounds. And Tyler and Moodz agreed 9 times. So it was actually quite close. Yeah. Like in terms of, it wasn't like heavily weighted with 2 people versus 1.
Yeah, I think in the first like 2 rounds it was like very heavily like against me, but also that's weird.
Yeah, so pretty interesting that we more or less like agreed a lot more often. We had a lot of sweeps in there too, and we all sort of paired up with each other in different directors. I vote that we do this again next year.
Yeah.
And we do remakes.
I think remakes is the perfect one. Good. Yeah.
And I think
64 remakes.
I think that the cool thing about doing remakes instead of like entire filmographies is we can actually behind the scenes get the list of films now or within the next like couple weeks.
Yeah, I was going to say
what's going to be next year, so we can watch a couple of them or ones that we missed.
Well, do we include fucking American Psycho remake? Because is that not coming out by this time?
Maybe it has an official release date. I mean, you can reserve the right to change it before it happens, but
yeah. But I think we should do remakes. I think that would be really fun. It's. I think that would get a lot of talking and stuff too. So yeah, I think that we should. I had a lot of fun with this idea we threw together. Something different. I think that we should make it a yearly show.
Yeah, this is good. This was fun. Super fun. Yeah.
So I have a question: is there anybody that you guys think you don't have to think of without thinking too hard about? Do you think you would have voted against Rob Zombie?
Yes, I actually think that if Ari Aster had beat Cyan Suno and beat James Wan, I might have voted for Aster. I also think if James Wan made the finals, I probably would have voted against Rob Zombie there. No, I wouldn't. I might have. I would have had to thought about it.
I would have voted Wan over Zombie.
But is there, on the flip side, is there anybody that I would have voted for Cyan Sunny from the other side of the bracket with? If Mike Doherty made it, I might have. If Wame did, I definitely would have. So, yeah. What about you two?
I don't know.
I don't think I would have voted against Cyan Sono when I think I got to that realization around top 16.
I mean, there's so many possibilities, but I don't.
I don't think I would have voted anyone against against Sono, and I don't think I would have voted anybody other than Sono against Eggers or Aster. And if Eggers and Aster went back together, I don't know who I would have picked.
I think it's tough with Rob Zombie because he's been doing films for like pretty much the entire 25 years. So I'm so familiar, so honestly, ingrained in his Rob filmography. Zombie, you know what I mean?
If I looked at Rob Zombie, I bet would have been like middle of the pack for me. If I would have just people I would have voted against, probably somewhere between 20 and like 30.
That's interesting.
But then when you break it down, it's like, man, like, I mean, when you actually break it down, it's
saying
like
that I only voted against them like twice.
It was the Mike Flanagan, and then against Cyan Suno, obviously. So you only actually voted against him, and I actually never voted against him the entire time, and Moodz didn't.
I think I'm the only one that did.
Yeah, and I voted against Cyan Suno in the last round and the round before that, I think.
Crazy. So, yeah, wow, crazy.
So basically what it comes down to is I pretty much made all the right decisions and I'm the best person here and have the most important and.
What do you mean? I didn't vote against Rob Zombie.
No, you didn't, but you did vote again. Yeah, I guess
I voted Cyan Sono and Rob Zombie all the way to the end.
What you don't understand is I'm trying to make myself seem like the best, and you're kind of ruining that.
Right. Yeah.
All right. So I think that is it. I hope you guys enjoyed this. It was a lot of fun to make.
Yeah, it was fucking awesome. I'm pretty damn sure we're gonna get crucified for this, but that's totally fine. This was just for fun, guys. If you want to take this dead serious, then well, that's on your own merit.
No, what Moodz is trying to say is this is 100% the actual factual best director, and nobody can say anything different because you're wrong.
Dude.
Right.
Honestly,
right. If you think any different, you're an asshole. You're just being an asshole. So
put in the comments, what was your favorite triumph where you felt like your director pulled through and you didn't think they were gonna? What was your biggest,
was there anybody moment that you were rooting for that was a bit of an underdog that you wanted to go far?
Steve, we want Steve.
Where was your biggest rage moment?
Overall, what was your biggest rage? Yeah, let us know this.
You don't have to keep count or anything, but just make a guess based on like how you felt overall. It doesn't necessarily be about what host do you think you agreed with the most in their voting?
Ooh, yeah,
I think Steve and Brandon were the biggest. That one sucks. I just wanted a Canadian to like. I mean, Brandon did really good. He did good. He did good. So
yeah,
but I also voted against him at one point too. So it is what it is. But I mean, they did good. So
yeah, it was fun. I had a blast. So with that said, I guess we're done.
Yeah, man, that's episode 288, March Madness 2025. We will definitely be doing this again next year in 2026 with a bracket of 64 fucking remakes.
Yeah, hopefully,
man,
Power doesn't go out on a Sunday.
Remakes, man. We always talk about remakes, but let's actually settle this score for real.
Yeah. We're trying to get 5 posts next year too, so there's a little bit more that'll be a long episode.
I mean, even Nosferatu just came out too, so I guess I'm gonna have to watch that before. I mean, I will obviously.
Yeah,
but
let's try to come up with a list soon enough where like you can fill in any.
Yeah, no, I want to actually behind the scenes make the list. Like
we're gonna have to come up with the 64 bet because there is a lot of remakes.
Yeah, there's really more than 64 for sure.
Like, I mean, the Fog remake is not making this bracket, so
yeah, we'll figure that out. And anyway, that is all.
We're done, guys, and I hope you enjoyed all of I think 7, maybe plus.
Yeah,
almost close to 8 hours. I don't know. This is long.
Yeah, guess it took a little longer than we thought it was gonna.
I think we knew that too. I think if we did it straight through last night, we would have.
Yeah, it would have been shorter.
Well, JP would have died.
Ended up. Yeah, I would have died. Okay, so peace out, everybody.
All right, guys. Deuces.
That's all, folks.